Hello and welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Explore our playlist for more captivating novels, and don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video. Now, let's dive into today's story. Chapter 251, Another Bloodline Reversion Mission. Well, it seems that you have not been in the creation realm for many years. It's been hundreds of years, isn't that enough? Hundreds of years. Long Chen was completely petrified. For hundreds of years, let alone the realm of creation. Even for them in opening heaven, it is only a blink of an eye. What kind of improvement can be achieved in such a short time? 789 Vomit U83. You actually think it's too long? Is there still justice? Is there still law? How should those who have practiced hard for millions of years but cannot improve deal with themselves? How to deal with yourself? Long Chen, who was in a daze, suddenly felt an incomparable and terrifying dragon power coming at him, which made the dragon race blood in his body tremble. He was suppressed and had no power to resist. Looking up, I saw a golden sun-like light emitting brilliant divine light in front of me. The mighty dragon power as vast as the sky emanated from it. As the light fades, Long Chen looked carefully and saw that it was nothing else but a drop of brilliant golden dragon blood. This is a drop of my dragon blood. Take it back and build a dragon transformation pool. It can also be of great use to those of you in the opening heaven realm or the 4 supreme dragon race bloodlines. After all, I am also the ancestor dragon. We have to take care of dragon race to some extent. Otherwise it's a bit unreasonable. Looking at the dragon blood in front of him, Long Chen swallowed his saliva. This is definitely a treasure for them, dragon race. Lords along, what kind of dragon race are you now? Chaos Myriad Worlds Dragon. Long Yuan replied. But there will be a regression soon. By then it will no longer be a Chaos Myriad Worlds Dragon. Chaos Myriad Worlds Dragon? Long Chen said he had never heard of it. After he left with the dragon's blood, Long Yuan started to check his system panel. Host, Long Yuan. Race, Chaos Myriad Worlds Dragon. Realm Cultivation, early stage of control realm. Physical Cultivation, early stage of control realm. Current task, cultivate the guardian family to a heaven-level family. Task reward, 800,000 years of realm cultivation, 800,000 years of physical cultivation, 1 return of bloodline, Dao breaking realm technique absolute beginning Tian Long Ju, creation realm technique Pan Tian Chuang Shiju, 50 physique enhancement pills, 50 martial soul enhancement pills, 1 universe origin, Supreme Physique Zhu Tian Ti Origin, Primordial Divine Weapon Dream Mirage. Family Guardian Level, Infinite Level, Host's cultivation speed increases 140 times. Without a technique of the same or higher level, my cultivation speed has slowed down. Originally, the Chu family had grown into an immeasurable family with 300,000 years of realm cultivation and physical cultivation. Then I completed a task in opening heaven. Another 400,000 years of cultivation. Adding up it is 700,000 years of cultivation of realm and body. Under the previous 130-fold bonus, the 2 cultivations have each reached over 90 million years. After such a long time, my realm has improved very little. The most fundamental reason is that the level of the technique that Long Yuan is currently practicing is too low and the speed of practice is too slow. The reason why those people of the Chu family were able to break through so quickly was not only because of the Tower of Time. There is also the reason that the level of the technique is relatively high. If I had the skills to master the realm of control before, then the more than 90 million years of cultivation would definitely greatly increase my strength. But it doesn't matter. As long as this mission is completed. After the system rewards are issued, there will be a way to break through the Dao realm. Breaking Dao realm. I remember Chu Chu seemed to have reached the Dao breaking realm in his previous life, right? Etc. Long Yuan suddenly touched his chin. Since this mission involves Dao-breaking realm skills. If I had not been in a hurry to absorb the more than 90 million years of cultivation at that time, wouldn't it be more cost-effective to wait until the system rewards me with a suitable technique before absorbing it? Maybe you can give it a try. If you can succeed, that will allow me to improve my strength even more. As for this Pantian creation art, it is a human skill and a reward from the system to the Chu family. But what Long Yuan cares about most is not only the return of bloodline. It is the origin of the universe. This item can be integrated to advance to the creation realm. This treasure is pretty good. With it, the Chu family can at least give birth to another powerful person in the creation realm. Since the system has such a treasure, maybe there will be more in the future. Moreover, Long Yuan plans to wait until the Chu family's strength continues to increase for a period of time before looking for the way to the original ancient world. At least he has to wait until there are more opening heaven realm powerhouses in the family. There is also this primordial divine weapon Fantasy Mirage. The purpose of this item is to sharpen one's own combat power. Once you enter the divine weapon, an identical self will emerge from it. Your cultivation, combat power, physique, combat experience, and other aspects are exactly the same as when you entered. Only by defeating yourself can you successfully get out of it. This thing is also very useful. The heart refining tower refines the mind, and the dream mirage sharpens the combat power. It is more effective to use both methods together. Long Yuan even wants to try it out. Seeing such a good reward, he is getting a little impatient. The spiritual sense spread and began to check the recent situation of the Chu family. I have been in the heavenly tomb for more than 100 years. To what extent has the Chu family developed? Not surprisingly, the fastest cultivators in the Chu family are Chu Long and his group of concubines. Chu Long has reached the boundless realm. Shen Baiao and others are all in the half-step infinite realm. The next one is the clan leader Chu Jingyu. The more powerful the Chu family becomes, the stronger the family fortune, the faster he cultivates. Now he has reached the half-step to the boundless realm. Chu Tianyang and some of the top talent members have already reached the domination realm. Especially Chukyu, a latecomer, took the lead. Every time he went out to gain experience, he would bring back some high-quality skills in exchange for a large amount of contributions, and then enter the Tower of Time to practice. As a person who has been reincarnated, Chu Chu has the cultivation experience from his previous life. Therefore, you will take fewer detours in cultivation than others. In addition, he had accumulated a lot of divine ability in his previous life, which he could use to exchange for a lot of contributions, so he could enter the higher levels of the Tower of Time, which bought him a lot of time. There is also the bonus of the Supreme Bone of the Supreme Physical Reincarnation and the Dao-breaking realm technique from the previous life. His cultivation speed is naturally incomparable to others. They are all good, but it will take some time to become an opening heaven family. Want to become a family of opening heaven? It requires a strong person from the opening heaven realm to take charge. There must also be more than a dozen people in the infinite realm to take charge. The condition of opening heaven has been completed by Yan Lingji. However, there are only a handful of people in the boundless realm, while dozens of people in the family are still in the domination realm. But still the same as before. Long Yuan is more optimistic about Chu Long's family. Now Chu Long's harem has reached more than 90 people. This made his cultivation speed even more terrifying. I'm afraid it won't be long before he can lead his harem to break through to the infinite realm. So if you want to complete the task, it depends on which family they are. This kid Chu Long is really my lucky star. Long Yuan sighed. If he hadn't obtained the Dragon and Phoenix reversal of Yin and Yang 108 style, I'm afraid these tasks are not that easy to complete. Thinking of this technique, Long Yuan wanted to explore the Dragon and Phoenix stone pillar again. He had always wanted to study. Unfortunately, there is still no progress. Chapter 252 Shocked Chu Chu. Chu Jingyu pays homage to Beast God. At this moment, Chu Jingyu's voice suddenly sounded outside Heavenly Palace. Come in. What is it? Long Yuan asked. Please forgive me, Beast God. I am here because of my daughter-in-law. Why is she still showing no signs of giving birth? Chu Jingyu said with some concern. No signs yet. Long Yuan was surprised. That child has been conceived for hundreds of years, right? It's much longer than the absolute beginning. There was no sign at all. During this period, she even entered the first floor of the Tower of Time and stayed there for a few years, but still nothing happened. Is there anything wrong with the fetal breath? Long Yuan asked. Those are all fine. That's weird. If everything is normal, why hasn't the baby been born yet? Even if it's the supreme physique, it should be bred by now, right? Yes. That's why I came to ask Beast God, what is the reason? Chu Jingyu was a little anxious. After all, he is his grandson. Afraid of something unexpected happening. Long Yuan touched his chin. Matters related to cultivation are basically not difficult for him, but he doesn't understand things like pregnancy. Let's go, I'll go check it out. Long Yuan said. I wonder if the system can detect the reason? Thank you, Beast God. To prevent accidents, Chu Yan did not allow Yan Lingji to enter the Tower of Time again. I am worried that the time difference between the two worlds will affect the fetus. This kid is really something. He hasn't come out for such a long time. I can't even practice now. Yan Lingji was leaning on the bed with a purple flame fruit in her right hand. With his left hand he touched his round belly. He grumbled a little dissatisfied. Just be patient for a while for the sake of your children. Chu Yan sighed while massaging her shoulders. My dear husband, there is no need for you to follow me around and take care of me like this. We martial artists are not ordinary people. We are not that pretentious. You should quickly enter the Tower of Time to practice. Don't fall behind in your cultivation. Yan Lingji looked at Chu Yan and said. The love in their eyes is self-evident. It's okay, it won't take much time. And Dad has gone to find Beast God. He will definitely find out the reason. As soon as the words fell, Long Yuan and the other person pushed the door open and walked in. Hey, I hope I didn't disturb your love. Long Yuan looked at the two of them and asked with a smile. Meet the Beast God. The two of them quickly stood up and saluted. Yan Lingji looked at the beast divine eye that appeared and her eyes shrank slightly. Because the current Beast God actually gave her an extremely terrifying feeling. This was not the case before. This means that Beast God's current strength has surpassed his own. Long Yuan also looked at Yan Lingji. Martial artist, Yan Lingji. Race, elf. Realm cultivation, late stage. Physical cultivation, perfection of creation realm. Identity, the 17th chief of the elven tribe of the original ancient world/heaven of destruction. Seeing this information, he frowned slightly. The system couldn't even tell the condition of the fetus in the other person's belly. This is bad. But now that I'm here, I still have to check it out. But after checking, Long Yuan was even more puzzled. Just as Chu Jingyu said. The life breath of the fetus in Yan Lingji's belly was normal and there was no problem. So what exactly is the reason why she is unable to give birth? Could it be related to his elven race? Or is it related to his identity as the heaven of annihilation? Long Yuan stroked his chin and thought. Then he looked at Chu Jingyu and said, Go call Chu Chu over. Chu Chu? The Chu Chu with the supreme physique. Right. Chu Jingyu was confused. Could Chu Chu help with this matter? But he nodded and went out. Beast God, how is Yan Lingji doing? Chu Yan asked worriedly. The specific situation is still unclear. Maybe we'll know when Chu Chu comes. Long Yuan wrote. Since Chukyu came from the original ancient world, you will definitely have some understanding of the elves. Chu Yan and his wife looked at each other, both of them were full of confusion. Chief, do you know what Beast God wants from me? On the other side, Chu Chu asked nervously as he followed the clan leader. When he learned that Beast God was looking for him, his heart skipped a beat. He was most worried about meeting the Beast God. In front of the other party, Chu Chu always felt like he was being seen through. Could it be that the other party had seen through his identity as a reincarnator and was now looking for him to settle accounts with? Should I just run away? I don't know. I'm also confused as to why Beast God wanted you. Maybe he thinks you're a genius. Chu Jingyu glanced at Chu Chu. The latter sighed in his heart, forget it, I've discovered it. With my current level of cultivation, it is almost impossible to escape. He was very aware of the gap between himself and Beast God at the moment. That's a world of difference. Even though he mastered many methods from his previous life, it is useless in the face of absolute strength. Following the patriarch into the room, Chu Chu was slightly stunned. Why are you here? Doesn't this look like he's trying to settle accounts with me? After the ceremony, Chu Chu stood aside and looked down at his toes. Tell me, what do you think about her inability to give birth? Long Yuan looked at Chu Chu and asked suddenly. Chu Jingyu and the others were getting more and more confused. Why does Beast God ask that? Could it be that Chu Chu is involved in this? Hey? Is Beast God asking me? I didn't do anything. This has nothing to do with me. Chu Chu waved his hands quickly. Apart from practicing, I have always been very well behaved. I didn't say what it had to do with you, I was asking what your opinion was. Long Yuan said calmly. Chu Yan and the others were even more surprised. Will Beast God ask Chu Chu for advice again? What's that expression on your face? I'm not omniscient, so there are things I don't understand. What's wrong with asking others for advice? Long Yuan rolled his eyes at several people. Then he stood up and looked at Chu Chu and said, I know your situation very well, including the past, but it doesn't matter. Since you were born in the Chu family, you are a member of the Chu family. I don't care about your past. But aren't you from the same place as Yan Lingji? Don't you know why she can't go into labor? Boom! As Long Yuan finished speaking, Chu Chu's body shook suddenly, and his mind was struck by lightning. He looked at Beast God in disbelief. You. How do you know? His eyes widened like cowbells and he cried out in surprise. Chu Chu understood from the other party's words. Beast God not only knows that he is a reincarnation, but also knows that he comes from the original ancient world. But how is this possible? I have never told anyone. Moreover, the other party is not an acquaintance in the original ancient world, so how could he know all this? What? You and my wife are from the same place? Where are you from? Chu Yan was also shocked. Asked hurriedly. Since the passage to the divine realm was opened, he also inquired whether there were any people of the same race as his wife in the god realm. The result was nothing. Because sometimes he would see Yan Lingji staring blankly at someone. Although I am accompanied by myself. But she still seems very lonely. If she could find her own kind, maybe she would be happier. But I just can't find any information. Now there are tribesmen who come from the same place as my wife? Yan Lingji also stood up excitedly. It turns out that I am not alone. Do you have any of your own people in other places? Chapter 253 The Original Energy. Chu Chu took a deep breath. It seems like Beast God knows everything. Then why have I been so worried all this time? But now that it's been said, then Chu Chu has nothing to hide. Reporting to Beast God, if my guess is correct, the reason why she has not been able to give birth is probably because of the lack of primordial energy. Original Qi. Long Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. She is from the elf tribe. Although every member of the elf tribe is powerful, there are not many people in the tribe, and they can only live in the original ancient world. Because the primordial energy emitted by the primordial ancient world can effectively help the elven fetus to grow. Similar to the elves are the giant human race, the gods, and other heaven-defying races. Because there is no primordial energy in their world, these races cannot survive in other worlds. So the baby in her body cannot be born, most likely because it has not absorbed the primordial energy. Chu explained. Ah! What should I do then? Chu Jingyu's face turned pale with anger. If so, there is no primordial energy in their world, so it shouldn't be possible that the child will never be born, right? Then where is the original ancient world you mentioned? Chu Yan asked. In the infinite chaos, I can't tell exactly where it is. If you want to find the original ancient world, it is almost impossible. Chaos is too big and endless. Even with the strength of Beast God at the creation realm, the chances of getting lost in the chaos are very high. Chu shook his head. This is why he knew about this before but didn't say anything. Because it won't do any good even if you say it. It is impossible to get the original energy in this heavenly world. So there is no hope for this child to be born. Chu Jingyu's face turned pale. He fell into the chair as if all the strength had been drained from his body. Beast God! Chu Yan turned his gaze to Long Yuan. Want to see if he has a solution? Not bad, you know to ask me when you encounter problems you can't solve. Unlike your father, who completely lost confidence when he heard there was no hope. Come on, follow me into the heavenly palace. Long Yuan said to Yan Lingji. Isn't it the primordial energy? There should be something like that in the original Azure Lotus. Chu looked at Beast God in amazement. Does the other party have the primordial energy in his hands? How is that possible? Shouldn't that kind of thing only exist in the primordial ancient world? This. Chu. Didn't you say that the primordial energy can only be found in the primordial ancient world? How come Beast God also has this thing? Chu Jingyu asked doubtfully. How should I know? The mystery of the Beast God is not something we can fathom. Chu shook his head. He is curious too. Does Beast God know about the original ancient world? If he didn't know, how did he know that he and Yan Lingji were from the same world? Where does the original energy come from? If you know, then why didn't he know the reason why Yan Lingji's fetus could not be born? Do you still want to find me? Chu frowned. Could it be that Beast God's real intention was not to ask about Yan Lingji's inability to give birth to a child? Is it so that you can practice with peace of mind in the future? Come on, tell me what exactly is the primordial ancient realm. Maybe we'll have a chance to enter that world in the future. Chu Yan pulled Chu to the table and said. Going to that world? It's very difficult. Chu sighed. There is also a heaven-swallowing evil abyss between the heavenly world and the original ancient world. Anyone who goes to that place from the creation realm will die. Even many powerful people in the original ancient world are extremely taboo about that place. Oh, right, Beast God once said that he would take his family to a larger world in the future. Could it be the primordial ancient world? Chu Jingyu suddenly remembered what he had said to himself. I don't know. Beast God is too mysterious. I can't figure it out. Chu sighed. Yan Lingji followed Long Yuan into the heavenly palace. Why does this place feel familiar? She looked at the vast heavenly palace with a frown on her face. Whether it is this huge palace or this inexplicable pressure, all of them made Yan Lingji feel familiar. Think carefully and see if you can remember where you've seen it before. Long Yuan asked. I can't remember. But it feels so familiar. Yan Lingji shook her head. She was wearing a red dress embroidered with flames. Flames would occasionally jump on the pointed ears. Then how did you and Chu Yan meet? Long Yuan asked. He said he found me from the inner space of the divine weapon in his hand. Yan Lingji replied. As expected. Long Yuan nodded secretly. She should be talking about the Hungmen level divine weapon Gigzu Divine Fire Monument. Only the divine weapon can bring her out of the distorted time and space. Otherwise, with her cultivation level at the creation realm, it would be impossible for her to leave there alive. At this time, Long Yuan took out the original Azure Lotus. Said to Yan Lingji, "Sit in. This Azure Lotus contains primordial energy that can allow your child to be born." "Thank you, Beast God." Looking at Yan Lingji sitting cross-legged in the Azure Lotus, Long Yuan nodded. The baby in her belly may have an extraordinary physique in the future. The original Azure Lotus can provide more than just the original energy. For those creatures that have not yet been born, it can also improve their physical fitness, just like Nihuang, who originally had only the bloodline of the initial phoenix, but was eventually upgraded to the original initial phoenix bloodline and reached the unrivaled level. I just wonder if Yan Lingji's child can also reach this level? Hey? This egg seems to be starting to react. Long Yuan suddenly noticed that the red dead egg that had been kept in the original Azure Lotus seemed to be moving inside. My drop of dragon blood has also begun to be absorbed by it. I wonder what will hatch in the future. Long Yuan was somewhat looking forward to it. Born from the original Azure Lotus, and absorbed his own dragon blood. Once this thing is hatched, its future will surely be extraordinary. Then Long Yuan went to the 9th layer space world. He thought about the stone pillar again. Because the inheritance in this stone pillar is too powerful and can produce strong people in batches, Long Yuan cares a lot about it. When we came to the stone pillar, his spiritual sense spreads. This time we finally got inside the stone pillar and made a discovery. The area covered by his spiritual sense was no longer in chaos. What appeared before his eyes was a lifelike golden dragon and more than 100 golden phoenixes, which coiled together and displayed various things. Exercise, Dragon and Phoenix Reversal of Yin and Yang 108 Styles. Grade, Half-Step Eternal Grade. Note, the unrivaled and supreme technique derived from the fusion of the supreme creatures of the original ancient world, the dragon and the phoenix, and the way of heaven. When you see the information that appears on the system. Long Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Eyelids twitching. Good guy. What a great guy. This is the true inheritance. The stone pillar outside is just a facade to cover up the inheritance. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. This is actually a half-step eternal level technique. This is incredible. No wonder the inheritance here is so difficult to obtain. What kind of shit luck did Chulong have? If you don't have the opportunity, you probably won't be able to comprehend this technique even if it's right in front of you. And Chulong had actually realized it a long time ago. Why? Is it because he's lustful? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 254, The Supreme Body Beyond the Supreme Body. Long Yuan really couldn't guess. What is Chulong's unique talent? I actually got such a heaven-defying opportunity. However, this technique is the same as the Buddha's art of life and death. Both were born from the fusion of the strongest person in the original ancient world and the heavenly Dao. But this technique was lost outside the heavenly tomb. Suddenly Long Yuan's eyes lit up. So it seems that some of the heavenly tombs have half-step eternal level techniques. Now he has explored 2 celestial tombs. There is nothing in Yan Lingji's heavenly tomb. Even if there was one, it was probably brought out by her. The power of the technique that Chu Yan practiced was extraordinary. It is said that as long as you can collect enough heavenly fire, it can be fused into a supreme forbidden flame. There is also the Hungmen level divine weapon Gigzu Divine Fire Steel, which are all treasures from the heavenly tomb. Long Yuan was shocked. It seems that this world is really a huge treasure trove. Maybe every celestial tomb will give birth to such a heaven-defying skill. If we can get them all, who can compare to the Chu family's foundation? Long Yuan felt more and more that, before leaving the heavens, It is necessary to conduct a carpet search and plunder all those tombs, leaving no trace. Those Jedi are very strange. My current level of cultivation is not enough to detect them with spiritual sense. I can only search everywhere. Then Long Yuan found Chu Jingyu. Let him send men to keep an eye on those places. Just find it, don't enter. With your level of cultivation, encountering that distorted space and time will mean death. Long Yuan warned. Don't talk about them. Even Long Yuan himself still doesn't dare to force his way into that kind of place. Yes, I will issue the task right away. Also, don't limit yourself to the human world. You can also explore the God world, demon world, hell, and even other small worlds. Yes, I understand. Chu Jingyu began to make arrangements. Not only the family, but also the Chu dynasty. After all, this is a task assigned by Beast God, and all members of the Chu family need to participate. As soon as Chu Huangtian got the news, he immediately offered a huge reward. Although the Chu dynasty has not been rooted in the human world for long, but with the Chu family as a backing, the development speed is also very fast. If we only talk about the number of martial artists, the Chu dynasty definitely has more than the Chu family. And Long Yuan himself also walked around every corner looking for the location of the heavenly tomb. A few years later, Long Yuan's eyebrows suddenly raised. The figure instantly disappeared from where it was and appeared next to the original Azure Lotus in Heavenly Palace. Yan Lingji, who had been wrapped in the Azure Lotus, finally moved. Beast God, I feel like I'm about to give birth. Yan Lingji said to Long Yuan with a red face. I know. He informed Chu Yan, who was in seclusion. Then he waved his hand. Yan Lingji appeared in her room. After all, Long Yuan doesn't know how to deliver babies. Not long after, the child was born. But the strange thing is that there was no thunder tribulation in the sky. Not a supreme physique. It shouldn't be like this. Long Yuan frowned. This child has the powerful bloodline of Yan Lingji. It should be an existence comparable to the supreme physique. And it also experienced the gestation of the original Azure Lotus, so how could no visions be born? As he was thinking, suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. But unlike Long Yuan's expectation, this time it wasn't a thunder tribulation of destruction, but it seemed like heaven and earth were congratulating each other. I saw above the sky. The colorful rays of light filled the air. It was overwhelming, covering the entire sky. Everyone looked up to the sky in confusion. What happened? This phenomenon has never occurred in the heavens. Even if a creation-level divine weapon was born, at most the heaven and earth would shake violently, and there would not be such a horrifying phenomenon. Could it be that some amazing treasure has been born? Go check immediately to see where the source of the vision lies. The strongest ones were all anxious. They sent out powerful men to investigate. This vision is too great. Let everyone pay attention. As the glow of the sunset grew more intense, a series of blurry figures appeared in the middle. They were the shadows of all spirits. There were auspicious dragons and phoenixes, roaring unicorns, the black tortoise perched in the sky, all living beings kneeling in worship, and even some phantoms of creatures that Long Yuan had never recognized appeared. They all emerged in the sunset glow. It seemed as if it was looking at the place where the Chu family was, celebrating his birth. With such a huge and magnificent scene of heaven and earth congratulating each other, what kind of physique does that little guy have? Long Yuan instantly appeared outside the room where Yan Lingji was. If it's not thunder tribulation, then it's not unrivaled level. So what other physical conditions would cause such strange phenomena? Not long after, Chu Long appeared in front of Long Yuan holding a pink and tender child. This child's ears are the same as Yan Lingji's. They all have elf ears. What is this? After taking a look, Long Yuan noticed that the child seemed to be holding something in his hand. I don't know, it seems to be innate. Chu Yan said. He hurriedly took the child out without even having time to check. Long Yuan opens the other party's attribute panel. Monk, Nun. Constitution, Yandi Supreme Body, Supreme Level, Not Awakened. Bloodline, Elf Bloodline, Unrivaled Level. Companion Divine Weapon, Chaos Yin Yang Divine Fire Wheel. Realm Cultivation, None. Physical Cultivation, None. Identity, Chu family member. Companion Divine Weapon, this is actually his companion divine weapon. Long Yuan was surprised. This is the first time this has happened. How strange. Companion divine weapon? Does that mean he has a divine weapon that he was born with? Chu Yan was surprised. Is there such a weird thing happening? That's right. Long Yuan nodded. But when I saw his physique, I was immediately surprised. Supreme level? What kind of physique is this? Long Yuan has never heard of any supreme level physique. Isn't the highest level unrivaled level? He frowned. In a flash, the void in front of him split open, and Chu Chu's figure fell down. What's wrong? What happened? Chu Chu was shocked. Do you know about supreme level physique? Not yet standing firm. Long Yuan's voice came to my ear. Supreme level physique? Who? This little guy. Chu Chu was shocked at first. Then he looked at the child in Chu Long's arms in disbelief. Tell me, what exactly is a supreme level physique? Long Yuan asked again. Reporting to Beast God, the supreme level physique is a heaven-defying physique that can only be born in the primordial ancient world. Its status is the same as the unrivaled level physique in our world. Even in that world, it is a forbidden physique that is not allowed to be born. As far as I know, even in the primordial ancient world, there have only been a few supreme level physiques since ancient times. The one that impressed me the most was an unparalleled dragon phoenix. He is a dragon race, but by chance he merged with the blood of the Phoenix clan, creating a rare dragon phoenix supreme body. But since he integrated the heavenly Dao. At this point, Chu Chu suddenly stopped. His eyes suddenly became round and looked towards the room where Yan Lingji was. Yan Lingji? Yan Lingji. I was wondering why this name sounds so familiar. Shit, it's her? How is this possible? Wasn't she killed after merging with the heavenly Dao? How is she still alive? Chapter 255, Instructing Disciples. Chu Chu roared madly in his heart. Speaking of the peerless dragon and phoenix that merged with the way of heaven, he immediately thought of Yan Lingji. I thought this name was familiar, but I couldn't remember where I had heard it. I finally remembered it now. He was an invincible strongman who once merged with the heavenly Dao and dominated the original ancient world. But why are you still alive? As long as those people completely merge with the way of heaven, they will be killed by the powerful people from all races in the original ancient world. It should have fallen. And now he actually appears here alive? Weird, really weird. Chu Chu thought to himself. What secrets does this heavenly world hide? Why did the person who was once buried come back to life? What? Is there something wrong? Chu Yan asked doubtfully. No, no. Chu Chu shook his head and continued, in short, the supreme level physique is a heaven-defying physique that surpasses the unrivaled level. Even in the original ancient world, this is the strongest level of physique. But then he became confused. How did a supreme level physique come into being in heavenly world, where even the supreme level physique is difficult to give birth to? However, Long Yuan speculated that it might be related to the birth of the original Azure Lotus. Maybe this child has an unrivaled level physique. Bred by the original Azure Lotus, the physical fitness level has reached a new level. Beast God, please accept this child as your disciple. Chu Yan said while holding the child. That's exactly what I meant. How can such talent be wasted? Not only does he have a supreme physique, there is also unrivaled level elf bloodline. His future is limitless. Later, Long Yuan named the child Chu Xiaotian. I am usually busy with cultivation, so you must train him well. When the time is right, I will personally teach him the divine ability. Long Yuan said to Chu Yan. Anyway, it's impossible for me to take care of the child. But he felt that he should often spur this little guy on. We can't let him become as arrogant as Chu Absolute Beginning was in the past. As I was thinking this, Chu Absolute Beginning flew over from the direction of the Refining Heart Tower excitedly. Master, I finally passed the trial of the Heart Refining Tower. He shouted excitedly while flying. Although more than 100 years have passed. But Chu Absolute Beginning's cultivation was still at the imperishable realm. He was in no hurry to continue practicing. Instead, he refined the realms he had cultivated one by one. But it wasn't difficult for him. At best it just takes some time. What really stumped him was the trial in the mind refining tower. If your mind is not perfect, he could not pass the heart refining tower, and Chu Absolute Beginning was tortured in it. Because he had entered the heart refining tower more than once or twice. He was exhausted physically and mentally from every failure he had experienced before. The more times he entered the heart refining tower, the higher the difficulty level would become. There were even a few times when he was traumatized. Every time I come out, I have to recuperate in the Tower of Time for a long time before I can recover. But every time his mind was hurt, his state of mind would become more complete, and now he has finally completed the training in the Heart Refining Tower. Passed the Heart Refining Tower? Not bad. It means your state of mind is finally complete. Come on, follow me back to Heavenly Palace, I'll teach you some divine abilities. It so happens that things here have ended. Long Yuan took Chu Absolute Beginning back to Heavenly Palace. Looking at his solid realm, Long Yuan nodded, not bad this time, I have finally cultivated all the empty realms to a very solid level. But your combat power has not yet been fully developed. Ah? It hasn't been fully developed yet? But every level of the disciples have developed the Absolute Beginning Dragon Phoenix body to the extreme. Absolute Beginning Chu was surprised and asked. If he had not developed his physique to the extreme before, Thuxin. But now he firmly refused to believe it. Your physique has indeed been developed very well. But you forgot that you have your mother's blood in your body. Long Yuan is just an explanation. Absolute Beginning Chu understood instantly. Beast God is talking about true dragon bloodline. That's right, you have half of your mother's blood in your body. If you can continue to condense it, you are fully qualified to undergo dragon transformation. Your mother once absorbed a drop of my dragon blood, which made her bloodline stronger than other dragon races. So even if the true dragon bloodline in your body is not pure now, it can be comparable to divine level bloodline. If we continue to develop it in the future, we may be able to reach the unrivaled level. Just imagine, if you had unrivaled level physique and bloodline combined, how strong would you be at the same level? Absolute Beginning's eyes gradually blossomed with dazzling light. How could I have neglected such an important foundation and failed to develop it? Then I will go back now and continue to develop my blood. Chu Absolute Beginning stood up and prepared to leave. Slowly, the blood in the body can be developed slowly. Today I will teach you some supreme divine abilities. Long Yuan looked at the unrivaled level divine abilities awarded by the system. Absolute Beginning said to Chu, today I will teach you the two supreme divine abilities, Ancestral Dragon Fist and World in Palm. When you can perform dragon transformation in the future, I will teach you two extremely powerful dragon race divine abilities. Chu Absolute Beginning was able to stay in one realm for more than 100 years in order to hone himself. It is enough to show that he is a very patient person. You know, the Chu family's more than 100 years is not like other families. How many times can one enter the Tower of Time in more than 100 years? Therefore, Long Yuan planned to teach him all the 9 generations of Divine Dragon Jade and 9 transformations of the first dragon in the future. One can imagine how terrifying his combat power will be by then. Long Yuan pointed at the center of True Absolute Beginning's eyebrows. The supreme mysteries of the two supreme divine abilities, Ancestral Dragon Fist and World in the Palm, transformed into two streams of light and sank into his brows. Disciple thanks Master. Unrivaled level divine ability. Their Chu family does not have this level of divine ability yet. How much does this add to your combat power? Go back and practice hard. I will consider you in the future. Yes, I will never disgrace you. Chu Absolute Beginning responded with a promise. He hurriedly left Heavenly Palace and went back to comprehend the divine ability and condense his bloodline. The Chu family can now develop on its own. He doesn't need to worry too much. Long Yuan started to live a worse life. He originally wanted to continue looking for clues to the heavenly tomb, but the red giant egg in the original Azure Lotus finally found something. It seems that it will break out of its shell in the future. So Long Yuan did not go out. Stay in the heavenly palace and fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, many powerful people in the God realm were speechless. The source of the strange phenomena in heaven and earth that were previously explored actually came from the human world. That place. Hey, even if there is a treasure that comes out, it won't be our turn. Many strong people feel helpless. The human world is a forbidden place for them. The same is true for the original demon. What on earth happened in the human world? Why can't I even see through it? The end of the divine world. The demon's eyes were dim. Something in the human world seemed to be blocking his view. This has never happened before. Is it because of the birth of that treasure? It's a pity that the Chu family's beast god is in charge of the human world, otherwise I would definitely go and find out what's going on. Thinking of this, Shimo began to feel unhappy again. His hatred for Long Yuan also increased a bit again. And the divine witch, you just wait for me. When I recover from my injuries, that will be the day you die. Chapter 256 Chaos 9 Nether Dragon Mastiff. Even if the plate leaves behind means, there shouldn't be too much left. And if you want to escape, the brand of the plate can do nothing to me. Last time I was simply careless and didn't dodge, which led to me getting seriously injured by the opponent. As long as I use a little trick, I can trick Pan into revealing his brand. I don't believe how many times they can use it. Haha. The first demon sneered. Then I began to sense the 6 paths of reincarnation of the divine weapon. With this divine weapon in hand, his strength can be increased a bit. Ah! As a result, spiritual sense has just spread to the gates of hell. He was attacked by an invisible force. The spiritual sense of the first demon was immediately damaged. His face turned pale in an instant and he couldn't help but scream. After a long time, the demon gradually recovered and asked in shock, "What happened in hell? Why was my spiritual sense severely damaged? This has never happened before. The only one in the universe who can seriously injure me is probably the Chu family's beast god, right? You actually reached your hands into hell and set up a barrier there. You really are nosy." The demon gnashed his teeth. It seems that I can't get the divine weapon of the 6 paths of reincarnation by myself. Such a powerful helper was lost in vain. This made the demon very angry. I greeted Long Yuan hundreds of times in my heart. Whoosh! Just then, an attack suddenly came from behind the demon. Crack, crack, crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound. The giant egg that had been nurtured by the original Azure Lotus finally responded. Long Yuan, who was sleeping soundly in the sky above Heavenly Palace, was finally awakened. Is it finally coming after all these years of waiting? As the dome shattered, a furry head with black and red hair poked out. Woof! The sound of a dog barking made Long Yuan stunned. I have waited for so long. It was cultivated with dragon blood and cost so much, but what hatched out was a dog. No? This isn't an ordinary dog? This is a mastiff. Long Yuan noticed the thick dark red hair on the other person's body, and that its appearance was somewhat similar to the Tibetan Mastiff he had seen in his previous life. But there were 2 black dragon horns growing on the other party's head. Is this a dragon mastiff? Monster cultivator? None. Race, Chaos 9 Nether Dragon Mastiff, a fierce beast born from the fusion of the blood of the Chaos Myriad Worlds Dragon and the Forbidden Beast 9 Nether Mastiff of the original ancient world. Realm Cultivation, Demon God Perfection. Physical Cultivation, Demon God Perfection. See the introduction of the system. Long Yuan's eyes lit up. Being called a ferocious beast by the system, this bloodline must be quite terrifying. If the original Ice Fire Profound Heaven Dragon was equivalent to the top divine level bloodline, the 5 elements Extreme Dragon that follows is equivalent to the unrivaled level bloodline. After that, there are Yin Yang Dragon, Cosmic Sky Dragon. No matter how you look at it, your current Chaos Myriad Worlds Dragon bloodline has already surpassed the top supreme level in the primordial ancient world. Can fuse their own blood into one. The bloodline of this Chaos 9 Nether Dragon Mastiff is definitely beyond the supreme level, right? Long Yuan looked out of Heavenly Palace. But no Thunder Tribulation vision was seen. At this moment, the Dragon Mastiff was holding its eggshell and gnawing on it. Until the whole eggshell is swallowed into the stomach. He came to Long Yuan with his head shaking, rubbed his big head against Long Yuan's dragon claws, and said in a baby voice, "My son greets his father." As expected, it is the same as Naihuang. These creatures born from the original Azure Lotus all recognize themselves as their relatives. It seems that I can no longer use the original Azure Lotus to breed living beings casually, otherwise I might have too many children in the future. And because it absorbed and fused with his own dragon blood. Just call yourself father. Once again, there was a baby for no apparent reason. Very good, my efforts have paid off. Long Yuan looked at Long Ao and nodded, saying, "From now on, you can be called Long Ao. It just happens to be the same last name as mine." "Yes, father." The dragon mastiff nodded. Then he just lay down next to Long Yuan's dragon claw. "You were born as a perfect demon god. Don't practice for a while. Get familiar with your own power," Long Yuan said. It was the same with Naihuang at the beginning. He was also a demon god when he was born. After that, I didn't practice for a long time, and I was always trying to get familiar with controlling my own power. "Yes, father." Dragon Mastiff nodded and replied. Looking at the little guy who was just born lying next to his dragon claws, Long Yuan didn't feel like going out for the time being. "I might as well just continue to play badly in Heavenly Palace. I'm too lazy to practice anyway." A few days later, the Dragon Mastiff finally digested the energy of the eggshell. Also started to become active. He maintains his identity. He ran and tumbled back and forth in the Heavenly Palace, occasionally practicing his boxing skills to familiarize himself with his own strength. He's very powerful, even more terrifying than Absolute Beginning and Naihuang. I wonder if Chu Xiaotian can match them after he grows up. If this grows up, he will be an unrivaled warrior in the future. "Father, how about you suppress your cultivation to the demon god realm and practice with me?" Long Ao felt that practicing alone was really boring. "It would be nice if I could fight with others." "Want to fight me?" "Sure." Long Yuan smiled. "It seems like I haven't fought anyone for a long time. There is no one in the universe who can rival me." If he had not been waiting for the Chu family to grow and searching for treasures in the heavenly tomb, he would have already gone to the original ancient world. Hearing that Long Ao wanted to compete with him, he started to get itchy. Directly suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of demon god. "Father, this is unfair. I am a perfect demon god. You are fighting me with your initial stage demon god cultivation. Isn't this looking down on me?" Dragon Mastiff muttered. "Ha ha ha, you've only been born for a few days, but you have a strong sense of self-esteem." Long Yuan smiled. "Okay, then as you wish, I will fight you at the level of the perfect demon god. He once again suppressed his cultivation to the level of demon god perfection. Father, be careful, I'm about to take action. Whoosh! The dragon mastiff turned into a stream of light and attacked Long Yuan. But it was easily discovered by Long Yuan. With a thud, the dragon mastiff's claws collided with Long Yuan's claws. Ah! The former screamed and flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground. How about it? Long Yuan asked with a smile. How can father be so strong? I don't believe it. Hold head high. A dragon roar came out of the dragon mastiff's mouth. Rushed towards Long Yuan again. Ding ding dong. His figure kept moving, attacking Long Yuan continuously. However, they were blocked one after another by the latter's four claws and the dragon's tail, and the collisions between them produced dazzling sparks. Too slow, too slow. The power is too weak, it can't even break mine. Or I should just use the cultivation of the initial stage of demon god. As Long Yuan finished speaking, the dragon mastiff growled, No, I can definitely break your defense. His attacks became more terrifying. The speed is faster. His figure is completely invisible to the mortal eye. All you can see is sparks bursting out from Long Yuan's four claws and tail. After a long time, Long Mao lay exhausted at Long Yuan's feet, breathing heavily. Why? I'm such a strong man, how come there are people stronger than me? Long Ao asked in confusion. Chapter 257 Yan Lingji's dividends are all eaten up. There is always someone better than you, there is no such thing as the strongest, there is only stronger. So you must never take your enemies lightly in the future. A lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. If you are not careful, you may die at the hands of the rabbit. Then no one can save you. Do you understand? Long Yuan said seriously. Yes, father, I understand. Dragon Mastiff nodded seriously. After a while, Long Yuan constantly accompanied Long Ao in battle to train his fighting power. With such a strong sparring partner, the combat capability of the Dragon Mastiff is also increasing rapidly. A few months later, a martial artist from the Chu dynasty discovered a place where time and space were distorted in a small world. Long Yuan went to explore. In addition to Heavenly Palace, this time, no skills were found. But they found a half-step eternal level supreme divine weapon. So it means that not only will it produce a technique, but it will also produce a divine weapon? Or other treasures? Long Yuan looked at the black halberd in his hand. Heaven-swallowing God-fiend halberd. This divine weapon can devour all attacks from the opponent and convert them into its own strength, multiplying it and counter-attacking. Nice divine weapon for attacking. Long Yuan is waved in the hand, making a whistling sound of wind. But then he felt something strange. The other celestial tombs he had explored had produced half-step eternal treasures. Why is the Gigzu divine fire stillborn in Yan Lingji's heavenly tomb at the Hongmeng level? The Hongmeng level is obviously lower than the half-step eternal level. Put away the God-fiend halberd and heavenly palace. Long Yuan left here. The barrier just left the distorted time and space. The system voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the current mission and training the Guardian family to become a heaven-level family. Task rewards: 800,000 years of realm cultivation, 800,000 years of physical cultivation, 1 return of bloodline, Dao breaking realm technique absolute beginning Tian Long Ju, creation realm technique Pan Tian creation Ju, 50 physique enhancement pills, 50 martial soul enhancement pills, 1 universe origin, supreme physique Zhu Tian Ti origin, primordial divine weapon dream mirage. Every time I enter the distorted space and time, the system will give me a prompt. This feeling is really good. I just don't know how many years have passed this time. Long Yuan's spiritual sense permeates. After a moment, he suddenly realized, no wonder the Chu family was able to upgrade to a heaven-level family so quickly. It turns out that more than 100 years have passed since I entered the heaven tomb. It was about the same time as the last time I was in hell. However, he felt that not much time had passed in the heavenly tomb. And every 100 years that pass, the Chu family will undergo earth-shaking changes. Congratulations to the host for completing the current task and training a powerful person in the creation realm for the Guardian family. Mission rewards: 1 million years of realm cultivation, 1 million years of physical cultivation, 50 physical fitness enhancement pills, 50 martial spirit enhancement pills, 5 enlightenment pills, 10 mirror breaking pills, 3 supreme physical fitness enhancement pills, and the creation level body refining technique cosmic star Ju. The system voice sounded again. It's over. It will be hard to complete tasks like this in a row in the future. Long Yuan sighed. However, Yan Lingji did make a lot of contributions to Long Yuan's completion of the system tasks. Many of the tasks that were completed consecutively were the result of her cultivation in the creation realm. But from now on, the Chu family will need to practice step by step. Long Yuan didn't plan to keep the creation level technique. The higher the level of the skill, although it is more difficult to comprehend, but the speed of cultivation is also faster. Therefore, he did not intend to wait until someone in the Chu family reached the opening heaven realm before giving the creation level technique to the other person. Of course, Long Yuan did not plan to let them practice the half-step eternal level skill Buddha life and death secret for the time being. This technique is too profound. It's not something they can touch now. Wait until we reach the original ancient world and then let them practice. But this time, 3 supreme physique enhancing pills appeared? It seems to be just as he expected. In the future, the Chu family may really face a terrifying scene where people with supreme physiques are everywhere. I don't know how much Xiao Tian and Long Mao have grown. Long Yuan returned to Heavenly Palace. Dragon Mastiff is not here. He must have gone out for training. Spiritual sense scanned and found that Chu Xiaotian was not in the family either. As a result, just as I was about to regress, Chu Jingyu sent more news that Demon World had discovered 2 more distorted places of time and space. Although there has been no large-scale attack on Demon World yet, but many warmongers have already entered the Demon World alone. Those 2 places of distorted time and space were discovered by those people. It's really true that if they don't come, it's fine. But if they come, they all come. In that case, I'll take it all. Long Yuan suppressed his desire to return to his roots. Entered into the demon world. At this moment, outside of a distorted space and time in demon world, a dozen demon races are besieging a figure. They want to force him into distorted time and space, where he will have no chance of survival. Come on, you bunch of devil cubs, does your grandpa Chu fear you? A loud shout was heard. Then he waved his fists. A series of magnificent and majestic fist lights burst out from the center. Fighting with those powerful demon race masters in the domination realm. Chu Zhan, in view of your extraordinary combat power, I, demon race, will give you a chance to accept the infusion of demonic energy and become a member of my demon race. A member of the heavenly demon tribe who was besieging Chu Zhan shouted. This person is really quite scary. I pushed all the way here. In their demon race, even the descendants of the former demon lords are no match for them in the same realm. So they, the demon race, want to bring it closer to their clan. Joining your demon race? Ha ha ha, bullshit, your demon race has already reached the end of its rope, and you still want me to join. Even if I die in battle, I will never go along with you evil demons. Chu Zhan laughed wildly. Now he has mastered all the 8 characters' divine fist techniques. Every punch thrown. A huge fist of light shot out and hit the demon race strongman in front of him. With a bang. The demon race in front of him who was fighting with him had half of his body exploded, forcing his opponent to leave the battlefield, otherwise he would die. But Chu Zhan was also attacked by demon race behind him. A punch to the vest. But fortunately, as a body refining martial artist. His body is extremely strong. Although he felt the blood surging in his body after being punched by the demon race strongman, he still suppressed it. Humph, demon race, have found a way out. Even if I lose today, I will be able to make a comeback someday. That will be the time when your Chu family will be destroyed. Zhan Tianchuo of the Heavenly Demon Clan said in a deep voice while waving the 6 fists. Haha, destroy my Chu family? Have you asked my beast god? What? Have you forgotten the scenes of your demon lord's fall? Do you want me to help you recall the past? Chu Zhan became more and more crazy. The body keeps moving. The 2 fists left countless afterimages, as if countless fists were constantly attacking. Especially the Heavenly Demon Clan warriors in front of him were extremely powerful. Chu Zhan took it very seriously. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared in the void behind Chu Zhan. The infinite-level divine weapon in his hand instantly pierced into Chu Zhan's back. Void Demon Race. Chu Zhan looked at the one-armed demon race who suddenly appeared not far away. Suddenly a mouthful of blood spurted out. Chapter 258 Crazy Chu Zhan. He kept guarding his back. However, the void demon race's control over space was too strong and it was impossible to defend against it, and he was eventually defeated. Humph, I had one of my arms cut off by that 6th brother of your Chu family. Let me take my revenge on you today. The void demon race who appeared not far away said coldly. He once fought with Chu Mo of the Chu family. As a result, one of my arms was cut off by that despicable guy. Today is the time to pay back. Remember, I'm going to cut off one of your arms today. The void demon race strongman looked at Chu Zhan and said in a deep voice. And at the moment when the latter was injured, Zhan Tianchuo in front of him burst out with unprecedented strength. The monstrous demonic and evil energy rushed straight into the sky. If you don't want to be one of us, then go die. His 6 arms waved, leaving behind many afterimages. Boom boom boom. He punched Chu Zhan in the chest several times in succession. Blood immediately spurted out of his mouth. Even though Chu Zhan's body was extremely strong, it was now covered with cracks. At the same time, a dozen or so demon races in the surrounding domination realm launched a fierce attack at the same time. This human martial artist, whose hands are stained with the blood of their demon race, must be killed here. Attack after attack fell on Chu Zhan. There were hideous wounds all over his body. Blood flowed out from it, staining the whole body red. Want to kill me? You are not qualified enough. Chu Zhan gritted his teeth. Blood dripped from his mouth and his eyes glared like a ferocious beast. A dazzling red light suddenly burst out from his body, like a burning hot flame, and a monstrous and inextinguishable fighting spirit burst out. It made the surrounding demon races tremble with fear. Is this a fighting spirit? Looking at the red light bursting out from the other party, Zhan Tianchuo's men suddenly stopped moving and exclaimed in surprise. Is there another battle maniac with a desire to fight in the Chu family? Kill him. We must exhaust him here today and never let him return to the human world. Zhan Tianchuo roared ferociously. The opponent's combat power itself is already terrifying. Now it's even stronger. Kill. A dozen or so dominant realm demon races around them roared and rushed towards Chu Zhan frantically. Even if they blow themselves up today, take the other person away too. However, Chu Zhan's eyes glared like a furious King Kong. No regard for other people. He went straight to kill Zhan Tianchuo in front of him. Because among this group of demon race, the opponent has the strongest combat power and poses the greatest threat. And Chu Zhan knew very well. I was badly injured. You must kill the opponent before you die. With a whoosh, Chu Zhan used his body skills to appear in front of the opponent in an instant, and his sandbag-sized fist burst into infinite divine light and slammed towards the opponent's head. It's just the last gasp of a spent force. Zhan Tianchuo snorted coldly. But he did not confront him head-on and dodged him instantly. In desperation, Chu Zhan could only grit his teeth and kill the other demon races. Seeing that the opponent shifted his target to other demon races, Zhan Tianchuo attacked from behind again. "I'm waiting for you!" A loud shout. Chu Zhan turned around suddenly. Enduring physical attacks from other demon races, he suddenly punched Zhan Tianchuo in front of him. "What?" The latter was shocked. "It turns out that the other party was deliberately luring me closer?" At this moment, Chu Zhan was filled with terrifying fighting spirit. The attack power has increased a lot compared to before. In just a moment, Zhan Tianchuo's 3 heads were instantly blown up. "Go to hell!" Chu Zhan spurted blood from his mouth. "While enduring fierce attacks from other demon races, you must completely slay the heavenly demon race in front of you. How dare you? How can I kill anyone I want when I fight against the heavenly demon tribe?" Critical moment. There came a roar of anger. A tall figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. That person is also a warrior of heavenly demon tribe. And he is a powerful person in the infinite realm. Chu Zhan's heart trembled. He immediately directed all his attacks without reservation at Zhan Tianchuo, the person he wanted to kill. "How dare you? I came here in person and you dared to commit murder." Zhan Tiankai of Wuliang realm was furious. "I thought I had come. This human will stop. I never thought that the opponent's attack would become even more fierce." Just this moment, Zhan Tianchuo was actually completely defeated by the opponent. His body turned into a ball of blood mist, leaving only his soul screaming in fear. "Court death!" Zhan Tiankai shouted angrily. The vast magic power in the body exploded. He slapped him with his palm. However, even in this situation, Chu Zhan was still extremely crazy. He kept waving his fists at Zhan Tianchuo's spirit. He wants to attack before the enemy attacks. Completely kill the heavenly demon in front of him. Bang! The opponent's soul exploded. But Zhan Tiankai's attack also came in front of him. Chu Zhan was not afraid. Looking at the ferocious and angry eyes of the demon race Wuliang Jing strongman, he grinned. With a bang, his body exploded. The soul also lost consciousness and fell into complete darkness. "Hey, what a crazy guy who doesn't care about his life!" Vaguely, a whisper came into Chu Zhan's ears. The battlefield fell into silence. All the demon race warriors present were unable to move, including Zhan Tiankai from the infinite realm. At this moment his eyeballs trembled violently. "My heart is filled with terror." He knows. There must be some extremely powerful person coming from the human world, and only a person from the opening heaven realm can make him powerless to resist. At this time, a handsome figure in white suddenly appeared on the battlefield. He waved his hand. He collected Chu Zhan's torn body. At this moment, the other party has completely fallen into a coma. Almost fell. "Really? This is too crazy. I may be warlike, but I don't think you can do it in such a mindless way." Long Yuan sighed. Chu Zhan was too isolated and deep in the enemy's territory. He actually came here alone. "Master Demon, help me." Feeling the terror of the person in front of me, Zhan Tiankai could only ask for help from the demon lord of their heavenly demon clan, because there was no way the strong men in the human world would let him go. In the past, many demon lords perished in the human world. But their demon world has a deep foundation after all. There are still some antiques that have not yet been born. As his cry for help rang out, a terrifying aura that overwhelmed the entire demon world suddenly erupted. The overwhelming demonic energy and evil spirit surged out. Just for a moment, an old man from the heavenly demon tribe appeared on the battlefield. "How dare you come here alone? Do you really think there is no one in my demon world?" That man frowned coldly. 6 eyes stared at Long Yuan. The aura around him was surging, with demonic energy and evil spirits lingering everywhere, and the aura of opening heaven was released without reservation. It's actually the invincible ancestor. Zhang Tiankai was shocked. This one is the invincible warrior. He is one of the oldest ancestors of the heavenly demon clan. The strength is extremely strong. He is a perfect and powerful person in the opening heaven realm. It has not appeared for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Has it reappeared now because of the disaster that happened to the demon world? Zhang Tiankai was overjoyed. With this ancestor's help, no matter what kind of monsters the other party is, they will have only one way to go today. The horrified look towards Long Yuan also changed. It was like looking at a dead body. Chapter 259. It's easy for this demon lord to kill you. If it weren't for the fact that the body still couldn't move. At this moment, Zhang Tiankai would definitely look up at Long Yuan from a 45-degree angle. But Long Yuan just stared at the distorted time and space. Without even looking at the other party, he asked, "Is there anyone else in your demon world?" If that were true, it wouldn't have fallen to such a level, right? Humph, if it weren't for that BD beast god of the Chu family blocking our progress, we would have already not only broken through the human world, but also entered the divine world and fought against those guys. Zhang Tianwudi looked at Long Yuan and snorted coldly. The human world really exists because of that person. Otherwise, it would have disappeared long ago. How did it develop to this extent? After all, you guys in demon world have no one. If you had a strong man as powerful as the other party, you wouldn't have fallen to this point. Long Yuan said calmly. Zhang Tianwudi gnashed his teeth. The same strong man? Is that the realm of creation? In this world, apart from the Chu family's beast god, the only creation realm is their demon race ancestor. But so what? Their demon race ancestors were not the same as those who were killed by the other side and fled in disgrace. Don't even dare to go back to demon world? Yes, we in demon world do not have a strong person like the Chu family's beast god, but it is easy for this demon lord to kill you. Zhang Tianwudi shouted loudly. A hand suddenly grabbed towards Long Yuan. He wanted to capture this human alive. Swallowed his flesh and blood and absorbed his cultivation. The ancestor is mighty and domineering. Such a strong move. Zhang Tiankai couldn't help but roar in excitement. However, when all the demon races around were excited, just as the other party's palm was about to approach Long Yuan, Zhang Tianwudi's palm, which was wrapped in demonic energy, began to crack inch by inch, and then both the flesh and bones began to turn into blood and disappear. What? Zhang Tianwudi was shocked. He didn't even feel how the other party attacked. This horrifying scene startled him instantly. He quickly and decisively pulled the arm back. Energy bursts in the body. They gathered on that arm, trying to stop the blood from spreading. But the dissipating momentum did not stop at all, and continued to dissipate upwards along his arms. Zhang Tianwudi was horrified. Immediately put his fingers together like knives. He cut off his arm in an instant. Call. Zhang Tianwudi took a deep breath. In just this short period of time, even this veteran warrior who had reached the perfection of the opening heaven realm felt a strong sense of palpitations. Who are you? He looked up at the young man who was already standing at the edge of the dangerous place. Only then did he look at the other person seriously. When seeing the dragon horn on Long Yuan's forehead, Zhang Tianwudi then said in a deep voice, "Which strong man in dragon race are you? Is there such a powerful existence in dragon race?" But at this moment, the pain in my arm came again. Turning his head, Zhang Tianwudi was shocked. Suddenly his arm turned into bloodlight again and began to dissipate. How so? He looked a little frightened. Without any hesitation, he cut off another part of the arm. But it didn't work. He had no idea what kind of strange means the other party used. This thing seemed unstoppable. His body continued to dissipate and had now spread to his arms. The laughter of Zhang Tiankai and other demon races gradually stopped. Even a fool could see the weirdness. The invincible ancestor seems unable to stop that strange attack. How is this possible? The invincible ancestor is a powerful person who has reached the perfection of the opening heaven realm. Even in this universe, besides the first demon and the Chu family's beast god, is there anyone else who can render the ancestor powerless? Thinking of this, Zhang Tiankai's pupils suddenly contracted. He turned his head instantly and looked at the young man in white in disbelief. In the moment when his attention was diverted, Chu Zhan, who was almost killed by a slap from himself, stood up again with full vigor and vitality. Could he be the powerful person in the creation realm of the Chu family? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Then why wait for the strong to come to our demon world? But except for the Chu family's beast god who is in the creation realm, who else could inflict heavy damage on the ancestor who had reached the perfection of opening heaven realm silently? The Chu family beast god, you are the Chu family beast god! Zhang Tianwu screamed in fear. At this moment, half of his body had already begun to dissipate into blood. The few remaining eyes looked at the figure in white with fear, and their bodies staggered backwards. He never thought of it. How could I actually meet that person from the creation realm in the demon world? But Long Yuan still ignored them. These people are not in his eyes. He just looked at Chu Zhan and asked, "You are amazing. You actually came here alone. If I hadn't come here today, you would have died here." Chu Zhan chuckled and said, "When I was fighting with some demon races before, I heard them say that there is a distorted space and time here, so I came here to find out if it is true. I didn't expect to be blocked by some demon race on my way back." Chu Zhan touched the back of his head and said awkwardly. Just now he thought he was going to die. But for him, as a martial artist, being able to die on the battlefield might also be a good choice. Even if you are trying to gather information, you have to consider your own safety. Doesn't our clan have a divine body? It would be great if he could do this. Is Beast God talking about Chu Mo? I don't know where he ran to in the demon world. It's probably the same place that Beast God usually talks about. And that guy always comes and goes without a trace. No one knows where he is now. Besides, as long as it's a mission given by Beast God, we must complete it even if it means going through fire and water. Chu Zhan patted his chest and said confidently. Ah! No, what kind of damn evil magic is this? Why can't my soul escape? As the two were talking, Zhang Tianwudi's terrified cry was heard not far away. Chu Zhan turned his head and looked. But the last bit of the other party's head completely disappeared. There was not even the slightest trace of the other party left at the original location. So strong! Chu Zhan sighed. Beast God never made a move from beginning to end, and he didn't even look at the other party. It will completely turn into ashes. What kind of supernatural method is this? Zhang Tiankai and the other demon race were already stunned. A powerful person in the opening heaven realm died in front of them without any resistance? Practice hard, and you can do it in the future. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Long Yuan said to Chu Zhan. As he finished speaking, the bodies of all the demon races around exploded into a ball of blood mist and died on the spot. Chu Zhan was shocked. Is this the power of Beast God? I stand beside the Beast God. Without even noticing a trace of energy fluctuation, all the enemies were killed? It's really scary. The original Azure Lotus appeared under their feet. Long Yuan took Chu Zhan into the distorted time and space. The ninth heavenly Dao of the original ancient realm, the tomb of the immortal god. Chu Zhan looked at the words on the huge tombstone and read them slowly. The original ancient world? Heavenly Dao. What is this? I don't know. You will know when the time comes. Don't worry about it. To put it bluntly, it's just someone's tomb. Long Yuan explained. Chapter 260 Beast God actually robbed a tomb, third update. Tomb? So there are actually human tombs in this distorted space and time. Chu Zhan was surprised. He thought there would be some grotto heaven in here. The result is this? Okay, start digging. Long Yuan said to Chu Zhan. With free labor. Of course he couldn't do it himself. Dig a hole? Where to dig? Where else can we dig? Of course, we should dig into the tomb. Ah? Are we here to rob a tomb? Chu Zhan opened his mouth wide. The beast god is so powerful, he even robs tombs? What is tomb robbing? We call this archaeology. Hurry up and get started. There may be great opportunities and fortunes in this tomb. Chu Zhan doesn't know anything about archaeology. But when he heard that there was an opportunity, his eyes suddenly lit up. It can be imagined that what can be called a chance and fortune by the beast god must be your treasure. He immediately stuck his butt out and started digging a hole under the tombstone. Long Yuan sat leisurely aside and began to absorb the Dao-breaking realm technique absolute beginning Tian Long Ju rewarded by the system. Not long after. He then completely accepted the entire technique. Then he began to absorb the 1.8 million years of cultivation rewarded by the system. Of course, it also requires the support of 140 times the family level. This time my cultivation can definitely be elevated to a terrifying level. After all, the level of the technique has surpassed domestic demand. After so many thousands of years of cultivation, maybe you can directly surpass the Dao-breaking realm. This is also the reason why he is not in a hurry to go to the original ancient world. If you go early, my own cultivation is insufficient. How to protect the Chu family? He doesn't want the Chu family to go to the original ancient world and feel depressed and afraid to go out. Go back and ask Shu Chu what kind of cultivation is considered strong in the original ancient world. I don't know whether my current level of cultivation at the Dao-breaking realm can allow me to dominate the world. The tomb is deep. Chu Zhan dug non-stop for several months before he finally entered the tomb space. As before, there are no living creatures here. There is only a heavenly palace. And inside the heavenly palace there is a dark golden sphere suspended there. There are strange words engraved on it. It is not a doctrine. Even Long Yuan couldn't recognize it. A hazy dark golden light emanates from the sphere, giving people a feeling of eternity. Is this the great opportunity and great fortune? Chu Zhan looked at the ball in front of him. What is this? Could it be divine weapon? Long Yuan investigated. Suddenly I realized. This is not a divine weapon, but a martial arts inheritance, the same martial arts inheritance as the Dragon and Phoenix reversal of Yin and Yang 108 style. Give it a try and see if you have the chance to obtain the inheritance here. Inheritance? This isn't a divine weapon. Of course not, this is the same level as the inheritance Chu Long obtained in the Joyous Union sect. It's terrifying. If you can get it, the future will be enough to support you to reach the peak. A half-step eternal level technique. If he has the opportunity to comprehend, the future achievements are limitless. However, this is somewhat different from the Buddha's secret of life and death that appeared in the tomb of the heavenly monarch. As long as you comprehend the Buddha's secret of life and death, you can practice it. However, the inheritance here has certain conditions for the inheritor. Just like the Dragon and Phoenix reversal of Yin and Yang 108. The conditions for cultivation are very strict. It is certain that there is not only Chu Long in the entire Chu family who can practice. What? Same as Chu Long's inheritance. But I don't want to practice dual cultivation. Did I say it's a dual cultivation technique? I meant that the level of this technique is the same as the inheritance level that Chu Long comprehended. Oh, I see. Chu Zhan nodded. If it is a dual cultivation method like Chu Long's, then he would rather not practice. Chu Zhan touched the dark golden sphere with his hand, and his figure disappeared the next moment. Long Yuan's eyes lit up. There's hope. Can enter the space. It means that you will really obtain the inheritance. This guy's luck is really unbearable. That is a half-step eternal level technique. If he really gets it, there will definitely be a bright future ahead. Chu Zhan stayed there for a long time. When he came out, his face was full of excitement. What? Did you see a fairy? So happy. Long Yuan teased. Beast God, this is the body refining inheritance. It's a very powerful body refining inheritance. Chu Zhan shouted excitedly. This inheritance is really suitable for me. Don't cultivate realms and abilities, just cultivate your body. Practice to perfection. The physical body is undying and indestructible, almost eternal and immortal. Congratulations then. Long Yuan said with a smile. He hadn't expected it. This is actually the tradition of flesh refining. Beast God, this inheritance. Just keep the inheritance. This kind of inheritance is not something you can just pass on casually. Just like Chu Long, even if he teaches it to others, they won't be able to comprehend the mysteries of the technique, so you can just practice it on your own. Long Yuan said. Then he put away the dark golden ball. If we bring this item back to the Chu family, maybe someone will be able to inherit it. Go, get out. After taking away Heavenly Palace, Long Yuan took Chu Zhan away again. He then entered the other two great celestial tombs in the demon world. These are the two celestial tombs that Chu Jingyu had told him about before. The one discovered by Chu Zhan is not among them. 3 times in a row. It took hundreds of years. At this time, the human world has already begun a large-scale counterattack against the demon world. A shocking battle broke out between the two sides at the entrance to the two worlds. Because the Chu family has produced several opening heaven realm masters. Its power and strength are no less than that of the forbidden areas and the 3 major races of divine beasts. Although Demon World knew that he would lose. But I don't want to be defeated without any resistance. Even if you fail, you must also act like a hero. Not to mention, there are powerful demon race who have perfected the opening heaven realm and want to try to devour enough martial artists from the human world to see if they can break through the creation realm. The fighting between the two sides was extremely fierce. On the Chu family's side, Chu Long and his nearly 100 concubines joined forces to set up a battle formation and fought against the most powerful demon lord of the heavenly demon clan. Shen Baiao, Jiao Yueying, and others stood in different positions. The exercise is running. A huge golden phoenix wrapped them up, intertwined with the golden dragon formed by Chu Long. The dragon roars and the phoenix sings in the sky. Divine light illuminated the sky. A dragon and a phoenix were suspended in the air like 2 huge suns, fighting with the powerful warriors of the heavenly demon clan who had reached the opening heaven realm in front of them. The two sides fought each other, and terrifying energy exploded across the sky, with earth-shattering energy spreading across the 9 heavens. It's a very powerful battle formation. An early opening heaven realm warrior and a group of infinite realm warriors can actually fight me to a draw. The strong men of the heavenly demon tribe were horrified. This is even more terrifying than the power of their clan's original creation level battle formation. What level of battle formation is this? If it can be owned by my demon race, will it be able to fight against the Chu family's beast god? As he unleashed his powerful divine ability, he thought to himself. But it's just imagination. At this moment, he was already being suppressed by the dragon and phoenix in front of him and was at a disadvantage. In other places, the same extremely terrifying battle broke out. The golden thunder filled the sky. A 9-story golden pagoda formed by thunder fell from the sky. The pagoda was almost exactly the same as the Wanlong pagoda in appearance. It even exuded an aura similar to that of the Wanlong pagoda, vast and profound. The pagoda appeared in an instant and killed a powerful demon race from the opening heaven realm on the spot. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 261, Terrifying Chu Xiu Ran. What a terrifying attack! He actually killed a master from the opening heaven realm with a person from the early stage of the infinite realm. Who is that person? A demon race expert asked in shock. At this stage, even if one has a divine level physique, it is impossible to cross borders and kill the opponent. That is Chu Xiren of the Chu family. His thunder technique is invincible in the world, especially when he releases the Thunder Tower and Thunder Dragon. He can often fight across borders. No one can be his opponent. I don't know how many strong men in my demon race have fallen at his hands. A demon race expert said in a deep voice. Although the other party is not in the opening heaven realm, but it has the combat power to kill opening heaven. Some demon races even discussed privately whether the other party possessed supreme combat power that could rival that of the creation realm. Humph, I don't believe he is so powerful. That divine ability cannot be his own. It must be a method left by other powerful people in the Chu family. As long as we attack together and use up all his skills, we will definitely be able to kill him. A powerful demon race from the infinite realm said. Although saying this, but he didn't dare to go forward rashly. It was not until others responded, and even several opening heaven realm masters responded in unison, that everyone swarmed towards each other. Chu Xiren stood in the air wearing the Dragon Guard's uniform, facing so many powerful enemies like hungry wolves and tigers. His face was calm and motionless. His black hair was flying, and streaks of golden lightning were flowing through the ends of his hair. Town. As he finished his words, the Thunder Tower in the sky came towards everyone to suppress them again. Block it! Several opening heaven realm experts roared. The energy in his body exploded, and a terrifying aura rushed straight towards Lei Ta, who was suppressing him like a flood. Seeing this, others did not dare to slack off. All the demon races attacking Chu Xiren unleashed their best strength. The vast demonic and evil energy surged out of the body and finally merged into a black and red beam of light that shot up into the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the whole world seemed to shake. The light column intertwined with demonic energy and evil spirit tore through the sky, engulfed all the stars and things, and finally collided with the golden Thunder Tower in the sky. In an instant, the vast divine power swept across the universe. Many martial artists who were fighting around were knocked back like meteors, and the stars in the sky also exploded and turned into powder. Haha, he's blocked. Turns out he's not invincible after all. Seeing their gathered magic power and the golden Thunder Tower in a stalemate in the starry sky, huge energy fluctuations continued to spread to the surroundings from the collision point. The nearby void was completely shattered. It turned into a black hole of nothingness, and nothing existed. Seeing this scene, those demon race were powerful and laughed out loud. What can rival the realm of creation? You're overestimating Chu Xiren. You seem very proud of yourself. Chu Xiren looked disdainfully at the smiling faces of the demon race people. Then he pressed his right hand downward suddenly. Bang! Leda suddenly burst out with a terrifying force again. It suppressed the energy beam that everyone in the demon race gathered together. In an instant, the energy beam shattered. The golden Thunder Tower came down from the sky with unstoppable force. Puff puff puff. The moment the energy beam formed by all the demon races below shattered, they all vomited out huge mouthfuls of dark devil blood. Run! Looking at Leda, who had appeared in front of him in an instant, a demon race roared with fear on his face. Unfortunately, it was too late. Reda had already suppressed it. With a loud bang, all the demon races that attacked were killed without a single survivor, and all fell under the Thunder Tower. Even though my divine ability only possesses 1/10,000th of the power of Beast God, it is more than enough to suppress you. Chu Xiren said calmly. His cultivation level is only at the initial stage of the infinite realm. That's because he spent most of his time comprehending and perfecting his divine ability. If you calculate it all, it would be at least several million. Now I finally have basic accomplishment. On the battlefield, Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. How terrifying! He was able to kill more than a dozen Infinite Realm experts and several Opening Heaven experts with the Infinite Realm early stage. How incredible is this divine ability! Let alone an unrivaled level physique and martial spirit of the same realm, even an unrivaled level peerless monster who surpasses Chu Xiren by one major realm would probably not be a match for him. The dragon race's great elder Long Chen exclaimed. This battle to destroy demon race. Almost all major forces in the human world have joined the war. Is this the Chu family that Lord Zilong is protecting? This family is indeed worth protecting. Long Kaihui also nodded. There are so many geniuses in the Chu family that divine body is not even worth mentioning. He also talked with some senior members of the Chu family. The other party said that all this was thanks to the beast god. But Long Kaihui couldn't figure it out. How could beast god cultivate such a terrifying force with divine bodies everywhere? It is indeed extremely terrifying, unprecedented in history. Shi Kailan also said. He had never seen such an extraordinary genius. Obviously, she has a divine level physique. But the combat power can be so high. Who created his divine ability? Why have I never seen it before? Kailan was puzzled. He could see that the opponent's strength depends on that divine ability, but he has never seen such a heaven-defying divine ability. Ha ha ha, this is the divine ability that Xiu Ran created himself. Chu Tianyang stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. Chu Xiren, this kid. As expected, he was the one who was favored by Beast God and given dragon scales. Now he has grown to an astonishing level and has become the backbone of their Chu family. Such a powerful divine ability is actually self-created. The first Kailan was horrified. It is not easy to create your own divine ability. Especially such a powerful divine ability. Not only does it require opportunity, it also takes a lot of time. That's Uncle Xiu Ran. He's so strong. He looks even stronger than us. On the battlefield of Imperishable Realm, two figures fought side by side. They fought their way in and out of the demon race 7 times, but the opponent was unable to keep them. At this moment, a young man with heavenly fire glowing all over his body and the yin-yang divine fire wheel floating behind him looked at the scene where Chu Xiren had taken action with a shocked expression. Yes. Even if we have supreme level physiques and bloodlines of the same level, we can never be his opponent. Father is right. There are always people who are better than you and there are always things better than you. A rough young man with long dark red hair suddenly tore an imperishable realm demon race into 2 halves with his bare hands, bathing in the demon blood and said. These 2 people are Chu Xiaotian and Long Ao. They don't pursue rapid growth. But every step was taken very solidly, so now we have reached the perfection of imperishable realm. See, we still need to keep working hard. Chu Xiaotian said in a deep voice. A thought came to my mind. The chaos yin-yang divine fire wheel behind him flew out and slashed towards the demon race beside him. The solar disk is like a dazzling golden sun, and the yin disk is like a silver crescent moon. One carries the scorching chaos yang fire, and wherever it passes, everything is burned to ashes by the scorching temperature. The other carries the extremely cold chaos yin fire, which is an extremely cold flame that also has the ability to burn everything, but unlike ordinary flames, its temperature makes people feel as if they are in an eternal ice cave. Chapter 262, Still Dominating? You're dreaming. Originally, with their qualifications, they should have been the most powerful monsters in the same realm. But at this moment, seeing Chu Xiren's terrifying divine ability, both of them felt a tremendous pressure. The battle between the human world and the demon world has broken out. Almost all major races and forces, regardless of their strength, participated in it. Because in demon race, not only the strong ones. There are also a large number of ordinary demon races with low strength, so no matter how strong or weak you are, you can always find your opponent. The Lei Xiao sect that Chu Xiren once joined. When the saint-level beast-controlling sect was destroyed, Qingshan Academy, who hid in a coffin and a mausoleum, an extreme profundities sect and other forces all participated in this war. As the saying goes, things change over time. Once upon a time, the human world was almost completely slaughtered by the demon race. And at this moment they are suffering the same experience. No one sympathized with them. Because it's their own choice. Amitabha, good, good, when will the cycle of revenge end? A kind-looking monk with white eyebrows and beard put his hands together. He chanted a Buddhist name to the seriously injured demon race in front of him. What? Monk, do you want to let me go? As long as you let me go, I promise I will never be your enemy again. The demon race in front of him spurted blood and said. But there was a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Although you are sincere in what you said, I don't believe it. The monk shook his head. Then what do you mean by revenge? When will it end? Aren't you afraid of my revenge from demon race in the future? The demon race in front of him snorted. Yes. I am worried too. So I plan to help you transcend and send you to paradise. As long as we completely wipe out all of you demon race, there will naturally be no more revenge in the future. The monk explained. The Buddhist seal in his hand suddenly attacked forward. Kill the opponent completely here. You, the demon race, have committed sins too grave. Only by eradicating them completely can we eliminate future troubles. Otherwise, if you are allowed to revive one day, you will surely cause great suffering to all living beings in the world. When will the cycle of revenge end? The monk holds a Zen staff in his hand. With a look of mercy, he rushed towards the demon race. After leaving the opening heaven tomb, Long Yuan. He just took a look at the battlefield and returned to the Azure Sun City Heavenly Palace. The outcome of this war is already determined. If nothing else. Because he is in charge of the human world, the demon race is in low spirits. They have already guessed the final outcome. It just doesn't want to be defeated like that, and is still making its last struggle. At the same time, it also wants to devour more creatures to increase its strength. This trip to the demon world brought me 3 heavenly palaces, 2 half-step eternal level inheritances, and 1 half-step eternal level supreme divine weapon. For this harvest, Long Yuan was quite satisfied. The cultivation has been completely absorbed. Now I can return to my ancestral state peacefully. Just as he expected. This time, under the blessing of the Dao-breaking realm technique, he absorbed so many rewards from 10,000 years. His cultivation surpassed the realm of control. Reached the level of perfection in the Dao-breaking realm. But it stops there. It's not that his cultivation was completely absorbed, but that the absolute beginning heavenly dragon art rewarded by the system is only a Dao-breaking realm technique. If you continue to absorb, the effect will be greatly reduced, and it may even be difficult to deposit. This is just like trying to cultivate to the martial god realm with emperor-level martial arts skills. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Long Yuan had experienced this before. But at that time, my realm was not very high. With the sufficient cultivation rewarded by the system, you can hold on even if you have to force yourself. But now the realm is getting higher and higher. Each realm requires a huge amount of cultivation. Long Yuan can no longer be wasted. So he kept the remaining skills and did not absorb them completely. It's a pity that the level of the skills rewarded by the system was a bit low. If it was higher, I would definitely be able to break through to a higher level. Long Yuan looked at the system tasks. The next time the Chu family breaks through to the creation level, there will be no reward for their skills. So even if the reward is very high, it is almost impossible to achieve such a drastic breakthrough. Long Yuan plans to use the remaining power to cultivate the supreme divine ability 9 generations of divine dragon jade, which is also an extremely power-consuming divine ability. Let's go ask Chu Chu first, what level is the Dao-breaking realm in the original ancient realm? Should he be considered the strongest? After all, Chu Chu can be reincarnated. Long Yuan disappeared in Heavenly Palace. Appeared next to Chu Chu on the battlefield. Beast God! I saw someone suddenly appear. Chu Chu thought someone was going to attack him. Subconsciously, they were ready to attack. But his body was fixed in place and unable to move. Controlling living beings, is this the realm of control? Feeling the other party's means. Chu Chu's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Beast God in bewilderment. Others just think this is a common method. But as a reincarnated person who once cultivated to the Dao-breaking realm, he is extremely sensitive to this realm. But isn't Beast God in the realm of creation? How did he break through to the control realm again? Moreover, in these heavens where even the realm of creation is difficult to be born, how did he break through to this realm of control? I have something to ask you. Long Yuan said. Eliminated the control over Chu Chu. Beast God, please. Chu Chu swallowed his saliva and suppressed the shock in his heart. What level is the Dao-breaking realm in the primordial ancient realm? Breaking the Dao realm. Hiss. Chu Chu took a breath of cold air. He looked at Long Yuan in disbelief, his eyes trembling violently. Beast God, you, don't tell me that you have already broken through to the Dao-breaking realm, right? Chu Chu asked in shock. Yes, I just broke through as well, but judging from your expression, this level is considered to be a very powerful one in the primordial ancient world, right? Ha ha ha, that's not bad. Once things here are done, I'll take the Chu family to the original ancient world to dominate. Long Yuan smiled. Have your own backing. The Chu family can develop vigorously just like in the heavens. No need to be so formal about everything. Chu Chu took a deep breath. He said in a deep voice, since Beast God knows my past, I have nothing to hide from you. How should I put it? Although I was indeed at the Dao-breaking realm in my previous life, I really can't be ranked among the famous ones in the distant ancient world. Long Yuan had a question mark on his face. What title can't be ranked in the realm of breaking the Dao? Are you kidding? You're not kidding me, are you? How is that possible? Since you've asked, let me tell you about it. Above the creation realm is the control realm, which means controlling everything. But there are several great realms above the control realm, namely the Dao-breaking realm, Dao-destruction realm, chaos realm, supreme realm, Hongmeng supreme realm and the Daoless realm. So Beast God, where do you think the Dao-breaking realm ranks in the primordial ancient realm? Chu Chu confirmed. Beast God is indeed not the original ancient martial artist. Otherwise it is impossible not to know these realm divisions. Long Yuan frowned, I didn't expect there are so many realms above. I really hit the nail on the head. The original ancient world is full of powerful people in the realm of creation. Chapter 263, The Void Demon Lord Who Stole the House. Alas, I thought I could lead the Chu family to dominate the original ancient world, but I didn't expect that we are still far from it. With my level of cultivation, I estimate that I can only lead the Chu family to become an unknown small family in the original ancient world. But Chu Chu suddenly frowned and said, Senior Chu Yan's elf wife has a very high level of cultivation in the original ancient world. How high can it be? He is a true master of the Wu-Dao realm, a peerless figure who dominates the primordial ancient world, and a well-deserved supreme master. Long Yuan was shocked. The state of no way? The highest realm of the primordial ancient world? That woman is so powerful? Then why is she only at the creation realm now? Long Yuan was puzzled. That's not clear. I'm also very confused, because according to the ancient texts, she should have fallen, but for some reason she was resurrected again. And he lost his memory and most of his cultivation. Chu Chu shook his head. Otherwise, if such a strong person appears in the world, the heavens cannot bear her figure. Long Yuan found Yan Lingji's location. She is taking action now. Just a light palm. The void collapsed, the universe shattered. It turned a powerful demon race from the opening heaven realm into ashes. Martial artist, Yan Lingji. Race, elf. Realm cultivation, opening heaven realm midterm. Physical cultivation, perfection of creation realm. Identity, the 17th chief of the elven clan of the original ancient world / heaven of destruction / member of the Chu family. Hey! Her realm has improved so quickly. Long Yuan was surprised. There was no change in the physical cultivation. But his cultivation level has reached the middle stage of opening heaven. This level of cultivation is definitely ranked number 1 in the Chu family. But the question is, how could she cultivate so fast? When she first came to the Chu family, there is no realm of cultivation at all. Is it because of the training you've done before? That's why the cultivation speed is so fast. Long Yuan stroked his chin. According to this cultivation speed, maybe I will have to continue to benefit from Yan Lingji in the future. Oh, there's one more thing. Do you know why they want to merge with the Heavenly Dao? Long Yuan asked again. This. My level was too low at the beginning, I couldn't even touch these. Chu Chu replied awkwardly. There is a huge difference between me and the state of No Tao. Well, in that case, you pick a place for your family in the primordial ancient world. In a few thousand years at most, I will lead the Chu family to the original ancient world, and then we will see where to place the family. What? So soon? Chu Chu was surprised. Why? You don't want to go back to the original ancient world? It's not that I don't want to, but it's almost impossible. Beast God may not know that our original ancient world is also known as the Heavenly World, which is the place where the Heavenly Dao is buried. And between our Heavenly World and the primordial ancient world, there is the heaven-devouring evil abyss, which is the extraterritorial evil race that infected the demon race. That force is very powerful, and there are experts in the unrighteous realm among them. We're afraid we won't be able to get through. The sky-swallowing evil abyss? An evil race from outside the domain. Long Yuan frowned. Didn't that race come from the primordial ancient world? Can we get around it? Go around? How do we go around? How did those people who buried the Heavenly Dao get here? This, I don't know about this. Chu Chu shook his head. The person who could bury the way of heaven must be very powerful, or he really has other channels, but he has no access to them at all, so naturally he has no way of knowing. And the chaos is so great. If you get lost in the chaos, you may never be able to land. I will find a way to get to the original ancient world. You don't have to worry about anything else. Just think of a good location for your family. Long Yuan waved his hand and said. He just didn't believe there was really no other way to enter the primordial ancient world. It really made him anxious. Just use the original Azure Lotus to cross over. Yes. Chu Chu nodded. Long Yuan returned to Heavenly Palace. The return of ancestral bloodline began. And just when he fell into silence, a figure emitting a tyrannical aura suddenly appeared in the sky above Azure Sun City in the human world. The monstrous demonic energy and evil spirit covered the sky and the sun. It turned into a strange black and red vortex in the sky. The surrounding area was plunged into complete darkness. The terrifying pressure sweeps across the universe four extremities. Everyone felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Is that the perfect void demon lord of the opening heaven realm? Chu Jingyu, who was in charge of the family, immediately appeared above Azure Sun City. Chu family, if it weren't for you, the creatures in my demon world wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. The Void Demon Lord said sternly, even if my demon world is destroyed in the future, I will drag your Chu family down with me today. He relied on his control over the void. Across the front lines. Deep into the hinterland. It is to destroy the Chu family. In his eyes. If it weren't for the Chu family, if it weren't for the Chu family beast god. They will not fail in their invasion of the human world, nor will they be counterattacked into the demon world. And according to his conjecture, the Chu family's beast god will definitely be in charge of the battlefield, so the Chu family is definitely empty at this time. It was for this reason that he sneaked in here. I vow to destroy the Chu family's foundation. After saying that, he punched down. The originally small fist became as big as the sky as it fell, and even covered the entire Azure Sun City. However, even in the face of this horror scene, although all the martial artists in Azure Sun City felt an indescribable pressure, many of them showed no fear. Because many people know that the safest place in the entire human world is Azure Sun City. Chu Jingyu snorted coldly, from the moment you, the demon race, invaded my human world, your fate was already determined. What? You are only allowed to slaughter the creatures in our human world, and we don't need revenge. Then a large tripod suddenly flew out from the depths of the Chu family. It became as big as a house. Crashed towards the Void Demon Lord. Humph, a mere infinite realm person is qualified to fight me. The Void Demon Lord looked at Chu Jingyu with disdain. The fist as big as the sky fell down without any reservation. Boom! There was a loud tremor. The Void Demon Race's fist exploded along with his arm and body. What level of divine weapon is this? The Void Demon Lord's body was shattered, leaving only his soul screaming. Turning around and fleeing towards the demon world. He never expected that. The Chu family also has such a terrifyingly powerful divine weapon to suppress it. He didn't know what level of divine weapon this was. But this thing definitely has the power to kill me instantly. Want to run? Can you run? Chu Jingyu shouted angrily. Apart from the group of ignorant fellows from hell, no one has ever dared to kill the Chu family. In an instant, a golden vortex appeared in the mouth of the big cauldron. An extremely strong devouring force suddenly erupted. With a scream, the soul of the Void Demon Lord was sucked into the cauldron without any resistance. A mere opening heaven realm dares to come to Azure Sun City and act wild. Even if your ancestors came here, they would have to crawl in on their knees. The cauldron shrank, falling into Chu Jingyu's hands. As he shook violently, the soul of the Void Demon Lord in the big cauldron completely collapsed and disappeared into smoke. Chapter 264, The Divine Weapon of the Town Clan shows its power. Despite his invincible momentum. But after doing all this, Chu Jingyu still let out a deep breath, and the more he looked at the big cauldron in his hand, the more he felt it was magical. Dragon Emperor Cauldron. What level of divine weapon are you? It seems like there's no limit. This tripod is none other than the Chu family's divine weapon, the Dragon Emperor Tripod. But after so many years, this thing seems to be growing as their family grows. The higher their family rank, the stronger they are. The power that this tripod can unleash becomes more and more terrifying. The divine weapon bestowed by the beast god is truly miraculous. Chu Jingyu sighed. Azure Sun City. Others were also shocked. Because many people thought that it would be the beast god's divine weapon that would suppress it. In the end, it was only Chu Jingyu who took action. But no one expected that. The huge cauldron that Chu Jingyu casually summoned actually killed a powerful man in the opening heaven realm in an instant. I didn't expect that in addition to the Chu family's beast god, the Chu family itself actually has such a foundation. Everyone exclaimed. In this way, even if beast god is not here, no one can shake the Chu family in the slightest. But just as he was about to leave, a huge hand-emitting red light suddenly fell from the sky. Grab the Dragon Emperor Cauldron. The first demon. Chu Jingyu screamed. Although he had not seen it with his own eyes. But this breath is definitely the original demon without a doubt. I just happen to be lacking a divine weapon that's right for me. Please hand this over to me. Ha ha ha. The sound of the first demon's laughter came from the sky. Since I couldn't get the divine weapon 6 paths of reincarnation, The original demon had been planning other magical weapons. The only things that are worthy of him are those divine weapons. Among them, the opening heaven axe and good fortune azure lotus were taken away, leaving only the heaven mirror, 6 paths of reincarnation and chaos pearl. But the mirror of the heavens was shattered in the ancient war. Later it fell into the hands of demon race. Eventually it was snatched away by the Chu family's beast god. As for the 6 paths of reincarnation and the chaos pearl, the former is no longer available. The latter only appeared briefly in the past years and then disappeared. After thinking about it, the first demon felt that the only thing he could attack seemed to be the divine tower. But the opponent was too strong. The only way is to launch a sneak attack. But the other party never showed up again. The first demon was unable to find any trace of the other party. But his eyes never left the human world. But I never expected that. The tower was not found. Unexpectedly, a transcendent-level divine weapon appeared in the Chu family again. This big tripod has a strange aura. Even the first demon could not tell at a glance what grade this thing was, but he was sure that it was definitely a supreme divine weapon of no less than the creation grade. So he acted decisively. Watching the first demon's big hand instantly grabbing towards the Dragon Emperor Cauldron. But Beast God and the God Tower have not taken any action yet. Chu Jingyu instantly guessed that Beast God might not be here, which made him anxious. If the Dragon Emperor Cauldron was really taken away by the first demon, how does he face the Chu family? How to meet Beast God? We must not let the first demon get the Dragon Emperor Cauldron at any cost. He glanced at the big tripod in his hand. Chu Jingyu gritted his teeth. Immediately, the entire Chu family's luck was mobilized to bless the Dragon Emperor Cauldron. In an instant, the entire cauldron exudes a golden glow. A lifelike golden dragon was swimming inside the cauldron. This is a manifestation of the family's fortune converging into substance. Chu Jingyu didn't know whether he could stop the other party, but this was the only thing he could do at this moment. He just growled. A slap landed on the Dragon Emperor Cauldron, accompanied by a dull sound. The Dragon Emperor Cauldron once again grew as big as a mountain, piercing through the void and crashing towards the first demon's hand. Humph, you overestimate your own abilities. Even if you hold the supreme divine weapon, what can you do? The cultivation level of the infinite realm is simply incapable of unleashing the power of this divine weapon. It's simply a waste of God's gift. Sure enough, this thing exists just for me. The first demon sneered. He grabbed the Dragon Emperor Cauldron. Boom! The next moment, a loud bang that shook the earth was heard. The Dragon Emperor Cauldron and the palm of the first demon collided with each other. A huge explosion occurred at the place where the two sides collided. The terrifying energy swept across the sky, and all the stars in the sky moved. Then everyone heard a horrified "Ah! Shit!" But most people couldn't see what was going on. But Chu Jingyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Trembling with excitement, he saw the scene at the center of the explosion. The arm of the first demon was directly hit by the Dragon Emperor Cauldron and exploded into a bloody mist. Is the power of the Dragon Emperor Cauldron so terrifying? Chu Jingyu took a breath of cold air. Regarding this divine weapon, in addition to being used when comprehending the clan's destiny, normally, this divine weapon is rarely used, so naturally, it is impossible to know how powerful it is. Now he finally understood. Even the creation realm cannot stop this terrifying divine weapon. The stronger the clan's luck, the more powerful the clan's divine weapon can be. It has nothing to do with the cultivation level of the person using the divine weapon. But the prerequisite is that it needs to be driven by the luck of the clan. It seems that I am the only one who can use this clan-protecting divine weapon. Even other people including the ancestor were unable to sense the existence of the clan's destiny. It seems that I am born to be the clan leader. Chu Jingyu touched his chin. Azure Sun City. All martial artists were shocked again. Everyone seemed to be in a daze. The head of the Chu family, who usually never leaves the house, not only killed a demon lord who had reached the perfection of the opening heaven realm, but now he has also severely injured the original demon? So the head of the Chu family is the strongest one in the Chu family. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. That fat, smiling, and seemingly unimpressive head of the Chu family is actually so powerful. I've said it before, people with squinty eyes and a smile on their lips are not good people, especially those who are chubby and cute. How is it now? Has it come true? Especially those who had dealt with Chu Jingyu felt a chill all over their bodies. This is really an old silver coin. Although the Chu family's status is already extraordinary. But some people who are familiar with Chu Jingyu are also very casual when chatting with him on weekdays. Even jokes about things. Because they thought Chu Jingyu had never been on the battlefield and might be quite strong. I never expected this. Fortunately, it was the first demon who stood out and tested his depth, otherwise we would not know that he was the most hidden one in the Chu family. You must be very careful when talking to him next time. The first demon once again fled back to the end of the divine realm in disgrace. Looking at my missing right arm, he fell into deep silence. After a while, he suddenly looked up to the sky with a ferocious expression and roared, "Ah! Why? Why? Why?" The demon hated the injustice of heaven. The demonic and evil energy in his body rose violently, shattering the clouds in the sky. The Chu family's beast god, the divine tower, the disc, and now there's this unknown divine tripod. Why do I always encounter these? The demon roared. Is there any other realm of creation as miserable as mine? Every time he takes action, he ends up seriously injured. Shimo really felt like he was about to collapse. He even began to doubt whether his realm of creation was fake. Chapter 265. Isn't it dangerous to have a chaos orb on your head? He was sitting there cross-legged at the moment. The back figure looks so bleak. Like an old man who is about to pass away. No, 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 I am the original demon. I finally broke through to the creation realm. I absolutely cannot give up like this. It's not that I'm weak, but I don't know what method they use to make their realm too high and too strong. Yes, that must be it. As long as I keep improving, I will surpass them sooner or later. That will be the time for my revenge. The first demon clenched his remaining left fist. The eyes that had lost their color now shone with a determined light again. Then he grabbed a corpse of an alien demon not far away. The evil tentacles on his body instantly penetrated the opponent's body. But in a moment, the opponent turned into a pile of energyless bones. He took a look at the corpses of the foreign evil tribes scattered all over the ground. The first demon snorted coldly and said, "I wanted to keep you for a while, but you insisted on seeking death. Then I can only grant your wish." The moment they do this to themselves, this determined their current fate. Perhaps you didn't expect that you would die at the hands of those people in the God realm, but you died at my hands. The first demon looked at the corpses that exuded evil spirits. He frowned slightly and said, "The demon world has been breached, and most of the members of the demon world have been killed or injured. In this case, why not fulfill my wish? After all, I am your ancestor." Then his figure split into two. One is an evil race from outside the domain. His whole body exuded a monstrous scarlet evil aura. One is demon race. His whole body exudes a dark demonic aura. He, divine witch, you probably didn't expect that the mark you left behind would actually bring me an opportunity, right? The reason why this happens is that it was because he was split in two by the brand of the disc. As a result, when recovering from the injury, it actually triggered some changes that were beyond the expectations of the original demon. He could actually split his body in two. One is evil. One is a demon. Does this mean that I will have good fortune after surviving a great disaster? Only in the form of being divided into two. Both bodies have the cultivation level of only half a step into the realm of creation. Then two figures began to get busy, secretly searching for various materials in the divine world to carve out a huge sacrificial formation. The war between the human world and the demon world did not last long. In just a few years it was already coming to an end. After some opening heaven demons were killed, the demon race became even more defeated. They scattered and fled, hiding in the secret little worlds around demon world, trying to make a comeback when the time is right in the future. But the powerful people in the human world were unwilling to give them any chance to survive. As the monk said, in order to avoid revenge, the only way is to eradicate demon race. The various races in the human world entered the demon world in a mighty manner. Wherever he passed, no grass grew. Even the ordinary demon races were not spared. Of course, all the resources of demon world were also plundered. Those essences of heaven and earth filled with demonic energy were seized and taken to the human world. As long as the essence of this thing is clean, it can be used in the future. The long-term plan that Beast God had for us is finally starting to come true. Chu Tianyang stood on a mountain and looked down at the demon world below. At the beginning, Beast God said that his small goal was to take back the human world. The long-term goal is to counterattack demon world and hell. At that time, he still felt that these were difficult to achieve. Now, only a few hundred years have passed. They have come to this point. Ancestor, I don't know where these demon world bastards are hiding. Now we can't find any trace of their main force at all. Chu Feng flew over from a distance and said, find them all. Otherwise, when Beast God takes us away from the human world, these demon races will become a great threat to the dynasty. Chu Tianyang said in a deep voice. Yes, Ancestor. Chu Feng nodded. Just turn around and leave. Wait, what's that thing between your eyebrows? Chu Tianyang looked at Chu Feng and asked. There was actually a bead mark faintly visible between the other party's eyebrows. Reporting to the ancestor, this is the opportunity I got in the Juxiao Mountains. I don't know why it started to manifest recently. Chu Feng touched his brow. This is the Chaos Pearl Seal. Ever since he broke through the opening heaven realm, that treasure had been looming between his brows, making him feel very strange. But I didn't feel any discomfort. As his cultivation became more and more profound, the more he felt the mystery of this thing. Especially since the interior of the Chaos Pearl was endless and boundless, his spiritual sense in the opening heaven realm could not even cover it. I see. Chu Tianyang nodded. After the matter in the demon world is over, go find the Beast God. Ask him to help take a look at what's going on. What if this happens and it's harmful to your health? Hey? Wait! You actually broke through the opening heaven realm. Chu Tianyang was shocked. He looked at Chu Feng in disbelief. Currently, apart from Chu Long and Yan Lingji, others, including those possessing unrivaled level physical martial spirits, are still only in the infinite realm. Reporting to the ancestor, this is all thanks to this Chaos Pearl. The chaos energy in it complements my chaos body and is of great benefit to my cultivation. Chu Feng replied. Is that so? It seems that the opportunity you got back then was indeed extraordinary. But we should still go find Beast God. It's not a good thing that this mark keeps appearing. I heard that the Chaos Orb is one of the 5 creation-level divine weapons. Don't you feel it's dangerous to have a Chaos Orb on your head? Didn't it just come out not long ago? Chu Feng smiled helplessly. And I am at the opening heaven level after all. It seems that no one in the universe can pose a threat to him except the first demon. Ancestor, something bad has happened. As the two were talking, a figure suddenly appeared behind the two of them. Chu Mo. Seeing someone coming, Chu Tianyang's eyelids were twitching. Especially since the other party appeared behind him. He had seen Chu Mo's Lao Liu's behavior. The opponent relied on his own empty body to shuttle through the battlefield. There are quite a few demon races who have been hit on the back with bricks by him. At this moment, the other party appeared behind him. He felt a chill on the back of his head. What's got you making such a fuss? Chu Feng asked. Those demon races are all dead. It's as if the demonic energy in them was absorbed by something. Chu Mo said hurriedly. He is extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. Just found a hidden little world. Then I went in and saw. Good guy. All the demon race inside, no matter strong or weak, old or young, died without a single one left, but the demonic energy on their bodies disappeared. Is there such a thing? Chu Tianyang's brows were twisted into a shape of. Those demon race deaths were just what he wanted. What's the matter with the evil spirit in that news? Is there some evil cultivator plotting something in secret? Let's go and take a look. Chu Tianyang hurriedly said to Chu Mo. If there really is an evil cultivator plotting something in secret, then he must be eliminated. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the small world discovered by Chu Mo, which was located in the crack of the void. Chapter 266, The Cruel and Merciless Demon. Greetings, Ancestor. A dignified young man saluted at the entrance. It's Cheng Tian. How is it? Is there any change in there? Chu Tianyang asked. I have been guarding here the whole time. No one has entered. As for inside, all the demon races are dead, and their deaths were horrible. Chu Chengtian said with a frown. Let's go in and take a look. When everyone entered the small world of demon race from the space crack, immediately, he saw demon race lying on the ground. Chu Tianyang's spiritual sense spreads. Not a single survivor was found. Moreover, even the demon lords of the infinite realm and opening heaven realm perished silently. Who on earth did this? Did they actually drain the abilities from their bodies? Chu Tianyang looked at the shriveled bodies of the demon race. His brows were tightly knitted together. Ancestor, it's a bit like the energy in my body has been devoured by the evil energy from outside the domain. Chu Chengtian said. They have fought demon race many times. He is also very clear about the other party's evil abilities and methods of killing. Yes. It's exactly the same. But who could it be? Could it be that some powerful being from the demon race devoured them all? But looking at the scene, there is no resistance at all. Chu Tianyang guessed. Could it be that these powerful demon race members were willing to be devoured by a certain demon race? Want to create a strong demon race? But it's unacceptable. Since these demon races have taken refuge in a hidden little world, it means they don't want to die yet. How could he voluntarily allow himself to be devoured? Could it be the first demon? Chu Mo suddenly said. The first demon? Impossible. The first demon is now hiding in the God realm and dares not show up. How dare he come and devour these demon race? And he is the ancestor of these demon races. How could he do such a thing as exterminating his own race? Chu Tianyang shook his head. Then he said to Chu Mo, you continue to explore the small worlds hidden in other demon races. I will go out and ask Senior Shi Kailan and the others to see if they have any insights. Yes. However, just as everyone walked out of the small world, another member of the Chu family came to reporting to the ancestor, some of the demon races that we were besieging suddenly died. What? This is happening again. Chu Tianyang was shocked. Who on earth is performing such strange tricks? How did he die suddenly? He just died suddenly out of nowhere, and all his energy, magic, and evil spirits disappeared. Hearing this, Chu Tianyang felt that this matter was of great importance. Instruct Chu Mo and others. Hurry to look for Senior Shi Kailan and the others. Those people are well informed. Maybe you'll find out something. The only one who can do this silently is probably the first demon. The first Kailan said thoughtfully. The first demon? Why would he do this? Chu Tianyang was puzzled. Isn't this annihilation of one's own people? I guess it's to increase my strength. The first demon is someone who will do anything to become stronger. As early as the ancient times, he wanted to integrate the evil energy from outside the domain, so he was suppressed in hell by Pan Shen. The first Kylan said, "No, I must report this to Beast God immediately, so that it won't be too late to achieve success in the future." Chu Tianyang was a little anxious. The first demon suffered too much at the hands of the Beast God. If the opponent really becomes stronger, then he will definitely be the first to cause trouble to Beast God. No need to look for it. Do you think that with your abilities as Beast God, you are not aware of the little tricks of the first demon? Shi Kailan stopped Chu Tianyang and said, if you Beast God wanted to take action, he could kill Shi Mo with just a thought, but he didn't care. Why? I guess he wants your Chu family to deal with him yourself. After all, they have now reached a new level. That's right. Lord Zalong's strength has reached an unprecedented level. No matter how powerful a demon is, he is just an ant in the eyes of Lord Zalong. Long Chen on the side also nodded and said, the gap between the two sides is too big. It's not comparable to the fact that he devoured these demon races. Is that so? Looking at the relaxed expressions of the seniors, Chu Tianyang also felt relieved. He didn't know how strong Beast God was. But since several seniors have said so, it should be correct. After a while, Chu Mo came to report. All the demon races in the demon race small worlds he discovered were dead, without a single survivor. There is no demon race anymore, including demon world. Chu Tianyang was shocked after hearing this. This old guy Shimo is really cruel. He thought it would take some time to completely eliminate these demon races. He wasn't even sure he could completely eradicate the demon race, but he didn't expect that in the end it was the first demon who took action and completely wiped out the entire demon race. At this moment, at the end of the divine world, the first demon was looking excitedly at a huge black energy body in the center of the formation in front of him. This is the origin he obtained by sacrificing the entire demon race using the formation. What a pity! I should have taken action earlier. Too many powerful demon lords at the opening heaven level have fallen at the hands of the Chu family and the Chu family's beast god. The first demon sighed. The demon race that died at the hands of Long Yuan during the invasion of the human world alone occupied most of the demon lords in the demon world. If I could take possession of all the demon race's origins, definitely can improve more. But after all, things are unpredictable. How could I have thought at that time that I could break through the realm of creation? Who could have thought that I would end up like this? Start absorbing the demonic energy. The first demon narrowed his eyes slightly. Only when the demonic energy and evil energy in his body are kept in balance, he will not be devoured of his mind by the evil energy. However, after consuming the evil spirits of Monk Jin and others, the original demon was already often on the verge of going berserk. So even though he has killed all the evil creatures from outside the domain here, he is not in a hurry to devour the evil energy in their bodies. These people's evil spirit is pure. If we lose control, we will fall into the myriad tribulations. The first demon knew this better than anyone else. I hope it can help me improve my cultivation a little bit. Then the first demon began to devour the essence of these demon races. As for the demon race, all of them died. The first demon didn't take it to heart at all. If possible, he would even like to sacrifice to the heavens. In the heavenly palace, Long Yuan finally refined several heavenly palaces obtained from the demon world's heavenly tomb. My strength has increased, and my refining speed has also increased a bit. At this moment, he was suspended in the sky above heavenly palace, looking at the golden palace in front of him floating in the original azure lotus. These palaces will be used by the primordial ancient realm. It would be a bit of a waste to use these palaces here. He stroked his chin. Are you considering whether to leave a heavenly palace for Chu Huangtian? Forget it. The highest level among all the heavens is only the creation realm. If they leave behind a Hungmen level treasure and attract the attention of powerful people from the outside world, it will be a disaster for them. Long Yuan swung his huge body. Now he has evolved successfully. Evolved from the previous Chaos Myriad Worlds Dragon to Chaos Creation Dragon. But the appearance doesn't seem to have changed much. Or a pitch black dragon. But every evolution will increase their combat power a little. Chapter 267 Long Yuan enters the Divine Realm. Host, Long Yuan. Race, Chaos Creation Dragon. Realm Cultivation, completed the Dao-breaking realm. Physical Cultivation, completed Dao-breaking realm. Current task, cultivate the Guardian family into a Genesis level family. Quest reward, 1.5 million years of realm cultivation, 1.5 million years of physical cultivation, Supreme Divine Ability Heaven Cutting Divine Finger, Supreme Divine Ability Free and Easy Sky Dragon Shadow, Supreme Martial Spirit Primordial Origin Space-Time Beast. Origin, 3 Genesis Level Divine Weapons, Genesis Level Alchemist Inheritance, Genesis Level Formation Master Inheritance, Genesis Level Artifact Refining Master Inheritance. Family Guardian Level, Open Heaven Level, Host's training speed increases 150 times. Now, atavism evolution is no longer just a racial improvement for Long Yuan. The most important thing is the improvement in combat power. There is a world of difference in combat power at the same level before and after evolution. Because the level of the current Chaos Creation Dragon has long surpassed the supreme level of the original ancient world, which means that at the same level, supreme level physiques can only be suppressed by him. Afterwards, Long Yuan began to practice the Supreme Divine Ability 9 generations of Divine Dragon Jade. This is an extremely time-consuming divine ability. This is equivalent to requiring Long Yuan to accumulate all the practice time from the beginning of his practice to the present to form the one lifetime Divine Dragon Jade. You can imagine how long it will take. But once the practice is successful, the combat power can be multiplied. If the 9 generations of Divine Dragon Jade is fully cultivated, once you make a move, it is equivalent to the power of 9 Long Yuans superimposed together. The 9 generation Divine Dragon Jade, the 9 transformations of the first dragon, and my racial bloodline that surpasses the supreme level. Fighting across great realms is not a problem at all. It just takes too much training experience. I feel bad. Think about the many years of cultivation that the system has rewarded me with. Long Yuan thinks this divine ability is useless. It is impossible for any normal person to cultivate this kind of divine ability. But who told me that I'm cheating? After that, Long Yuan began to practice. I just haven't practiced for a few years. The voice of Chu Jingyu asking for a meeting could be heard from outside Heavenly Palace. What is it? Long Yuan asked. Reporting to Beast God, some news has come from the God realm during this period of time. It is said that a corpse that has surpassed the realm of creation appeared in the divine world. Rumor has it that the corpse may contain infinite good fortune. Long Yuan was stunned. A corpse beyond the realm of creation? Is this true or false? Long Yuan frowned and asked. Reporting to Beast God, it is indeed true. We have also sent people to the God realm to investigate. There is a very terrifying aura spreading around the Kangshan mountain in the God realm. It is most likely the corpse that has surpassed the realm of creation. Chu Jingyu replied. It is said that a war broke out in the God realm because of this and engulfed the entire God realm. Long Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. When Wanlong Tower was chasing the first demon, it said that a war was breaking out in the God realm. It seems that the corpse was already in the divine realm at that time. A corpse beyond the realm of creation? This is really interesting. How could such a thing appear in the divine world? Long Yuan smiled. The huge body took on a human form. What are Xiao Tian and the others doing? Long Yuan asked. They are now preparing for war, ready to attack hell. Although we won the battle against Demon World, many forces have suffered considerable damage and are now recuperating. Long Yuan nodded and said, Hell is different from the demon world. Many races in Hell are of the same race as us. If possible, we should try to kill as few people as possible except for those culprits who were suppressed by Pan Shen in the past. Enough deaths have been suffered in demon world this time. Although it is demon race, but it is also a living being of a whole great world. Yes. Junior understands. Beast God, there is one more thing. When the original demon sacrificed all the creatures in the demon world. I know about this. A mere primordial demon can't jump very high. We can wait until someone in the family grows up and then kill him. A creation realm. Long Yuan was too lazy to do it. Go call my 2 disciples and Naihuang and the others, and tell them that I want to take them for a stroll in the God realm. Yes. The divine realm is vast and boundless. It is countless times more vast than the human world today. Long Yuan led Naihuang and the other 3 and flew slowly towards Kangshan Mountain. Anyway, the body was there and those people couldn't move it away. So Long Yuan is not very anxious. After much difficulty, he took his disciples out for training. Of course, you have to experience this process well. Master, I want to challenge the God Realm battle power ranking. Chu Xiaotian said to Long Yuan. He was very interested in the God Realm's combat power rankings. If you want to challenge, then go ahead and give it a try. It won't take up much time anyway. However, with your fighting power, you can definitely fight across borders. Whether it was Chu Xiaotian and Long Ao, or Chu Absolute Beginning and Ni Huang. It is fully capable of fighting across borders within these heavens. The last one-on-one battle at the same level was not fun at all, and we left in a hurry. This time, I will sweep away all the masters of the domination realm no matter what. It's only a matter of time before our Chu family dominates the God realm. Chu Absolute Beginning is also full of fighting spirit. He wanted to test his results in front of his master. If there weren't any infinite realm combat power ranking, he would have already planned to fight across borders. The dragon mastiff beside him was so excited that his long dark red hair stood up. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to fight 10 of them across the border. Long Mao clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. How is your understanding of the fighting spirit? Long Yuan looked at the dragon mastiff and asked. This. I haven't yet developed the slightest desire to fight. The dragon mastiff instantly quieted down. The fighting spirit is really hard to understand. He had also consulted 2 seniors, Chu Zhan and Chu Zhenese, but still could not understand anything. The most important thing is, the will to fight can only be understood in battle. The daily contemplation is of no use at all. Your crazy fighting personality is very similar to Chu Zhan. You should think more about how to comprehend the fighting spirit as soon as possible. It will greatly increase your fighting power. Yes, father. The dragon mastiff nodded. Flying in the air, Long Yuan's eyes penetrated the endless space and saw the location of Kangshan Mountain. He said to the others, it just so happens that there is a battle power list near Kangshan Mountain. Let's settle there. Since we are going to challenge the battle power list, I will disguise myself. After saying this, Naihuang gradually changed into a different face. Why? Long Mao was puzzled. You don't know that the last time we came to the God realm, we were so foolish as to provoke Naihuang, causing Master's divine weapon to take action. So now all the major forces in the God realm are extremely wary of Naihuang and dare not provoke her. If she shows her true face, I'm afraid those people will not dare to fight her even if they try to curry favor with her. Chu Absolute Beginning said with a smile. I see. The land of Kangshan. Now it has become a sea of people. The restricted area that was once occupied by the giants has now been made public. All the major forces from the God realm have gathered here. Want to see the true face of the God's corpse in Mount Lushan? Some people even hold on to a lucky mentality, hoping that they will be chosen by God to get the chance to become a divine corpse, and soar to the sky from then on. It's a pity that those geniuses who thought they were the chosen ones could only lie on the ground and eat the dirt under the pressure of the corpses. Chapter 268. Several of you are in danger of bloodshed. The combat power list near Kangshan Mountain naturally attracts many powerful people. Long Yuan and his companions also appeared here. Watching the fierce battle in the martial arts arena, the dragon mastiff howled excitedly. Strange, why aren't we fighting against perfected being this time? Chu Absolute Beginning looked at the battle on the martial arts field in confusion. One of them seemed to be reflected and manifested by some means. This is inevitable. Otherwise, how can the God realm, which is so large, rank so many geniuses? Long Yuan said calmly. But though it is reflected, but it retained the opponent's peak combat condition, and even his martial arts divine ability were retained. Among the masters who made the battle strength list, there must be powerful masters of formations involved, otherwise it would not be possible to achieve this level. Long Yuan concluded. Hey? Brother, you don't even know this, do you? A short, fat martial artist next to him looked at Long Yuan and the others in surprise. Aren't you natives of the God realm? He took a deep puff of the huge pipe about 1 meter long in his hand, exhaled a puff of smoke, and asked with a gleam of shrewdness in his eyes. We're from some other little world. Long Yuan replied. No wonder you don't even know about this. This battle power list was created by Pan Shen and several formation great masters. Especially Senior Zhuang is a powerful person who has reached the perfection of the opening heaven realm. He is extremely proficient in formations. It is said that he controls the first formation that was born in this world. It was because of the participation of that old senior that we were able to create this battle power list that covers the entire God realm. Song Yan said while puffing out smoke. So that's how it is, he is actually the great master of the formation that has reached perfection in the opening heaven realm. No wonder they were able to create such a miraculous formation. If he were to do this at the Dao breaking realm, it would only be a thought. But if you want to achieve this level under the control realm, you can only rely on formations. Senior Zhuang is more than just a great formation master. He is a senior master respected by everyone in our God realm. In ancient times, he once followed Pan Shen to resist the evil tribe from outside the domain and made great contributions. Some time ago, in order to explore the situation on the other side of Liangzhi Mountain, he actually entered Liangzhi Mountain alone, and ended up being infected by evil spirits. Now I am still struggling to resist the evil spirit, and my life or death is uncertain. Song Yan sighed. A puff of smoke ring came out. Senior Zhuang has worked hard for the divine world all his life. Who is that old Senior Zhuang? Naihuang asked curiously. I seem to have heard this person the last time I came here. Senior Zhuang is the old master of Tiangong Pavilion, Senior Zhuang Bufan. Song Yan said seriously. Then he looked at the others and said, are the fellow Daoists here for the God Corpse as well? But I advise you to go back. Why is that? Chu Absolute Beginning wondered. I see that your foreheads are black, and there is a hint of blood disaster. Especially this little brother, his luck has been extremely bad recently. He has fallen down while walking and even got stuck in his teeth when drinking water. You still want to get the chance to obtain a divine corpse like this? Don't even think about it. Song Yan pointed at Long Yuan with his divine weapon pipe. Sighs were heard one after another. By the way, he kept shaking his head. Puff. Naihuang almost laughed out loud. Someone actually said that my adoptive father would suffer a bloody disaster? Even if the heavens were destroyed. My adoptive father doesn't necessarily have any bloody disaster. Long Yuan also laughed. Is this a fortune teller? Then he pursed his lips and asked, then may I ask if there is any way to save it? You've asked the right person. To be honest, my master is the famous Shen Jitsi who can calculate the heavens, the earth, and all living beings. He specializes in warding off disasters and avoiding harm for people. He has saved countless lives in his life. And I, Song Yan, naturally received the true teachings from my master, and was nicknamed Tianjzi. As long as I help a little, I can definitely help you defying the heavens and changing fate. Oh? Then what will the price be? Long Yuan asked. Transmigrate this world yourself. I haven't met such a lovely person yet. I can't help but want to play. Think about yourself since transmigrate. At first, he lived a cautious life in Juxiao Mountains. Later, he took charge of the Chu family. Although his cultivation level increased rapidly. But in fact, he is only a few hundred years old. Unlike those people of the Chu family. Millions of years have passed in the Tower of Time. Ahem, as the saying goes, no merit, no reward. This matter of defying the heavens and changing fate requires me to bear the cause and effect of heaven and earth. Do you understand? So this is indispensable. Don't misunderstand me. I definitely don't have any thoughts about your money. I just want to use your money to eliminate this cause and effect. Song Yan said. Rub the thumb and index finger of your left hand together. Tianjzi, right? How about you calculate it for me? The tall and burly figure of Dragon Mastiff appeared in front of Song Yan. How about this? How about you first calculate what race I am? Song Yan blew out a smoke ring. He looked the Dragon Mastiff up and down for a few times. Then his expression gradually became serious. Finally it turned into astonishment. Because he couldn't even tell what species of creature this was? Although there was some exaggeration in his previous words. But most of it is true too. But there is one thing he can guarantee. He knew most of the types of creatures in the world, but this one in front of him, he really couldn't tell. Aren't you known for your ability to calculate the heavens and the earth? Just look at my situation. Dragon Mastiff Environmental Protection Arms. Strong as a beast. Okay, don't force him to ask. Hurry up and go up, there's no one in the martial arts arena right now. Long Yuan shook his head. Dragon Mastiff comes from the primordial ancient world, and has merged its own chaotic myriad world's dragon bloodline. Even those people in the original ancient world might not be able to recognize it. Ask a living being in the heavens. Isn't this making things difficult for the other party? Yes, father. The Dragon Mastiff suddenly jumped onto the Chongsheng Realm martial arts arena. Even on weekdays. Every battle power list in the God Realm was crowded with people. And now because of the appearance of the corpse of God. The sky and the ground are filled with martial artists, like a swarm of fish in the river. But 9 out of 10 of them are here to watch the fun and witness the birth of a strong man. After all, not everyone can be on the combat power list. The appearance of the Dragon Mastiff instantly caught everyone's attention. Because he, an imperishable realm, actually appeared in the martial arts arena of the Chongsheng realm. What does this guy want to do? Could it be that he wants to challenge the immortal realm's battle power ranking with the strength of the imperishable realm? Haha, where did this idiot come from? Do you really think that the battle power list is so easy to challenge? Those who can make it to the battle power list are all peerless masters. No one has ever successfully fought across borders on the battle power list. That's right. Recently, many so-called geniuses have come from other worlds. They think they can fight across the border in our God realm just because they are the kings of a small corner of the world. They really think we are just a small place. That's not right. It seems that there was a person named Chu Jenies in the human world who fought across borders and successfully left his name on the battle power list. That was just an accident, but who else could have done it besides him? The person in front of me who has stepped into the longevity realm martial arts arena can never do that. That's right. If anyone can fight across borders, wouldn't it make our God realm's combat power seem too weak? Chapter 269 I'll give you a chance to attack. The moment the Dragon Mastiff stepped onto the martial arts arena, he was met with overwhelming ridicule, but he ignored it. What's there to say to those idiots? The only way is to slap them in the face with the results. I took a look at the Immortal Realm Battle Power ranking. Long Ao directly challenged Jun Wudi, who was ranked first in the Immortal Realm. No other. Who made this name so annoying? Dare you call yourself invincible? Oh my god, he is really risking his life. He actually dares to challenge the number 1 Jun Wudi? Doesn't he know that the origin of his name is that he has gone through thousands of battles without being defeated? What an ignorant person! He must be from some remote little world. Otherwise, how dare he be so rampant? Everyone was frightened by the Dragon Mastiff's actions. The number 1 cross-border challenge? How dare he? Hiss! Did this brother get kicked in the head by a donkey? Song Yan, who was racking his brains to figure out what kind of race the Dragon Mastiff was, saw that the other party was challenging Jun Wudi, who was ranked first in the realm of immortality. My jaw almost dropped. Even if all of you in the God realm were kicked in the head by a donkey, he would not be kicked by a donkey. Ni Huang snorted coldly. After all, Long Mastiff usually calls me sister. How could these ignorant people know how powerful he is? From what you said, Jun Wudi is very powerful. Chu Absolute Beginning asked curiously. Undefeated in battles of thousands. It sounds like it's really amazing. Of course. How could someone who ranks first on the battle strength list be a weakling? You don't know what his physique is, do you? I'll tell you about his physique. You'll be shocked. Let me tell you, Jun Wudi's physique is the supreme chaos body. What do you think? Are you scared? Hurry up and call that brother down, or he will be killed up there without even a chance to surrender. I told you there would be a bloody disaster, and you still doubt me. Hurry up and get him down. Since you guys are from another world, I can give you a discount for saving his life. Well, I'll give you a 9.9% discount and charge you 99,000 Chaos Essence Stones. Song Yan raised his head high. He looks like a hermit who is advising on the world. So it's Chaos Body, no wonder it has the power to dominate the world. Long Yuan suddenly realized. Chu Feng's Chaos Body can explain everything very well. Among the many divine bodies of the Chu family, in addition to Chu Ming's 9 dragons battle physical fitness, there are few divine bodies who can defeat him head-on in a battle of the same realm. But thinking of Chu Feng, Long Yuan recalled the time when Chu Feng came to him and asked him why a chaos pearl appeared between his brows. I don't know who spread the news that the Chaos Orb is one of the 5 creation-level divine weapons in the heavens. At first, he thought it was a divine weapon of the Genesis class. Until Chu Feng sacrificed the Chaos Pearl. Long Yuan learned through the system that the Chaos Orb is not a divine weapon of the creation realm at all. It is a half-step eternal divine weapon. Perhaps it was because it had never been obtained by anyone before, so it was mistakenly believed to be a divine weapon. Today, as Chu Feng's strength continued to improve, the Chaos Pearl desperately hopes to return to the infinite chaos. That is its world. That's why it kept reflecting on Chu Feng's brows, thereby attracting his attention. Long Yuan speculates that the Chaos Pearl should also be a treasure that fell from a celestial tomb. This kid Chu Feng. What a great opportunity! Pull back your thoughts. Song Yan continued, it seems that you also know how powerful Chaos Body is. So you understand the gap between them, Chaos Body is really invincible. A rash challenge will only lead to his death in vain. Hurry up and call him down. After you pay me, I will tell fortunes for you and avoid the bloody disaster. It's too late. Long Yuan smiled and said. I saw a figure in white clothes appearing on the martial arts field. And the other party is not a projection. But myself. Jun Wudi himself is here. Song Yan's eyes widened. Hurry, hurry, let that brother surrender quickly, otherwise he won't even have a chance to surrender soon. If you die, ask who wants the essence stone yourself. However, Long Yuan and his companions just looked at the martial arts arena with a smile on their faces. There was no sign of him calling the other person down. It's over, he's dead. Song Yan couldn't bear it and shook his head. Around the martial arts arena, the moment Jun Wudi himself appeared, suddenly, cheers as loud as a landslide and tsunami rang out. People have always admired the strong, especially some of the women. There was even a shrill scream. Because Jun Wudi is not only powerful, but also handsome and majestic. On the martial arts field, Jun Wudi appeared here. He was dressed in white, had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a handsome face, and an elegant demeanor. His black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a lion that was about to get angry. I was already preparing to break through to the domination realm, but I didn't expect that someone would dare to challenge me, and I was challenged by someone from the imperishable realm. Haha, I've never encountered such an interesting thing. In that case, I'll give you a chance to make a move. He looked at the dragon mastiff. Not many words, but his eyes were full of disdain. The imperishable realm dares to challenge itself across borders? It's ridiculous. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? Dragon Mastiff asked, frowning. That's right. Don't exhaust my patience. The Dragon Mastiff narrowed its eyes slightly. His body suddenly turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of Jun Wudi, and his huge fist punched towards the opponent's head. The speed is amazing. But Jun Wudi captured his figure. His palm stretched out, pushed towards the opponent's fist. As the number 1 on the Immortal Realm combat power list, he is so confident. However, when the two sides collided, the vast energy light instantly illuminated the entire martial arts arena. At the same time, the earth-shaking sound that broke out made the eardrums of many martial artists vibrate, and there was a buzzing sound. Then everyone saw a figure disappear from their sight in an instant. Who? Who is that? Why is that the direction where Jun Wudi is? Impossible. It's impossible for Jun Wudi to lose, and it's even more impossible for him to lose to an imperishable realm martial artist. Some female martial artists growled in a low voice. That is the mythical in their hearts, how could they be defeated? However, when the energy light on the martial arts field dissipated, but the figure of the man in white clothes was gone. The scene was completely silent. Where are the people? Where is Jun Wu enemy? Someone roared. Here, he has fainted. Somewhere in the crowd, Jun Wudi was lying there. At this moment, half of his body is gone, and his entire body is stained with blood. It is so miserable. Everyone looked at Jun Wudi in disbelief. If it weren't for the half-head hanging on his neck, everyone couldn't believe that this was actually Jun Wudi, the invincible and immortal state. Impossible, this is impossible. Song Yan was horrified. A look of disbelief. How could this happen? Wrong. This is totally wrong. How could an imperishable realm cross the border and defeat the strongest person in the immortal realm of the God realm? At this time, Chu Xiaotian patted Song Yan on the shoulder and deliberately asked, "Who did you just say was in a bloody disaster?" The latter has not yet recovered from the shock. The whole person is still a little dazed. Chapter 270. Are you sure you want me to use my full strength? After leaving his name Human World, Dragon Mastiff on the battle power list, Dragon Mastiff decisively flew down the training ground. When everyone saw the words Human World, it suddenly became boiling. The human world? That person actually came from the human world? What kind of world is that? Previously there was Naihuang who was invincible in the same realm, Chu Absolute Beginning, and Chu Zhenyi's who fought across borders, and now a Dragon Mastiff has appeared? Is there really some heaven-defying opportunity in the interpersonal world that we in the divine world don't know about? Otherwise, how could there be so many extraordinary people born? How does it feel? Seeing Long Hao returning, Nai Huang asked with a smile. I don't feel anything. What's the point of being number 1 on the battle strength list? He's nothing compared to shit. He fell down before I could even use my full strength. Long Ao curled his lips in disdain. These so-called geniuses in the god realm are really not that good. It's far behind those martial artists of the same level in the Chu family. However, at this moment, a ray of light enveloped the dragon mastiff, which was actually the light emitted from the combat power list. What is this for? Dragon mastiff frowned. I was careless just now. Now let's have a real fight. A voice rang out from the martial arts arena. But it was Jun Wudi, who was dressed in white. At this moment, he no longer had any contempt in his eyes when looking at Long Mao, but instead had a serious and solemn expression on his face. It was his tribe that gave him the elixir and cured his injuries. Long Yuan spoke. Although Jun Wudi's injuries were serious just now, but it has not yet fallen. He was saved by a pill. After recovery, the opponent actually challenged Dragon Mastiff again. Weren't you very pretentious just now? Why aren't you pretending now? Besides, I have no interest in fighting a defeated opponent. You can just fight the reflection of me. Dragon Mastiff waved his hand and said. Even if the opponent did not use his full strength. But he also estimated the opponent's strength, and the outcome would be the same if they fought again. And he spoke as if he had used all his strength. Young man, please go to the martial arts arena and fight my young master with all your strength. If I defeat your brand on the battle power list, you will say that you didn't use your full strength before. In order not to waste everyone's time, please come on stage and fight. An old man came over and said in a deep voice. Who are you? Jun Wudi's protector. Are you forcing me? I'm not forcing you, but I hope you can fight fairly. After all, my young master was not prepared at all just now. I think it's not just my young master who wants to fight you to the best of his ability, but even these spectators want to see the amazing battle between the two of you, right? Jun Tianyu looked at the people around him and said. That's right, Jun Wudi obviously didn't use his full strength just now. You attacked by surprise, and your victory was unfair. Use all your strength and fight fair. I said he couldn't really beat him, but it turns out he was totally unprepared. This wasn't a fair fight. Retry, retry, retry. The roaring sound like the tide came one after another. It echoed around the battle power list and spread far away. It also attracted the attention of the major forces that were watching the corpse of the god. Dragon Mastiff frowned. If it is not that the strength does not allow it. He really wanted to slap everyone here to death. Especially the look in the eyes of the invincible protector in front of him. What's that expression? It clearly means that you have to go. Sudden. Dragon Mastiff grinned and said, Are you sure you want me to fight you with all my strength? Yes, only in this way can my young master achieve a perfect state of mind and break through to the domination realm. Really? He, then it's as you wish. The Dragon Mastiff shook its body. Appeared on the training ground again. You are invincible, the world is invincible. Beat him up and let them know that the strong men in my god realm are not comparable to those in their mortal world. You must use all your strength this time and don't hold back. It's best not to give him a chance to surrender and completely kill him on the martial arts field. What a noisy bunch! Long Mao scratched his ears and said impatiently. Then he looked at the other party, how is it? Will you give me a chance to show my skills this time? Don't be so arrogant. Jun Wudi's expression turned fierce. The energy in the body exploded, and the mighty divine light shot straight into the sky. However, just as he was about to start. But Long Ao suddenly stopped him and said, Before you do anything, let me ask you a question. What's the problem? Have you really recovered from your injuries? Are you sure you are in peak condition? Don't come back and say that you haven't fully recovered from your injuries yet. Yet, but it doesn't matter. You won't get the chance to say those words anyway. Humph, the pill I just took was a healing pill made by the pill refining great master of the opening heaven realm. Now I have completely recovered and don't feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, that punch just now must have consumed a lot of your energy. Do you want to take a rest for a while to recover? Or else you'll die in an ugly way. No matter how elegant and dignified Junwoody usually was, he couldn't help but get a little angry at this moment. It seems that I have been worrying too much. Let's do it. I'll give you a chance this time. Court death. Junwoody was furious. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever looked down on me like this. Instantly, the chaotic energy around him surged. A huge figure appeared behind him. He held a huge axe in his hand. With his feet on the lotus, the chaotic energy on his body turned into armor, and his aura dominated the world. Supreme Divine Ability Heavenly Law Shaping Earth. And this is Pan Shen's Heavenly Law Shaping Earth. Junwoody actually has this opportunity to obtain the legacy left by Pan Shen. The divine wizard who had been secretly observing the divine corpse near Kangshan Mountain, expecting the first demon and the divine tower to appear and fight to the death, widened his eyes when he saw Pan Shen's heavenly law shaping earth. When Pan Shen left, he left behind many legacy in the God realm. It is to inspire these younger generations to seek. They had been searching for this supreme divine ability for a long time in the temple. But there is no news. I didn't expect that it was obtained by Junwoody of the Jun family. Other major powers hidden in the dark could not help but turn their attention to the battle power list. Ha ha ha, this time the young master is finally serious. Jun Tianyu stroked his beard. Once this divine ability is released, who can compete? I told you that he really had a bloody disaster. You didn't believe it. Do you believe it now? Pan Shen's divine ability, the supreme divine ability. No matter how strong his foundation is, he can't stop the divine ability of Pan Shen, right? It's over, he's really going to die this time. What do you call this? You don't listen to good advice and you'll suffer the consequences. But this time it's not a loss, it's a loss of life. Song Yan looked at Long Yuan and the others and said teasingly. Especially when he looked at Chu Xiaotian, who had previously mocked him, he looked gloating. They will definitely ask me to help them solve their problems later. How much should I charge them? It shouldn't be a problem to charge a little more, right? Chapter 271 Where is Junwoody? Master, they call this level of divine ability the supreme divine ability. Why does it feel so different from what you taught me? Chu Absolute Beginning asked doubtfully. Although the power of heavenly law shaping earth is extraordinary, but there is a world of difference between it and the two supreme divine abilities, Ancestral Dragon Fist and World in the Palm. Haha, this divine ability was left by Pan Shen. It can only be called a Genesis level divine ability at best. It is far from the real supreme divine ability. Long Yuan shook his head. Your supreme divine ability is a gift from the system. The divine ability has no limit. But this supreme divine ability of the heavens was not considered a powerful divine ability in his eyes. Humph, a bunch of frogs in a well actually dare to say that Pan Shen's divine ability is not the supreme divine ability? You really don't know what they are talking about. Jun Tianyu snorted coldly. He glanced at Long Yuan and the others with disdain. The giant stood there, blocking out the sun and sky. Then he clenched the giant axe with both hands and swung it violently, chopping down at the dragon mastiff below. The latter narrowed his eyes slightly. Charge your right fist. A huge dragon mastiff shadow appeared behind him, emitting bursts of dragon roars. What the hell is this creature? Song Yan's eyes trembled. Is this the other party's true form? Why have I never seen such a creature before? In the surprised eyes of the crowd, the two figures collided with each other instantly. The overwhelming divine power rose into the sky and transformed into a vast and huge pillar of light, which shattered the thick clouds in the sky and annihilated the invisible stars. At this moment, a slight clicking sound suddenly appeared in Jun Tianyu's space ring. When his spiritual sense penetrated into it, his face turned pale in an instant, bloodless. Because Jun Wudi's life card was broken. How is it possible? How is it possible? While others were still cheering for Jun Wudi, Jun Tianyu's body was staggering backwards. No, absolutely not. Jun Tianyu shook his head in disbelief. The young master had already used the supreme divine ability such as heavenly law shaping earth, how could he still be killed? Seeing his expression, Song Yan frowned. The other party's expression. Did something happen to Monarch? Impossible? How could something happen to such an invincible being? He looked at Long Yuan and others again. But I found that the other party still looked normal. As if nothing happened. After a long time, when the dazzling energy light on the martial arts field dissipated, everyone was dumbfounded. Because Jun Wudi disappeared again. Where is Jun Wudi? Will he be knocked away again? Could it be that even with his supreme divine ability, he is still no match for the other party? FK, is this strong man in the human world so terrifying? And what is his true form? How come I have never seen such a creature before? Impossible, absolutely impossible. My Jun Wudi is invincible. He will not fail and will not be killed by anyone. He must have used some divine ability to confuse our vision. That's right, he's serious this time and he won't fail again. I'm going to marry him and give birth to a bunch of invincible babies for him. Some beautiful female martial artists shook their heads. Growl this in a low voice. Their eyes were fixed on the martial arts arena. Looking forward to Jun Wudi suddenly appearing from some corner. Jun Wudi is missing. Everyone thought he was beaten away by the dragon mastiff again. Until... Ah! Damn you! Damn you! How dare you kill my young master? Jun Tianyu's angry voice sounded like a tiger roaring in the forest. The crowd that was originally talking was stunned for a moment. Jun Wudi is dead? Was he killed by a punch from the other party? The invincible person who was the first in the immortal realm of their god realm was killed by a single punch from an imperishable realm in the human realm? Is it fake? How could our god realm be so weak? No matter how powerful the opponent is, he can't be this strong. What kind of creature is he? Why can he even destroy Panshen's heavenly law shaping earth? Wivu, Wudi, my Wudi, if you die, who will I give birth to an invincible baby? After a brief silence, the crowd became noisy again. Everyone looked at the man on the training ground in bewilderment. I wanted to spare his life, but he forced me to fight. Do you think that just because you named yourself invincible, you will be invincible? You are really overestimating yourself. The dragon mastiff snorted coldly, flying down from the martial arts arena. However, what greeted him was Jun Tianyu's tremendous rage. Since you killed my young master, you must pay for his life. After saying that, he pressed the dragon mastiff with his palm. Whoosh! A figure flashed by. Absolute Beginning appeared in front of the dragon mastiff in an instant. Clenched fists. A merciless punch was thrown. Infinite divine light burst forth, colliding with Jun Tianyu's attack on the dragon mastiff. There was a loud bang. Jun Tianyu's body was instantly blown up, turned into a ball of blood mist, and died. Humph, life and death in the martial arts arena is your own responsibility. He died because of his lack of knowledge. He was unable to see his own strength and acted rashly. He deserved to die. Chu Absolute Beginning said in a deep voice. The crowd around was silent. The battle came so quickly that many people had not yet reacted. After a while, someone spoke up. The man from the Jun family just now seemed to be in the infinite realm. And the person standing in front of Long Ao seemed to be in the domination realm. Is this another powerful warrior who fought across borders and killed the enemy? Wait, why does that person look familiar to me? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Someone looked at Chu and said absolute beginning. Ah! I remember now. This is the absolute beginning of the imperishable realm who was invincible during the competition between the god realm and the human realm. Yes? I felt that he was extremely powerful at that time, but I didn't expect that he hadn't shown his true strength at that time. Could this be his true fighting power? He crossed the boundary of the domination realm and blew up the infinite realm with one punch. Oh my god! What kind of genius can do this? The human world again? What secrets are hidden in that place? How could so many peerless monsters be born there? Two powerful men from the human world appeared. They all fought across borders and killed the powerful ones in the god realm. It made everyone feel an unprecedented shock. They never thought about it. Is there anyone who can reach this level of strength? Song Yan opened his mouth wide. He stared at Chu absolute beginning and the other two with a dull look on his face, his throat moving involuntarily. Are these two guys so strong? Suddenly, he looked at Long Yuan. Just now, these people were standing behind this person. If they are all so horrible, could it be that this person is even more terrifying than them? How boring. Looking at this situation, I guess we don't need to challenge anymore. Chu Xiaotian sighed. The fighting power of Long Ao and absolute beginning has made everyone nervous. It's boring for them to continue attacking. Moreover, his fighting power is comparable to that of the Dragon Mastiff, so there is nothing to compare with him. In that case, let's go check out the God Corpse's situation. Long Yuan said. Several people nodded. But just as I was about to leave, then, several terrifying auras from the opening heaven realm suddenly descended. You killed my Jun family's people and just walked away. Isn't this too much of a disregard for my God realm Jun family? People haven't arrived yet. A cold voice came over. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 272 Internal Strife. The chilly aura seemed to make the temperature between heaven and earth drop suddenly, making some martial artists with lower abilities feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. As the words fell, several figures suddenly appeared in the air, blocked the way of Long Yuan and others. They appeared in the sky. Like a god descending from heaven, he looked down upon Long Yuan and the others. There was one figure in particular, with grey hair and a grey robe. His eyes were extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. That is Jun Kangtian, one of the ancestors of the Jun family. Song Yan said in a deep voice. He is a genuine opening heaven-level master. Although the people traveling with him were not members of the Jun family, they were all giants among the behemoth forces in the divine world. He glanced at Long Yuan and the others. Song Yan took a few deep puffs from the divine weapon pipe in his mouth and sighed. I didn't see it wrong. These people are indeed in danger of bloodshed. Isn't it normal for people in your God realm battle power ranking to kill people? Why is it that now the younger ones are beaten first and the older ones are beaten second? Is this going to end? The Dragon Mastiff sneered. Jun Kangtian looked at him and said coldly, Wu Di's death is indeed not your fault. He did not recognize the difference in strength between the enemy and us. His death is his own fault. But it was your fault that you killed the elders of my Jun family. So what do you want? Long Yuan stepped forward and asked. Song Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this guy going to take action? I would like to ask you to come to my house and explain this matter clearly, otherwise. Hey, Jun Kangtian, why are you talking so much? Can't you just say you want to find out the secret of their power? What? You still have to reason with them? Is this a world where reason is important? If everyone was reasonable, why would we practice so hard? This is a world where fists are important. Then he looked at Long Ao and the others and said, Boys, you are very strong. As long as you are willing to tell us why you are so strong, we can let you go. How about it? Do you want to consider it? A grumpy red-haired old man said this directly without any reservation. The other people's mouths twitched slightly. Who oh lie, this old thing? Don't you even know how to save face? There are so many martial artists here. If this news gets out, what will be said about these major forces? I should have known not to bring him here. There is no secret. If I have to say something, it's that you people in the God realm are too weak. Long Yuan said calmly. We in the God realm are weak? Ha ha ha, this is truly the funniest joke I have ever heard. Laughing fierily. But his laughter suddenly stopped. Fire burst from his eyes. He looked at Long Yuan and said, in that case, let me see how strong you are. After saying this, a blazing fire was burning on his big hand. Grabbed towards Long Yuan. One for each person. Someone suddenly shouted. He also attacked Long Yuan and his men. You dare to kill the elders of my Jun family? You must give my Jun family an explanation for this matter. I am one of the four. Jun Kangtian also rushed towards Long Yuan and the others. At the same time, a huge hand grabbed over. Martial artists such as Song Yan were shocked when they saw this. He hurriedly ran around. When such a big boss takes action, if they are not careful, they will be reduced to ashes. If you are so confident, then show me how strong you are. Even if you are a master of opening heaven, you can't stop these people. However, just as the six of them attacked Long Yuan and his men, the latter narrowed his eyes slightly. There were flashes of golden light in the middle. In an instant, Jun Kangtian and his companions, who were originally attacking Long Yuan and his four companions, suddenly stopped. Then they looked at each other. Huo Lai said, sorry, I changed my mind. I want all of these people, so you all go to hell. As he said this, he decisively attacked the person beside him. The giant palm burning with raging flames slapped towards the opponent. What a coincidence! They dared to kill my Jun family members. They should all be killed. My Jun family wants all of them. Jun Kangtian also suddenly changed his goal. Attack the people around you without mercy. All was in chaos for a while. The powerful opening heaven realm masters who had originally attacked Long Yuan and his companions now changed their targets and launched a fierce attack on the people next to them. None of the six held back. Fists and palms meet. Energy burst out and killed in the starry sky. In a short moment, bright blood fell from the sky. This scene stunned everyone present. How come this change happened suddenly? Isn't this supposed to happen? No one is blocking the way, we can go see the corpse of the god. Long Yuan put his hands behind his back and left with Long Ao and a few others. Something's wrong. This is very wrong. Why did they suddenly change their target without any warning? And now you actually let him leave. This is weird. Song Yan knocked his head with his divine weapon pipe. I also can't understand why these giants have undergone such strange changes. Could it be that they discovered something when they made their move? So you changed your mind and wanted to take them all for yourself. But even so, we shouldn't let them go. He thought about it over and over again but couldn't figure out the hidden reason. Left the battle power list. Long Ao asked curiously, Father, were you the one who did it just now? That's right, a bunch of little karamis, do they have the qualifications to block my way? Since they like fighting so much, let them fight to the death. Long Yuan replied. When the younger one is beaten, the older one comes, and when the older one is beaten, the older one comes. It really makes him unhappy. What kind of divine ability is this that can control others so easily? Father, can you teach us? Dragon Mastiff's eyes sparkled. This divine ability is too amazing. This is not a divine ability. When you reach the control realm, you will have the ability to control everything. Just now they attacked each other because they were controlled by me. Even if I asked them to go back and destroy their respective family forces, they could only do it and could not resist. So you understand, don't you? The weak have no power to resist the strong, and they have no dignity either. If you don't want to end up like this in the future, then practice as hard as you can. You all have the talent to become strong, don't waste it. Yes. We understand. Long Ao and his companions responded in unison. Godfather? Have you made another breakthrough? Have you reached the true state of control? Naihuang asked in surprise. It's not the control realm, but the Dao-breaking realm above the control realm. Above the creation realm is the control realm, and above that is the Dao-breaking realm. I am currently in this realm. Hiss? Godfather, why did you break through so quickly? Naihuang was puzzled. Not long ago, my adoptive father was still in the half-step control realm. Now he has made a breakthrough to a greater level? Logically speaking, it should take a long time of practice and accumulation to reach that level, right? Me. As long as the Chu family grows faster, I will have more motivation to practice, and naturally I will break through faster. Long Yuan said with a smile. Naihuang and the others were speechless for a while. What's the reason for this? The faster the Chu family grows, the more motivated they will be to practice. Is this the unique advantage of the guardian beast? How about I try being a guardian beast for once? Long Mao said doubtfully. Chapter 273 Come openly and leave openly. You can give it a try, but if you swear to become the guardian beast of a certain force, you will have the responsibility to assist the development of that force. You can't give up halfway. Long Yuan said with a smile. Don't be fooled, Dragon Mastiff. Apart from my foster father, other guardian beasts simply don't have this ability. Naihuang reminded. I hope he doesn't end up becoming the guardian beast of another force just to make a quick breakthrough, because that would really drag him down for the rest of his life. Not everyone is a godfather. Then forget it. I just want to fight. If I were asked to assist a certain force, I would probably lead them to fight every day, and sooner or later, the entire force would be exhausted. The Dragon Mastiff shook his head. At this time, the giants of the God realm who were hiding around the God corpse were all looking at Jun Kangtian and others fighting in the starry sky in amazement. No one knows why. What are these people doing? Why did they suddenly start fighting? The nine-headed lion frowned. Aren't they trying to capture people to study the other side's secrets of fighting across borders? Forget it, let's ignore them and keep a close eye on the first demon and the divine tower. Now that the news has been completely leaked, I don't believe that the divine tower won't be tempted. The witch said in a deep voice. Once those two people appeared, the fight for the god's corpse has resulted in both sides suffering heavy losses, and this is the best time for them to take action. And even if this still doesn't eliminate the other party, well, they have other ways. Not long after, Long Yuan and his companions came near the corpse of the god. What a terrifying aura, Master, what realm is this divine corpse it? Feeling the terrifying power brought by the corpse of God, Chu Xiaotian and the others were shocked. A corpse can be so terrifying. How powerful are you when you are alive? He was stronger than me when he was alive, and now his body has the same level of cultivation as mine. Through the system display. During his lifetime, the other party's cultivation level reached the Chaos Realm, which was 2 major realms higher than Long Yuan, but his physical body was only at the level of perfection of the Dao-breaking realm. After death, the realm of cultivation is naturally gone. But the horrible body was preserved intact. The center of his eyebrows was pierced, his sea of consciousness was destroyed and his soul was cut off. Long Yuan looked at the corpse and said. It was a dead body of a man. His face was resolute and stern, and he looked to be only in his 40s. Such a powerful being actually had his sea of consciousness destroyed. The person who did it must be even more terrifying, right? Chu Absolute Beginning said in shock. That may not be the case. His realm of cultivation is very strong, but his body is very weak. You must know that the body is a protective wall to protect the sea of consciousness and the soul. Once the body is broken, it is not too difficult to kill the opponent's soul. So you can't neglect the training of your physical body during your normal training. Otherwise, you will easily be in a passive state when you encounter opponents with strong physical bodies. Long Yuan warned several people. Several people nodded seriously. Let's go and search the corpses to see if there is any good fortune or opportunity that can be of use to us. This corpse came from the original ancient world. And his cultivation is so high. There must be a lot of good things on him. Just go there like this? Will we be discovered by others? Naihuang looked at the countless martial artists around her and felt a little scared. If they were seen approaching the corpse by others, there will be a lot of trouble by then. Don't worry, if I don't want them to see it, they won't see it. Long Yuan and several others instantly appeared above the corpse. The pressure that even the first demon, a creator, dared not underestimate was as if it did not exist in front of Long Yuan. Without a space ring or a space treasure like a universe bag, this is a poor martial artist. Dragon Mastiff said with disdain. Haha, why would a strong person of this level need that kind of thing? Long Yuan shook his head and smiled. Reach out and grab the other person's abdomen. A palm-sized circular portal appeared in the abdomen of the corpse, and Long Yuan's palm reached straight in. Naihuang and the others opened their mouths wide. What is this doing? Are you hitting the other person's kidney? Long Yuan explained, what is the creation realm? It is to open up a world within the body, so the strong people above the creation realm do not need the so-called space treasures at all. All kinds of treasures will be stored in the world inside their bodies. So that's how it is. But a moment. Long Yuan withdrew his outstretched hand. In his hand, a cloud of light emanated. Through the light, Long Ao and others discovered treasures that made them tremble, including elixirs, divine weapons, skills, natural treasures and other treasures. What a rich man! Ni Huang exclaimed. There are too many treasures. The eyes of several people were wide open, reflecting the brilliant and blurry precious light. What's this? He was a Chaos Realm expert in his lifetime. He practiced for who knows how many years. It's normal for him to have some accumulation. I'll pick out a few treasures you can use later, and put the rest into the family treasury. Hey, thank you, Dad. Dragon Mastiff said excitedly. Just with a quick glance, he discovered several treasures that caught his eye. Check again carefully. After confirming that there is nothing missing, Long Yuan was about to return with Naihuang and the others, but suddenly noticed a few figures not far away. There were 7 figures sitting cross-legged in a circle. In the center sat an old man with white hair and beard. The soul fire between his brows burned particularly vigorously, like a dazzling white sun. Is that someone from hell? Absolute Beginning Chu looked at them in surprise and said. There was white soul fire burning between the eyebrows of those people, exactly the same as some people in hell. They are not from hell, but the soul clan of the divine world. The reason why many people in hell have this mark is because there are also powerful soul clan members imprisoned there. Long Yuan has been to hell. Know a little about that place. So what are they doing now? Why do I feel like they are setting up a formation? Chu Absolute Beginning frowned. Yes, they are indeed setting up a formation. They really have some tricks. They actually want to use their spirit to enter this corpse and control it. Long Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. What? They want to take control of this body. Will it pose a threat to you, Master, in the future? Chu Xiaotian asked. Do they deserve it? If this corpse resurrected on its own, I might not be its opponent, but if it is just their control, I really don't care. Long Yuan sneered. To put it bluntly, these people are too weak to carry the corpse. Let's go. This is our first time in the God realm. Let's go take a look around. Long Yuan and his companions came openly. Then he left openly. No one present could see them. Those people are still looking forward to the arrival of the 10,000 Dragons Tower to fight against the first demon, so that they can also reap the benefits. But before long, those few people who fought in the starry sky all died. This incident shocked everyone. How so? Everyone thought they were fighting just to win over someone. It would have been fine if the victory was decided and the fight ended there, but why did they all die? For a time, the atmosphere among the 6 major forces including the Jun family, Shuo Heavenly Palace, etc. suddenly became tense, and there was a hint of preparation for war. The one who fell was a powerful master of the opening heaven realm. It is a giant-like existence. It would be enough to cause serious damage to any of their forces. Chapter 274, Emergency. Everyone, please be patient. This matter is a bit strange. Let's find out what happened first. The Witch of Pan Temple stepped forward to stop the fight between the major forces. And now is not the time for internal strife. No one else intervened. They died together. After some inspection, everyone came to this conclusion. Things are a bit strange. How could it develop to this extent? Isn't it just a fight for people? It's not some supreme opportunity to break through the realm of creation. The 9-headed lion frowned. When they reach this stage, situations where life and death are desperately sought are rare, nothing is worth sacrificing one's life for. Where are Long Ao and Chu Absolute Beginning? That group of people disappeared, and no one knows where they went. There's something strange. There's something really strange. How could they disappear right under our noses? Investigate, and hunt them down to the end. This matter might be related to them. Long Yuan and his companions had fun in the God realm. Enjoy the scenery of the divine world. Taste the divine food. Look at the customs and habits of the divine world. I experienced many things that I have never experienced in the human world. Such as gambling on stones, auctions, treasure hunting. The mountains, rivers, and swamps in this divine world are indeed much more majestic than those in our human world. Chu Absolute Beginning exclaimed. Yes, after all, the God realm occupies the largest area in the heavens. Long Yuan opened a spirit weapon folding fan that bought calligraphy and painting in the God realm and said. At this time, they came to a huge city called Yunshui City. The misty Yunshui River surrounds the entire city like a jade belt, making the entire city feel imposing. However, this is a very ordinary city in the God realm. There are many martial artists in the city. The overall level is also stronger than the human world. Among them, the domination realm and the infinite realm occupy a very large proportion. However, beneath the beautiful scenery lies a murderous intent. On the night that Long Yuan and others entered the city, this prosperous city was attacked. A dark pagoda is suspended in the sky. A large silver formation loomed below the tower base. The city was wrapped inside. In an instant, all the strong men above the level of martial god in the entire city were engulfed by the power emitted by the silver formation and swallowed into the pagoda. Screams of fear came from the mouths of those unsuspecting martial artists. Figures flew uncontrollably towards the pagoda in the sky and were all sucked into the pagoda. Chu Xiaotian and Long Ao were also sucked into the air by this force. But he was grabbed by Long Yuan. Master, what happened? Chu Xiaotian asked in surprise. Although attacks on the divine world do happen from time to time. But this time the other party is obviously targeting the entire city. Who knows? Long Yuan spread his hands. You two go take a look. He looked at Chu Absolute Beginning and Nai Huang. Yes. Although the Black Tower and the formation are both at heaven level. But the mastermind behind the scenes is only Wuliang realm. Unable to bring out the power of the Black Tower or the formation, this is exactly the opponent of Naihuang and Chu Absolute Beginning. The two of them stared into the void. In an instant, 4 black figures were seen hiding there. Then the energy in their bodies exploded and turned into 2 beams of light that rushed towards the 4 figures. No matter what the other party's purpose is. Now that I have been provoked, I can't just let it go. How dare 2 masters of the realm be so arrogant? The person in charge of the formation snorted coldly. There was no intention to take action at all. It was just that the divine energy in his body exploded, forming an energy barrier in front of him. In their opinion, what qualifications does a mere domination realm have to be worthy of the infinite realm's intervention? However, as Naihuang's punch landed, broken down the defensive barrier. The moment the bullet pierced through a man's chest, the expressions of several people changed completely. Just when Naihuang shot through one of them's chest, Chu Absolute Beginning also punched one of them in the head. Oh no! These 2 guys are pretending to be pigs and eating the tiger. Hurry up and send someone to kill them. Seeing this scene, several people's hearts trembled suddenly. How could these 2 masters be so terrifying? Not only can it break through the defensive barriers they set up, can it penetrate their bodies? Even those with divine level physiques can't do it. However, the formation had to be controlled by at least 3 people, otherwise it would not be able to be maintained, so one of them who had not been attacked immediately stopped Naihuang and the other 2. This will also give the 2 injured people time to recover. However, just when he was ready to show his strength, when suppressing the 2. But before even 1 round had passed, he was torn into 2 by Chu and Naihuang, and bright blood spilled into the sky. Oh no! Lao Lu is hiding in this city. The information is wrong. Retreat quickly. Among the 3, the other 2 have not fully recovered from their injuries. Seeing that the situation was not good, several people prepared to retreat. Even if the mission to capture these martial artists fails, as long as you keep your life, there will be another chance in the future. Want to leave? Stay! Chu Absolute Beginning roared. The divine energy in the body explodes. There was a dragon phoenix entanglement beside him, and the terrifying aura was stirring. He shattered the clouds in the sky and killed the remaining intact strong man in the infinite realm. What a terrifying aura! Is this the aura that a master should have? What kind of giant power could have cultivated such a freak? There's something really wrong with the intelligence this time. And Naihuang faced 2 other men in black whose injuries had not yet healed. Because without the control of the 3 people, the great array has been destroyed. Some martial artists who were being controlled by the formation to fly into the air instantly broke free from their restraints and quickly fell from the sky. Oh my goodness, this is really going to ruin my plan. Watching the battles in the night sky, an old man fell to the ground and muttered in dissatisfaction. Then he picked up the 1-meter-long pipe hanging on his waist and started smoking. Could those 2 little guys be the ones with the great opportunities I predicted? Only by keeping up with their pace can we break through the realm of creation in the future. Although these 2 have extraordinary combat power, how can they break through the creation realm? The old man blew out a white smoke ring. Looking at Chu Absolute Beginning and Naihuang who were fighting in the starry sky. Just a few rounds. Blood burst out from the 3 men's bodies and they were killed and defeated. The Tower of Control. One of them shouted hurriedly. The 3 of them appeared together in an instant. The energy in his body exploded, and he controlled the divine tower floating in the sky to suppress Chu Absolute Beginning and the other person. With the infusion of energy, the divine tower as big as a mountain suddenly came down to suppress the 2 of them. Humph, comparing divine weapon, do you really think we are afraid of you? Absolute Beginning snorted coldly. A large golden seal emerged from between the eyebrows and floated above the head. The seal radiates brilliant golden light. The majestic power cannot be looked at directly. In this dark night, it hangs there like a dazzling sun. Go! As Chu Absolute Beginning's voice fell, A palm-sized seal flew out. Suddenly it crashed into the pagoda that was suppressing it. Boom! There was a loud bang. The two divine weapons collided with each other, creating an earth-shaking sound. The entire city and the surrounding space were shaking violently, and dazzling energy waves swept across the world of four extremities. Chapter 275, Shenji Zi. Then, amid the astonishment of the crowd, the divine tower exploded instantly. Ahem, my god, what level of divine weapon is that? Can it actually smash a heaven-level divine weapon? The old man holding the pipe suddenly widened his eyes. The smoke in his mouth choked him and he started coughing. But this scene really shocked him. Could it be that it is a Genesis-level divine weapon? But there are only 5 creation-level divine weapons in the universe, not counting the divine tower, there are only 6 in total, and none of them looks like this. He naturally didn't know. This is one of the many treasures obtained from the corpse of the god. It is a divine weapon that surpasses the Genesis level. Even if true absolute beginning could not unleash 1/10,000th of the power of this divine weapon, the hardness of the seal alone was enough to smash the heaven-level pagoda into pieces. The 3 men in black were also dumbfounded. Then he ran in 3 directions without looking back. If these 3 people wanted to escape true absolute beginning, it is very difficult for them to catch up. However, a strange scene appeared. Those 3 people were clearly running forward. But the body keeps moving backwards. Just for a moment. The 3 of them returned to the starting point. Ah! Why is this happening? One of them collapsed and shouted. Are they possessed by evil spirits? How could this happen? But true absolute beginning and others knew very well that perhaps only Master can achieve this level. Originally, Long Yuan was planning to interrogate the other party. As a result, the 3 of them bit their tongues and committed suicide by taking poison. It seems that this is not an individual behavior, but a strict organization. Long Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. So here comes the question. What exactly does the other party want to do? He actually captured all the strong men with the cultivation level above martial god in the city. Yes, they are indeed a very strict and extremely secretive organization called Night Shadow. An old man's voice came from the side. Long Yuan and the others looked at each other. I just felt that the old man in front of me looked familiar. The other person was wearing a simple linen shirt. His grey hair was a little messy, and he was holding a heaven-level divine weapon pipe about 1 meter long. Oh my god, isn't this the fat guy who told us that we would have a bloody disaster near the sky? What? Do you think we won't recognize you if you stick a beard on? I recognized your big pipe at first sight. Long Mao looked at the old man and said. In addition to the beard and a few more wrinkles on the face. Isn't this cut from the same mold as that guy? Hearing this, the old man gnashed his teeth and said, that little BD is using my name to cheat again. Damn it! That BD! I'm going to beat his next time we meet. Haha, hello everyone. I'm Shenji Zi. What you saw before was my useless grandson. The old man clasped his fists towards Long Yuan and the others. Yes, I know. The real body is actually a celestial turtle? It is a rare creature indeed. Now you should tell me what's going on with Night Shadow. Long Yuan said calmly. Shen Jizi's pupils shrank slightly. Looking at Long Yuan in surprise. This young man actually knew that he was the Tianji turtle? Nowadays, few people of the younger generation know about this. Could it be that the other party comes from some ancient powerful force? However, judging from the other party's tone just now, it seemed as if he knew about this for the first time, and he couldn't help but feel curious about Long Yuan. Moreover, one of the 2 people who just attacked was actually his disciple, and the other was his adopted daughter? Who is this person? Out of curiosity, Shen Jizi began to deduce Long Yuan. As a result, he spat out a mouthful of blood at the beginning. You old man, my father asked you to tell me about Yang's situation, why are you just spitting blood? Do you have any connection with the Night Shadow organization? Long Hao waited and looked at Shen Jizi with his big bell-like eyes. He was outsmarting me and it backfired. Long Yuan said. Oh, old man, you are so brave? How dare you predict my father's fate? Long Ao tried hard not to laugh. Although the art of deduction is very powerful. But it is not something that can be deduced just by meeting a person. That thing can be fatal if you don't handle it properly. Ashamed, old man, cough cough cough. There was blood on the corner of Shen Ji's mouth. He looked at Long Yuan with horror. Then he bowed and said, Junior Shen Jitsi, I pay my respects to you, senior. What? Did you really figure out something about me? Long Yuan asked curiously. Shame on me, I didn't figure it out at all. But this horrific backlash that shocked me tells me that you are no ordinary person. Shen Jitsi said respectfully. This backlash was even more terrifying than what he had predicted from the abacus, and it made his heart palpitate. This means that the person in front of him is very likely to be more terrifying than Pan Shen. So the backlash will be stronger. Could it be that this person is the one that he had calculated to have great opportunities and great fortune? It is no longer a fantasy to follow him and break through the realm of creation in the future. Shen Jitsi's eyes lit up. It seems that I have decided to hold on to this thigh. Old man, your eyes reveal that you have feelings for my father. But you'd better give up this unrealistic idea as soon as possible, because my father will never like you. Dragon Mastiff folded his arms and snorted. What nonsense are you talking about? Long Yuan slapped the Dragon Mastiff on the back of its head. Looking at Shen Jizi, he asked, Tell me, what is the situation with Ying? Why do they seem to want to arrest all martial artists above the martial god level in this city? What do they want? Reporting to the senior, in fact, this is why I came to this city this time. Shen Jitsi bowed and said. Because I deduced that this city would have some connection with the Night Shadow organization. I originally wanted to blend into the crowd and enter the tower to explore the lair of the Night Shadow organization, but I never thought that this plan would fail. But this Night Shadow organization has been around in the God realm for quite a long time. They appear every once in a while, and specifically target cities that don't have opening heaven-level warriors stationed there, and capture all the martial artists above the martial god level. As for where they went and what they did, no one knows, but those martial artists who were taken away never appeared again, so they must have died. Long Yuan looked at Shen Jizi. No, he wasn't lying. Because when he was checking the martial artists who were detained by the formation, he noticed the Shen Jizi hidden among them. He was the only opening heaven realm expert among all of them. And when he was arrested by the Great Array. But he didn't resist at all. At that time, Long Yuan felt a little curious, but he didn't want to pay attention to those people who had nothing to do with him. Forward. Chu Absolute beginning touched his nose. Feelings that doing it yourself has disrupted your plans? Old man, can't you calculate? Why don't you figure out who is behind this? Long Mao asked doubtfully. Why haven't I calculated it? But what I saw was very blurry and hazy. I guess the mastermind behind this is at least at the same level as me. Moreover, I have deduced that the other party has a close connection with the evil race outside the domain. Shen Jitsi said in a deep voice. Chapter 276, The Strange Place in the Divine World. If it is not related to the evil race outside the domain. He was too lazy to care about these things. After all, the divine world is so vast, and countless martial artists die every day. But once it is related to the evil race outside the domain, then he has to care. After all, he had fought side by side with Pan Shen, and would never allow these evil tribes from outside the domain to infiltrate Liangzhi Mountain. Is it related to the evil race from outside the domain? The phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. There was a hint of murderous intent in it. You are. You have the blood of the first phoenix. Could it be that you are the Nihuang? Shen Jizhi looked at Nihuang and asked puzzledly. Yes, it is the junior. Hiss. Shen Jitsi was shocked. The legend about Nihuang is well known in the God realm. However, what Shen Jitsi cares about is that the divine tower that can make the first demon flee is Nihuang's adoptive father. Etc. Suddenly, Shen Jitsi turned his gaze towards Long Yuan. Just now, Nihuang seemed to call the other person Godfather? Could it be that he is the incarnation of the divine tower? I didn't expect that. The divine tower that everyone in the divine world wants to see is actually right in front of me. Stay calm, I have to stay calm and not lose my manners in front of my seniors. Shen Jizhi shouted in his heart. But now that Yang's clues have been cut off, we can only wait for another opportunity. Let's walk around the God realm and take a look at this beautiful scenery. Long Yuan smiled and said. If you can't meet each other, he won't force it. We will naturally take care of those things once the Chu family's influence spreads. Then why not let me lead the way for you? After all, I am quite familiar with this old man in the God realm. I must know better than you where there are delicious foods and fun places. Shen Jitsi said hurriedly. This is a good opportunity to get closer and get on good terms with others. Well, it's good to have a tour guide. After staying in Yunshui City for a few days, under the leadership of Shen Jizhi, everyone began to travel in the realm of gods. During this period, Shen Jizhi also curiously asked Long Yuan why he didn't kill the first demon to avoid future troubles. After all, he is the biggest threat now. For your god realm, the beginning demon is indeed a great threat, but for my master, he is nothing. Chu Xiaotian replied. Master wanted to kill the first demon in a matter of seconds. The reason why he kept him alive was just to give us a chance to practice in the future. A matter of a thought. The corners of Shen Ji's mouth twitched slightly. I thought to myself that the other party was so arrogant. The original demon is a genuine creator. Even if Pan Shen returns, he won't be able to do it in a moment. May I ask what level of cultivation your master has? Shen Jitsi asked. Hey, keep it a secret. Chu Xiaotian smiled and did not respond. There are some things that don't need to be known to others. After a while, several people came to the land of Zhanzhou. Senior, there is a strange place here. Do you want to go and take a look? Shen Jizhi asked Long Yuan. A strange place? Could it be a place of distorted time and space? Long Yuan immediately became interested. That's not the case. Anyway, it's very strange. The place itself is located very deep in the earth and has never been discovered by anyone. It was not until the Great War in ancient times that the 33 heavens were destroyed and Pan Shen recast the heavens that the place was discovered. Pan Shen was shocked at the time and wanted to explore further, but left because of time constraints. Later, powerful people in the God realm went to explore, but they were unable to find out why such a strange place was created. Perhaps I can observe something with my ability as a senior. Hearing this, Long Yuan looked surprised. Even Pan Shen was shocked. Well, now that we are here, let's go see the place that even Pan Shen would be shocked. Long Yuan opened his folding fan and said. Among these heavens, in addition to the heavenly tomb, could there be anything else? The place Shen Jiza mentioned is located in a deep and large crack. That was the huge crack that was created by Pan Shen using the opening heaven axe during the battle with the extraterritorial evil tribe. Now, some of Pan Shen's terrifying axe light still remains in it. Ordinary martial artists don't dare to approach. I don't know how deep this crack is from the ground. It took Long Yuan and his team quite a long time just to dive. This is still under his protection, everyone went down without any scruples. If they only rely on Nihuang and others and have to go around the remaining axe light of Pan Shen, it will take even longer. But when we got there, what he saw actually shocked Long Yuan. Hey, this, what is this place? Naihuang said in a trembling voice when she saw the scene in front of her. Is this a mass grave? Long Yuan was also extremely shocked. Everywhere you look, there are corpses and bones everywhere, densely packed one layer upon another. There is no telling how many there are. Some of them have turned into ashes because they have experienced too many years, and are mixed with the corpses and bones. Spiritual sense spreads. Long Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank. The entire underground of the divine world actually presented such a scene. How many people have been buried for this scene to appear? He looked at Shen Jizi in horror. Yes, how many people must be buried here to create this scene? I'm afraid it must have buried an entire era. Pan Shen also said this before. Shen Jitsi sighed. If the present heavens were completely buried, perhaps this scene may appear after countless years. But the problem is that neither Pan Shen nor anyone else knows when such a horrific thing happened. That's why I say this place is so weird. Pan Shen is the most ancient creature. He didn't even know when this happened. So what exactly happened? So what are your guesses? Long Yuan asked. We speculate that before the ancient times, the 33rd layer heaven might have been an extremely brilliant era, but we don't know what happened that caused the civilization of this world to break down and all living things to be wiped out, resulting in this scene. Shen Jitsi took a puff of his pipe, blew out a smoke ring and said in a deep voice. Could it be an invasion by an evil race from outside the domain? Naihuang frowned. However, Long Yuan shook his head and said, it can't be the evil race from outside the domain. Those corpses that have been preserved until now are relatively powerful beings. If they were the evil race from outside the domain, they would have devoured them and turned them into rotten bones long ago. It is impossible for their corpses to remain here intact. But this also aroused his interest. There are very few things in the world that can arouse his interest. Then Long Yuan began to explore the burial ground. I want to find clues that may cause this phenomenon. Because based on the situation of this era, it can be inferred that the strength of the heavens in the last era should not be too weak. At least there should be quite a few strong people at the perfection level of the opening heaven realm. But the problem is that there is no clue left in the heavens about this place. There is only one possibility. All the creatures of that era really perished. As for the strong ones in the creation realm, if the heavens are not destroyed, it is not an easy task to kill all the strong men without leaving anyone alive. So Long Yuan speculated that if they were really destroyed by a strong person, the opponent's strength definitely exceeds the realm of creation. Could it be that the opponent comes from the original ancient world? Chapter 277, This BD is trying to influence me to curry favor with others. This made Long Yuan slightly excited. Start looking carefully for clues in this vast burial ground. As a result, several people searched for several months. There were no findings. Except for the heavenly tomb that appears in it. There really aren't any clues. Have they all disappeared because time has passed? At this moment, Long Yuan stood in front of the distorted space and time. He didn't rush in. Because according to his experience, it might take hundreds of years for me to enter the heavenly tomb each time. He himself doesn't care. But for Naihuang and the others, this is a huge loss. A few hundred years is enough for their strength to undergo a qualitative change. But now that we know there is a celestial tomb here, you can come explore it morning or night. Shen Jitsi was also quite regretful. There are two unsolved mysteries in the heavens today. One is the distorted time and space, and the other is the burial place here. Can't find any clues. Long Yuan and his companions could only leave here and continue to travel around the God realm. We can't stay in that world full of dead bones forever. But it's not all in vain. At least Long Yuan found a divine-level strange fire. Shen Jitsi took everyone on a tour for more than 2 months. It was not until he received a call for help from his BD that he finally said goodbye to Long Yuan and others. How dare this BD interfere with my ability to curry favor with others? Wait until I rescue him and I'll beat him to death. After leaving Long Yuan and others, Shen Jitsi swore secretly. The longer we get along, the more he felt Long Yuan's weirdness and unfathomableness. The other party possesses an aura that even the gods do not have, mysterious and vast. I encountered a blind opening heaven realm expert who was looking for trouble before. As a result, there was no energy bursting out of Long Yuan's body at all, and he was slapped by an opening heaven realm. That scene reminded him of the scene in Yun Shui City where several infinite realms retreated uncontrollably. Although Pan Shen's strength far exceeds ours, he is still unable to suppress the opening heaven realm strongman in a single thought. Could it be true, as Chu Xiaotian said, that the other party possesses the power to suppress the primordial demon in a single thought? Hiss! If that's true, how strong is he? It seems that my calculation was correct. My chance to break through the creation realm lies with him. I must hold on to this thigh tightly and cannot make any mistakes. Ah, you damned BD, you actually dared to interfere with my ability to curry favor with others. I will beat you to death when I rescue you. Shen Jitsi angrily took out the divine weapon pipe attached to his belt. Rushed towards the place where Song Yan asked for help. As a few people played. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Master, we have been out for long enough, isn't it time to go back? Chu Xiaotian asked. Half a year is a long time for the Chu family's martial artists. If you enter the Tower of Time during this period, your cultivation can be elevated to several realms. Yes, father, we should go back. Although the scenery is beautiful, it's a waste of time. When our family's influence expands to the divine realm, we will have plenty of time to enjoy the scenery here. Long Ao also suggested going back. He was too eager to improve his strength. Although fighting across borders is easy for him, his low level is still a shortcoming. Don't be impatient, listen to what the next table is saying. Long Yuan, who was picking up food in the inn, looked towards the next table. After listening carefully, several people heard that. It turns out that the Soul Clan, one of the giant forces in the God realm, is going to open a secret realm to the outside world. After some investigation, several people found out that, in order to express gratitude to Pan Shen for the many inheritances and legacies he left behind for the God realm, the Soul Clan would occasionally open the secret realm at regular intervals to allow martial artists from the God realm to enter and train while also competing for opportunities. It seems that this Soul Clan is not bad. They actually opened their secret realm to the public and let the geniuses in the God realm go there to train and compete for the opportunities. Chu Xiaotian was surprised. Having been in the God realm for so long, they naturally knew about the Soul Clan, one of the most powerful beings in the God realm. But this force is really very bold. It can be opened to the entire divine world. It must not be some small secret realm. How about it? Are you interested in entering the secret realm and exploring? You have been in the human world for so long, you probably haven't ventured into the secret realm, right? Long Yuan looked at them and asked. I'm really curious. But is there any secret realm in the human world that can compare to Master's Tower of Time and Tower of Refining Mind? The most important thing is, the human world is suppressed by the gate of hell. Even martial emperors are rarely born. Where is the secret realm worth entering? Let's go and check out the Soul Clan. Long Yuan took a few people and flew towards the place where the Soul Clan was. Near Kangshan Mountain. After the 8 Soul Clan members had been trying to merge for several months, the soul of the original ancestor was finally no longer rejected by the corpse and began to merge with the corpse. Under everyone's gaze, the corpse's fingers actually moved slightly. This scene made the pupils of all the giants in the divine world shrink. What's going on? Why has the news spread to the human world for so long but has not attracted the divine tower? If this continues, the Soul Clan will really take control of this corpse. By then, a being more terrifying than Pan Shen, Shi Mo, and the God Tower will be born in the heavens. The nine-headed lion clenched his fists. Seeing that this divine corpse was about to be controlled by the Soul Clan, he felt filled with resentment. Not just him. In fact, no one wants to see the Soul Clan controlling this divine corpse. Once successful, everyone knows what this means. If he really succeeds, then what are all the efforts of our old pavilion master worth? Li Gang of Tiangong Pavilion narrowed his eyes slightly. If the other party really succeeds in controlling the corpse of God, so what if the old pavilion master breaks through to the half-step creation realm? Aren't you just going to be suppressed by the other party? Elder Li, what should we do? Another Tiangong Pavilion elder asked with a gloomy face. It seems that the divine tower has no intention of this divine corpse. In this case, let's find a way to inform the first demon of this matter. We must destroy the Soul Clan's control over the corpses, otherwise the future threat may be greater than the original demon. No matter what, we have to wait until the old pavilion master successfully breaks through the half-step creation realm. Moreover, if the old pavilion master can devour this corpse by then, he will definitely be able to successfully break through the creation realm and even become stronger than the first demon. At that time, the first demon will no longer be a threat. Li Gang said with narrowed eyes. What Elder Li said makes sense. We really can't let the Soul Clan control this divine corpse. I'll arrange it right away. Long Ao and his companions entered the secret realm. Long Yuan stayed outside. The Soul Clan's secret realm this time is very large, and there are many powerful people entering, which is also a good opportunity for them to gain experience. Long Yuan was bored and started observing the movements of the first demon while tasting the food from the God realm. After all, no matter what, the other party is the first powerful person in the world who has broken through the realm of creation by relying on his own strength. Even though you have already embarked on the evil path. If I hadn't existed, the first demon would definitely be the strongest man who dominated the heavens, and wouldn't have fallen to this point like now, right? Hey? That guy is actually staying at the entrance to chaos. Chapter 278 The Beginning of Demons. Across billions of spaces. Long Yuan saw that the original demon was madly absorbing the essence of the demon race. While absorbing it, he laughed crazily. It seems like he is enjoying the day when he is invincible. It's a pity that those origins can't improve his strength at all. But when he saw the blood-stained corpses of the foreign evil clan all over the ground and the evil spirit that began to gain the upper hand, Long Yuan began to understand why the original demon did not lose his mind. Use demonic energy to balance the evil energy, tisk tisk tisk. What a great talent! Wait! There's something inside that guy. Martial artist Shimo. Physique, Chaos Yin Yang Original Demon Physique, Half Step to Supreme Physique, Growth Rate 15%. Realm Cultivation, Initial Stage of Creation Realm. Physical Cultivation, Half Step Creation Realm. Identity, the 36th Demon Lord of the original Ancient World Demon Race / the founder of the Heavenly World Demon Race / the Heaven of Annihilation. Treasure, Chaos Tai Chi Diagram, Half-Step Eternal Level, Heart Bead, Half-Step Eternal Level. When I saw the message of the first demon, Long Yuan was stunned. This old fellow. FK, this is unbelievable. This old BD is FG awesome. Nirvana? Is he also a strong man who came out of the heavenly tomb? Or is he the 36th Demon Lord of the original ancient realm? Long Yuan's eyes widened instantly. This guy actually came from the original ancient world just like Yan Lingji. That's not right. Since he is also in the realm of Nirvana, why doesn't he have the strength of the realm of creation? Long Yuan was shocked. Pan Shen and Yan Lingji both have perfected their cultivation in the realm of creation. Are not necessarily those who come out alive from the heavenly tomb all in the creation realm? And most importantly, this old man actually has 2 half-step eternal level treasures, divine weapons? Could it be that he also obtained the treasures from the heavenly tomb? No, he didn't use these two divine weapons in the previous fights. He didn't even use them when they were nearly refined by the 10,000 Dragons Tower. Could it be that he didn't even know that he had these two divine weapons in his body? Long Yuan pondered. But why is this? Why wouldn't he know about his own treasure? But at this time, Long Yuan finally understood why the magic and evil energy in original demon physique could maintain a balance. It also allows both parties to continue to grow. The so-called suppression of the 6 paths of reincarnation with divine weapon might have been what Shimo and Menpo thought. Even without the divine weapon of the 6 paths of reincarnation, I'm afraid the first demon will not be devoured even if he absorbs the evil energy. The half-step eternal divine weapon Chaos Tai Chi diagram in his body has the ability to balance the two. Even if it is not balanced, that mind bead has the ability to protect his immortal soul. Judging from the various behaviors of the original demon, he himself might really not know that he had these two treasures in his body. Long Yuan frowned. The other party's two treasures don't seem to be obtained by chance, as if they exist for the coexistence of demonic energy and evil spirits. No, now that we have encountered them, these two treasures are safest only if they are kept with me. But just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a distress signal from Long Ao and his men was received from within the Soul Clan's secret realm. Who could put the 4 of them in danger at the same time? Although Absolute Beginning and Naihuang are both in the domination realm, they possess the powerful combat power of the infinite realm. Who in this secret realm can pose a threat to them? But Long Yuan was still worried. Entered into the secret realm. After all, the relationship between him and several of these people is special. The Soul Clan's secret realm was completely closed after everyone entered. No one will be allowed to enter before the time comes. But these things are not a problem for Long Yuan at all. He didn't even pass through the closed entrance of the void teleportation array, and directly entered the secret realm. Long Yuan's existence has surpassed the laws of the heavens. All the rules here can no longer restrict him. When Long Yuan entered the secret realm, the first demon appeared on this side of the Two Worlds mountain. Although he was doing other things, but his spiritual sense had always covered the divine corpse, and when he discovered that the Soul Clan had actually begun to control the other party, he appeared decisively. Not only do some forces in the divine world not want the Soul Clan to succeed, he, the first demon, didn't want to do that either. If the Soul Clan takes control of this corpse, it will be a huge threat to him. This corpse is what he devours. He wants to rely on this corpse to quickly improve his strength, so how can he allow others to control this corpse? Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Li Gang also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that the first demon has come. But he only hoped that the other party would destroy the Soul Clan and continue to merge the God corpse. But he doesn't want the first demon to snatch the God's corpse. A few brats from the Soul Clan. How dare you covet my corpse? Tell me how you want to die. The first demon appeared above Kangshan Mountain. Looking down at the Soul Clan members, a creepy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shimo, you still dare to come? Have you forgotten that you were split in half by Pan Shen's mark last time? A strong man from the Soul Clan not far away shouted loudly. How could I forget? So I'm here again? I want to see how many plates of branding you have. Don't worry, I will come today, tomorrow, and in a few days. I just don't know if the mark the first left for you is enough. The first demon sneered a few times. The demonic energy on his body boiled and instantly transformed into a demon dragon, heading towards Yuanzhu and others who were fusing with the divine corpse below. Stop him! At the critical moment, the witch roared. Everyone sacrificed the Panchen seal, and a huge axe light appeared that pierced through the sky and earth, instantly tearing the sky and earth apart and slashing towards the first demon. At this point they had no choice. If I don't drive back the demon today, let the corpse fall into the hands of the enemy. The consequences would be much more terrible than falling into the hands of the Soul Clan. Their divine world and even the entire heavens will be completely devoured by the primordial demon. Don't have any doubts. With the ruthless means of the first demon, he could definitely achieve this. However, this time the other party was clearly well prepared. At the moment the axe light appeared, the figure of the first demon instantly appeared on the other side, so that the attack missed. Completion. The nine-headed lion's face changed. The 3 marks left by Pan Shen have been used up, and they are at their wits' end. Is it true that this divine corpse is going to be snatched away by the first demon? As for the others, their legs began to feel weak because the other party was truly in the realm of creation. One palm fall. The divine world and all the heavens must be destroyed. At this moment, how much they hoped that the Soul Clan could completely control the divine corpse at this time, or that the divine tower in the human world would suddenly appear and suppress the original demon. He, it's just a brand. It will kill you in the end. Just keep going. The first demon sneered at everyone. However, the witch suddenly stretched out his hand. He raised his right index finger towards the first demon. He said arrogantly, "Come here." One sentence matched his fearless aura. This immediately made the first demon frown. "It seems that you still have some tricks left by Pan. In that case, I will come to visit you another day. Don't worry, we will have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. I just don't know if your methods are enough." The first demon sneered repeatedly. He turned around and disappeared here again. Anyway, the divine corpse cannot be completely controlled in a short period of time and cannot escape from the palm of your hand. Chapter 279, Dragon Mastiff and his men in danger. After the original demon left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Divine Witch, I didn't expect you to have divine skills in your hands." The 9-headed lions looked at each other in surprise. If he hadn't suppressed the demon just now, I'm afraid that everyone present here will be doomed. But the wizard did not speak. "Keep that posture all the time. Hey, what's wrong with you? Can you talk?" I'm a little stiff and can't move. "Help me," the wizard said with a trembling voice. No one understands the feeling of being stared at covetously by a powerful person in the creation realm. No. Perhaps Qin Zhou of their Pan Temple was also very clear about this feeling. After all, he was the powerful man who scared the first demon to the ground and chewing dirt. However, he was worried that he would be targeted by the first demon. He has left the divine world and entered the forbidden land of the first demons, the human world. What's going on? Seeing him like this, someone couldn't help but ask. "What's going on? Can't you see that I was just scaring the demon?" The wizard sighed. "What? Are you trying to scare the other person? So you don't have any means left by Pan Shen?" The 9-headed lion looked shocked. Are all the people in Pan Temple so reckless? Last time, one of them frightened the original demon to the ground. This time, the demon was scared away again. What other means are there? The 3 marks Pan Shen left for us are all he has. Then, how should we deal with it next time? This time I can scare away the demon. But that may not be the case next time. I don't know when Yuanzu will be able to completely control the divine corpse. The only solution now is to seek help from the senior in the divine tower in the human world. I hope he can help us for the sake of the billions of lives in our God realm. I don't ask him to kill them, but I just hope he can help stop the first demon. Buy us some time." The witch sighed. Everyone was silent and worried. Some people are even considering moving their families out of the divine realm. It's too dangerous here now. If things go wrong, it could lead to the annihilation of the entire clan. But some people secretly regretted it. This time, the first demon failed to destroy those soul clans. The sect has sent us news that the old pavilion master will soon succeed. Now is the time to race against time. I just hope that the old pavilion master can succeed as soon as possible. If he can devour the divine corpse first, then even if the original demon comes, he will be helpless. Li Gang prayed in his heart. He clenched his fists nervously. In the Soul Clan's secret realm, Long Yuan appeared here. This world opened up by the Soul Clan is very large, even much larger than the human world before it was merged with the forbidden ancient world. But at this moment, there was no one in this secret realm. There is no breath of life. You must know that the entire God realm in front of this secret realm. There were many martial artists who entered the game before. And almost all of them were powerful men above martial god, and now they are all gone? It's really strange. Long Yuan stood in the air, her white clothes fluttering, her black hair flowing, without hiding her figure at all. Then he raised his sharp eyes to the sky. Perhaps those who entered this secret realm before may not be able to see anything. But if there is a strong person in the opening heaven realm here, he will find that there is actually a small world hidden above this secret realm. Dragon Ao and the others were captured and taken to the upper small world. Hey? Is there a foreign evil aura in there? Long Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the first demon and his friends are not the only ones who want to break through the creation realm by fusing evil energy. There are also many people in this divine world who want to break through the realm of creation through this method. However, before Long Yuan could fly to the upper small world, then a huge hand with red light covering the sky reached out from above and grabbed towards Long Yuan. I didn't expect there was still a fish that slipped through the net. Come on up. The red hand grabbed Long Yuan, brought him into the upper small world. Haha, does this count as inviting a wolf into the house? Long Yuan laughed. There was no resistance. It's always better to have someone lead you in than to force your way in. When he got here, Long Yuan saw countless creatures being suppressed. Some have fallen, but they died of soul depletion. The body is preserved here intact. There are also many dead bones that have lost their spirituality scattered on the ground, buried in thick dust, and they look like they have been there for quite a while. But Long Yuan narrowed his eyes. This is not dust at all, it's clearly ashes. Suddenly he saw several heaven-level divine weapons here. Divine weapon is very common. Naturally, it was impossible for Long Yuan to see it. What concerned him was the formation engraved in the divine weapon. This was clearly the formation that covered the entire city of Yunshui and captured those martial artists and took them into the divine tower. I see. The ones who arrested those martial artists were none other than the Soul Clan, one of the most powerful forces in the God realm. It is true that even if you plant flowers with care, they will not bloom, but if you plant willows without care, they will grow into shade trees. I discovered the truth of this matter accidentally. But unfortunately, the creatures in those divine weapons are already dead. The soul was devoured. The blood, flesh, and energy were also completely devoured, leaving only a pile of rotten bones. As for the one who just caught him, he is a powerful Soul Clan member who exudes a monstrous evil aura. Only one step away from reaching the half-step creation realm. The Soul Clan, so that's how it is. They rely on their own powerful soul power to resist the backlash of evil spirits. If they really can't resist it, they devour the souls of billions of living beings to maintain their own spiritual wisdom. Everyone has his own methods. Long Yuan's spiritual sense swept over. Found several people from absolute beginning. Fortunately, although the incident was suppressed, no one's life was in danger. You little fish almost escaped from my palm. Interesting. Hehe, I will absorb your spirit to help me break through the half-step creation realm. Soul Clan's ancestor Chen Feng looked at Long Yuan in front of him with a creepy smile. Half a step to the creation realm. That's right. So what? Are you scared? There's no point in being scared. You will soon become the material for my growth. Hehehe. Bang. Just as Patriarch Shen Feng let out the villain's cheerful laughter, Long Yuan slapped him on the old face. His old face was distorted by the slap, and a crisp sound was heard at the same time. The laughter stopped abruptly. Not far away, several Soul Clan ancestors who had been sitting around looked over in surprise. They did not merge with evil spirits. He is the strongest member of the Soul Clan who helps old ancestor Yang integrate the evil energy and prevent him from losing control. What did that man do? Did you just slap Yang in the face? That's impossible. We must be dazzled. Yang is a strong man who is infinitely close to the half-step creation realm. Who can slap him head-on? At this moment, Patriarch Shenfeng looked at Long Yuan in disbelief. Touching his burning old face. It was as if he couldn't believe that the slap just now was real. Don't laugh too wildly in front of me, understand? Long Yuan looked at the other party and said. Boy, you are the first person who dares to slap me in the face in all these years. I will make you wish you were dead, and I will kill you. Pa! Pa! Two more crisp sounds were heard. This time, Patriarch Shenfeng's face was beaten to a bloody mess. Chapter 280 Who are you? Just do whatever you want to do. Don't scare me. You know this person is timid. Long Yuan said with his hands behind his back. You, who are you? Patriarch Shenfeng took a step back and asked with his pupils dilated. Me? I'm just a small fish that almost slipped through the net. That's what you just said. Everyone, come together to suppress him. Elder Shenfeng suddenly shouted at the other Soul Clan elders who were staring blankly at this place. Although the person in front of him did not reveal any aura. But he instinctively felt that this person was not simple. So call on everyone to launch a siege at the same time. That's right. If you want to take action, do it quickly, don't say anything harsh. Don't you know that villains die because they talk too much? In an instant, the divine energy in the bodies of several souls who had reached the perfect state of opening heaven exploded, shattering the surrounding void. The most powerful divine ability was used to suppress Long Yuan. Ancestor Shenfeng is the closest. The fastest shot. The light of the soul at the center of the eyebrows burned fiercely, like a dazzling golden sun, and then the power of the soul turned into a sharp sword and came towards Long Yuan to kill. Compared with other races, the Soul Clan. Although his body is relatively weak, his spirit is extremely powerful. Often they can tear apart the opponent's body with the power of their soul. Annihilate the opponent's soul. This is also one of the reasons why they can become the overlords of the divine world. Especially since Patriarch Shenfeng's cultivation was infinitely close to the half-step creation realm, the power of this attack was even more terrifying. At the same time, the evil energy from outside the domain on his body turned into a blood-red giant python. Open your scarlet mouth. Swallowed towards Long Yuan. But it's not over yet. A long sword with a heaven-level divine weapon also appeared in his hand. A sharp aura emanated from the long sword, cutting cracks in the surrounding void. Heaven-severing sword. Patriarch Shenfeng held the sword in both hands. Suddenly, a huge golden sword light was slashed out, and the sword light passed by, as if opening heaven and earth, and its power was unstoppable. The void torn by the sword light could not heal for a long time. Almost at the same moment, Elder Shenfeng released 3 heaven-level divine abilities. Each of these attacks can completely kill a powerful person in the opening heaven realm. And behind the night shadow, attacks from other Soul Clan ancestors also followed. Fist light, knife light, sword light, soul light, evil spirit from outside the domain. Powerful energy bombarded Long Yuan, instantly annihilating the place where he was, and the surrounding space completely turned into a black hole. Dead. I saw that there was no movement for a long time. Patriarch Shenfeng said in a deep voice. He must be dead. Who in the universe can withstand such an attack? An ancient ancestor said confidently. They are secluded in these endless years. I still don't know what happened in the outside world. If I knew about the existence of the first demon, perhaps I wouldn't be so confident. But the next moment, the vast divine energy at the center of the explosion disappeared instantly. An invisible energy swept across the surroundings. All the ancestors of the Soul Clan were knocked out without leaving a single one. Puff! A large mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of Patriarch Shen Feng. His figure flew backwards for thousands of meters, hit the ground, and splashed a cloud of dust. This attack is just enough to tickle me. But that's all we can do. Long Yuan appeared in front of him and said with no change in expression. You, who are you? How could a terrifying being like you appear in the God realm? Blood was dripping from the corners of Elder Shen Feng's mouth. Looking at the handsome man in white in front of him in disbelief. My all-out attack had no effect on the opponent? Are you truly a half-step creator? Patriarch Shen Feng said with a look of astonishment. What do you think? Long Yuan sneered. Escape. And just when Long Yuan set his sights on Patriarch Shen Feng, the other several seriously injured Soul Clan ancestors no longer cared about this place and fled outside the small world. They all know very well. The enemy we encountered this time was unprecedentedly terrifying. It's not something they can resist at all. Several figures instantly turned into streaks of light and fled desperately in all directions. Did I let you go? Long Yuan snorted coldly. Several figures that were running as fast as lightning suddenly stopped. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't move an inch. Sir, please stop, we can talk it over. I don't know how our Soul Clan has offended you, Senior. If we have, we are willing to make amends to you even if we have to devote all our strength. Please show mercy. Patriarch Shen Feng said hurriedly. The opponent's strength is too terrifying. They are totally not on the same level. Any resistance will be in vain. How have you offended me? The Night Shadow organization you sent out earlier attacked me, and even nearly captured my disciples to use as nourishment for your breakthrough to the half-step creation realm. And this time you actually personally detained my disciple. How did you offend me? Elder Chen Feng's face turned pale again. Looking at the countless bodies lying on the ground. The body trembled. Could it be that the other disciple's soul was absorbed by me? He sighed in his heart that the world is unfair. I have gone through countless years. After much difficulty, I succeeded in integrating the evil spirit. As long as I absorb all the spirits of these people. After integrating the last wisp of evil energy from outside the domain, one can successfully break through the half-step creation realm. That's why he was so unscrupulous in detaining all the martial artists. If it were in the past, there was no way he could do that. At most, they would secretly use the dangerous place they created in the secret realm to detain some martial artists. Of course, this is not enough for martial artist. They also have an organization in the Soul Clan that specializes in hunting down other martial artists for him. Every once in a while, they would go out and capture a group of martial artists with advanced skills for him. This time the situation is special. He took ruthless action. Catch all the martial artists in secret realm. But I never thought it would lead to such a disaster. I know I am wrong. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. But the other souls here are innocent. Please show mercy and let them live. Innocent? Are you saying that those people who integrated the evil spirit into your protection are innocent? Long Yuan frowned and asked back. Without waiting for the other party to reply. Everyone, including Patriarch Shen Feng, exploded. It turned into a blood mist that filled the sky and drifted away with the wind. The strong souls fell. Those martial artists who were suppressed and had not yet had their spirits absorbed were also liberated. The Soul Clan, damn the Soul Clan, they actually have someone who has integrated the evil energy from outside the domain. Damn it, no wonder a large number of martial artists die every time the Soul Clan's secret realm is opened. Could it be that their souls were devoured by that old thing from the Soul Clan? People didn't think before. Although many people would die every time the Soul Clan's secret realm was opened. But there are many treasures in this secret realm. As a result, many people ignore the dangers in the process because of the harvest. But now it seems that I'm afraid all of this was a trap set by the Soul Clan. Later, everyone also learned that the martial artists who were captured and disappeared by the Night Shadow organization in the cities of the God Realm every once in a while were actually masterminded by the Soul Clan. All the martial artists were outraged. He vowed to expose the deeds of the Soul Clan to the public. Where is the senior who saved us? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 281 The original demon ran away again. Someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked around for it. But nothing was found, and the other person was no longer at the scene. After leaving the Soul Clan's secret realm, Absolute Beginning Chu said angrily, I thought the Soul Clan really opened the secret realm to express gratitude to the god of the Pan, but it turned out to be bullshit, it was just for their own selfish motives. Fortunately, he praised the Soul Clan for their magnanimity at that time. The human heart is the most unpredictable thing. If you don't experience many things yourself, you will never know what kind of hidden truth is there. Long Yuan said to several people. Yes. It was so dangerous, I almost lost my life. Naihuang was also still frightened. If not, they can communicate with Long Yuan. This time I will really die here. Long Yuan sent them to the entrance to the human world and said, you go back first. I have something to take care of. Master, do you need us to help you? Chu Absolute Beginning asked. No need. After a few people left, Long Yuan went to the other side of Liangzhi Mountain. It's time to take back the treasure that was placed with the first demon. As he was leaving, the demon Shi, who was absorbing the evil energy from outside the domain on the other side of Liangzhi Mountain, suddenly shuddered, and the hairs on his body stood up. Is this an ominous feeling? Something big is going to happen. Who is it? Is it the Chu family's beast god who is going to attack me? Among these heavens, only the beast god of the Chu family can pose a fatal threat to him. Unconsciously, a fine layer of cold sweat oozed out of the demon's body. This had never happened before, and it was a warning from deep within him. Disaster, great disaster. The first demon's eyes trembled violently. He suddenly picked up the corpse of the foreign evil tribe on the ground and jumped into the chaos without hesitation. The escape route he left for himself finally came in handy. Although I miss that corpse very much. But compared with one's own life, it is totally insignificant. Beast god of the Chu family, the next time we meet, you will become nutrients for my growth. At the end of the divine realm, the angry voice of the first demon echoed. The next moment, Long Yuan appeared here. Looking at the slightly raised dust on the ground, his brows furrowed slightly. What's going on? Did this old man sense my arrival? That's not right. How could he sense my presence with his level of cultivation? Long Yuan stroked his chin. This is weird. It seems that this old man is not destined to die. He stood at the entrance of chaos. Spiritual sense permeates the chaos. But there is no trace of the original demon anymore. Because chaos itself has the ability to suppress everything, spiritual sense is no exception, which also causes the coverage of Long Yuan's spiritual sense to be greatly reduced. As one of the demon lords of the original ancient realm, he is also able to obtain half-step eternal treasures such as the Chaos Yin-Yang diagram and the heart beads. He is definitely a person with great opportunities. Maybe he sensed my danger in some way, so he slipped away in advance. Long Yuan didn't believe that the old man Shi Mo could really sense his existence. The only possibility is that he used some ability to foresee that he might be in danger, so he ran away. Long Yuan stayed for a long time at the end of the divine world leading to the chaos. More than 10 years. I never waited for the arrival of the first demon. Looking at the dark, deep chaos without any light in front of me. Long Yuan was a little restless. He was considering whether he should enter the chaos to explore and find the way to the original ancient world. But in the end, I gave up. When the Chu family was almost ready. It's not too late to find a way. Perhaps I can let the divine dragon jade that I cultivated enter the chaos to search for it. Long Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. After absorbing nearly 10 million years of cultivation, his lifetime divine dragon jade has now reached perfection in the creation realm and may be qualified to venture into the chaos. And even if you fall into it, at most he would lose tens of millions of years of cultivation, which would have little impact on his body. Behind him, a fist-sized purple sphere suddenly appeared. And in this purple ball, a mini black dragon that looks exactly like Long Yuan is lurking in the middle. Go! As Long Yuan finished speaking, the purple ball of light exploded. The black dragon soared out and turned into a giant dragon 10,000 feet tall. Not only is the appearance exactly the same as Long Yuan, even their race is the Chaos Creation Dragon. They are surrounded by the dark aura of chaos, and their power is unparalleled. Naturally, their combat power is also terrifyingly strong. Go ahead and try your best to find the way to the original ancient world. The black dragon roared and flew into the chaos, beginning to explore the way to the original ancient world. I hope I can gain something. Long Yuan left here, headed to the other side of Liangzhi Mountain, the land of Kangshan. While everyone was waiting anxiously, the first demon never showed up. Most people expected the first demon to come later. Because even though so much time has passed, the original ancestor only controlled one arm. We are still a long way from real control. I remember that the Soul Clan is very capable of controlling corpses. Why did it take so long this time? The wizard frowned. Perhaps this corpse is too powerful, so it is difficult to control it. The nine-headed lion said. Just as Yuan Ziu and others were trying their best to control the corpse, a piece of news from the Soul Clan reached their ears. Yuan Ziu suddenly opened his eyes. He said angrily, "What did you say? Are you sure they are all dead?" The voice of the current leader of the Soul Clan rang out from the sound transmission stone. "Yes, Ancestor, Ancestor Chen Feng and several other ancestors have all fallen." "Who did it? Who dares to kill my Soul Clan's ancestor?" A terrifying murderous aura emanated from Yuan Ziu's mouth. "I don't know. We have investigated and no one knows who did it. But there is one thing that is very disadvantageous to us." "What is it?" "The news about Yang has spread." "What?" Yuan Ziu narrowed his eyes slightly. This was done so secretly. It was actually exposed? Many of the martial artists who were detained and taken to the upper world have all escaped, and many of them are from powerful forces. "Ancestor, I'm afraid this matter will soon spread to other forces. If they know that we are also secretly integrating the evil energy from outside the domain, then..." The Soul Clan leader said worriedly. "We are now at an unprecedented critical stage. If their power knew about this, I will definitely try my best to stop it." However, Yuan Ziu said calmly, "Since it has been leaked, then let it be leaked." "But, Ancestor, what about you?" "It's okay, we know what to do." Yuan Ziu sighed. "I didn't expect Shen Feng to fail." He was also thinking that after he had taken control of the divine corpse and dealt with the original demon, he would have Shen Feng devour the corpse. After all, this body is not your own. It is naturally impossible to use it easily. How can it be as reliable as strengthening yourself? Now it seems that this plan no longer works. In that case, why not take over this body completely? Sure enough, not long after, the news about the Soul Clan's small world spread completely. It also spread to the Kangshan area. What? Someone from the Soul Clan actually merged with the evil energy from outside the domain. The mastermind behind the Night Shadow organization that caused the disappearance of dozens of city martial artists overnight is actually from the Soul Clan. What on earth has the Soul Clan done over the years? Chapter 282 Zhuangbufen. When I heard the news, all major forces were shocked. Many forces in the Night Shadow organization know that. Some people have secretly explored it, but found nothing. Likewise, there were also many talented people from many forces who fell in the Soul Clan's secret realm. But that was the secret realm after all. Great opportunities were accompanied by great dangers. Entering the secret realm was always a matter of life and death. But now we are told that almost all of those people died because their souls were devoured by the powerful Soul Clan. This immediately drove many forces almost crazy. How can such a force allow them to control the God Corpse? Aren't you afraid of training the Soul Clan into a being more terrifying and more evil than the original demon? Heavenly Secrets Pavilion immediately jumped out to accuse the Soul Clan. I didn't expect that. The other party is hiding so deeply? If this incident had not occurred, even they didn't know that the other party was also making such an attempt. Unfortunately, God has destined them to fail. It is destined that only our old pavilion master can succeed. Someone started taking the lead. Other major forces also shouted that the Soul Clan must no longer be allowed to merge with the Divine Corpse, otherwise there would be endless troubles in the future. The witch looked at the nine-headed lion and the others. I couldn't help but sigh. Don't let the Soul Clan control the God Corpse. What should we do if the first demon comes? And didn't the person from the Soul Clan who integrated the evil energy from outside the domain already die? It is better for them to control the Divine Corpse than for a half-step creator to appear who has integrated the evil energy from outside the domain. This is the only solution. Everyone sighed. But the forces led by Heavenly Secrets Pavilion don't think so. They saw that the Soul Clan had no intention of stopping. He rushed forward with divine weapon in hand. Especially the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was the most active. Because I received the message. Their old leader is about to come out of seclusion. Shen Gzi is also here. Next to him was Song Yan, who had a bruised face and a worried look on his face. If that senior is willing to help, all these crises will be solved. It's a pity that the other party is not very interested in these things. Shen Jitsi sighed. Old man, who is that senior you are talking about? Song Yan asked curiously. I heard the old man mention each other more than once along the way. Shut up, UBD. If it weren't for you, my husband, would I still be hugging the other person's thigh tightly? Shen Jitsi glared at Song Yan. This kid ruined his own plans at a critical moment. I really want to peel off his turtle shell. Humph, if you hadn't taken me with you last time you went to Yuan, would I have run away from home? Song Yan retorted. Shut up, UBD. I am upright, honest, and just. How could I go to such a filthy place? Stop talking nonsense, UBD. I'll peel off your shell. Shen Jitsi was furious. He took out the pipe from his belt and started pointing at Song Yan. Don't think I don't know that you're just afraid that I'm younger than you and that I might snatch your favorite top star from you, so you're sneaking there. Shut up, I'm going to beat you to death. Shen Jitsi grabbed Song Yan and the cigarette holder in his hand hit the other person's buttocks. However, facing the aggressive crowd, Yuan Ziu and the others remained calm. There is no intention to stop the fusion of the Divine Corpse. But at this moment, sudden change. An indescribable aura of terror erupted from the Divine Realm. As mighty as the Nine Heavens God Emperor descending upon the earth. Sweeping across the entire Divine Continent. All living beings and spirits suddenly stopped moving. He looked towards the source of the breath with horror. Long Yuan, who was traveling across the mountains and rivers towards the human world, also stopped. Looking at the source of this aura, he was slightly surprised and asked, half a step to the creation realm. What a pity that this is another half-step creation realm that has merged with the evil energy from outside the domain. Near Kangshan Mountain. When Li Gang and other Heavenly Secrets Pavilion elders felt this aura, I was immediately overjoyed. Ha ha ha, it worked, the old pavilion master finally succeeded. The time has come for my Tiangong pavilion to dominate the universe. Ha 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 ha. Li Gang laughed wildly. No more hiding. The ambition that had been hidden for a long time finally broke out. Shen Yu and others looked at him in horror. The old master of Tiangong Pavilion? Isn't that Senior Zhuang? Has he broken through to the half-step creation realm? Li Gang, are you telling the truth? The old pavilion master has finally broken through to the half-step creation realm. The nine-headed lion asked in surprise. Yes, he has indeed broken through. This terrifying aura is the aura that he leaked out when he came out of seclusion. Li Gang put his hands behind his back, nodding proudly. How did Senior Zhuang break through to the half-step creation realm? Someone asked hurriedly. This is a guiding light for them. How did you break through? Li Gang looked down upon everyone and said, how else can one break through? Of course, one must fuse the evil energy from outside the domain. What? Senior Zhuang, has he integrated the evil energy from outside the domain? The witch and others were shocked. Senior Zhuang is highly respected and venerable, and everyone in the God realm must show respect to him. In ancient times, he made great contributions to protecting the heavens. Such a senior master who is admired by everyone has actually integrated the evil energy from outside the domain? It's fake, you must be lying. Both of Elder Zhuang's Taoist companions died at the hands of the evil tribe from outside the domain. He and that tribe have an irreconcilable feud. How could he possibly integrate evil energy? Some people don't want to believe it. Senior Zhuang has a very high status in the God realm. In the ancient war, he made great contributions to the heavens. Both the older and younger generations have to call each other seniors. And such an old senior who is admired by all the heavens is actually taking this path now? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. But the next moment everyone shut up completely. Because a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. The scarlet evil spirit lingered on his body. A terrifying aura echoed between heaven and earth. It was an old man in grey clothes, with snow-white hair draped over his shoulders, and a complex formation was faintly visible between his eyebrows. The moment you see the other person appear, many people looked ashen. That is a shock from the soul. The existence revered by many people, the old senior who is known as the number one person in the divine world, has now reached this step. Welcome the old pavilion master out of retreat. Congratulations to the old pavilion master for breaking through the half-step creation realm, and from now on being invincible in the heavens. Li Gang and others immediately bowed excitedly. Drink loudly in your mouth. The time has come for their Tiangong pavilion to dominate the world. Why? Why? The wizard shouted at the figure with a ferocious look on his face. This senior was once a close friend of Pan Shen. Why has it come to this? The figure turned his head. A flash of scarlet evil flashed across his deep pupils. Why? You should ask about this. Zhuang Bufan stood in the air. In his hand he held a black dragon-headed cane. The witch was stunned. He asked, what do you mean by that? What's the meaning? Humph, he treated me like a brother when we were pacifying the turmoil in the heavens, but when he finally left the heavens, he actually asked me to guard here. In terms of strength and seniority, who else but Pan can be taller and stronger than me? But why didn't he take me away from here? Chapter 283 He is going to die. There was a flash of red light in Zhuang Bufan's eyes and he roared loudly. They also learned a little bit from their battle with the foreign evil tribe. In the world where the other party is, the strong people in the creation realm are nothing at all, and there are strong people who are even stronger than this realm. If Pan Shen wants to completely eliminate the evil race from outside the domain, you have to break through to a higher level. In this case, why didn't he take himself with him? Is it that I don't have the qualifications? Or maybe there are other reasons. Pan Shen once said that he just wanted to leave a group of foundations for us all, so that we wouldn't all perish there. The wizard shouted hoarsely. He didn't expect that the other party chose to take this path for this reason. Nonsense. I think he is just worried that I will break through the creation realm and surpass him in future achievements. Zhuang Bufan's face looked a little grim. With arms wide open. He laughed and said, then I realized that I can't rely on others. Only by becoming stronger can I control everything. So after Pan left the heavens, I began my plan to integrate the evil energy from outside the domain. Now it's finally succeeded. The terrifying aura from Zhuang Bufan was released without reservation. Make everyone feel as if a sacred mountain is pressing down on them. One day, I will reach the same level as Pan, or even surpass him. Zhuang Bufan clenched his fist and said confidently. The evil spirit from outside the domain gave him extreme confidence. As long as I continue to devour living beings, one day, we will be able to reach a level that is unprecedented and unrivaled. Shen Jizai, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he sighed. Hey, old man, are you okay? Now you know why I don't want to learn the so-called art of destiny from you. You spit out blood all the time. If I learn the art of fate from you, I will probably get anemia sooner or later. Song Yan looked at his old man. Her face is still quite rosy. Although there is a backlash, it is not big and there is no sign of death for the time being. What's a few spit of old blood? But I saw a glimpse of the future. Shen Jitsi took the handkerchief handed over by Gui Sunday. Wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly he was stunned and asked in a deep voice, Boy, let me ask you, where did you get this handkerchief? Handkerchief? Song Yan snatched the handkerchief from Shen Jitsi's hand and asked in confusion, what handkerchief? What other handkerchief could it be? It's the Xianbing silk handkerchief you just gave me. I clearly gave that handkerchief to you Hung. UBD, how dare you snatch a woman from me, your grandfather? I'm going to beat you to death. Shen Jitsi took out his pipe and hit Song Yan on the head. Ah! Old man, you can't blame me for this. After all, I'm so young, handsome, and strong. It's reasonable for the top performer in Yuhong Yuan to give me a gift, right? I'll beat you to death. A moment later, Song Yan was lying on the ground with a head full of lumps and a sad face. Shen Jitsi coughed up another mouthful of blood, his expression suddenly became a little listless, and he staggered and fell to the ground. Hey, old man, don't scare me, okay? Seeing that the other party was weak, Song Yan was anxious. He quickly stood up and stuffed all the pills he had on him into Shen Jizi's mouth. Old man, you have to hold on. At worst, I'll just give you the top spot in the future. Shut up, UBD. I'm not going to die yet. Shen Jitsi spat out all the pills in his mouth. This little BD actually fed himself several aphrodisiac pills. Old man, what on earth did you figure out? Why did you suffer such a severe backlash? You're not the one who's going to be that. Song Yan looked at Zhuang Bufan. Yes. I did count him. What's the result? He's dying. Zhuang Bufan ignored the angry witch and others and turned his attention to the corpse in the Tiankeng. A group of ants in opening heaven. He doesn't take it seriously at all now. This divine corpse is his main purpose for coming here. Zhuang Bufan? What a respected senior. Turns out he is also a hypocrite who secretly stirs up trouble. Facing the gaze of the half-step creation realm, the Yuanzi sneered. There was no fear at all. What do you mean by high moral character and prestige? I prefer to overpower others with force. Zhuang Bufan said in a deep voice. Haha, I never noticed it. You weren't this arrogant before. What? Now that you've become stronger, you start letting yourself go. The original ancestor sneered. It's not about letting myself go, but now I should look down on you with this attitude. Ha 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 ha, he hasn't even broken through to the creation realm yet, but he's even more arrogant than Pan Shen. This is incredible, incredible. It's only a matter of time before we surpass the plate. Zhuang Bufan said confidently. Why? With the evil spirit from outside the domain that lingers all over you. Yuan Zhu sneered repeatedly. And this divine corpse? Zhuang Bufan shouted and suddenly attacked. He grabbed the divine corpse. As long as he devoured this divine corpse, he was confident that he could break through the creation realm and maybe even surpass Pan. However, he also underestimated the terrifying pressure emanating from this divine corpse. As he approached, under the influence of the pressure, his speed dropped sharply, as if he was stuck in a quagmire and couldn't move forward. It was much more difficult than the original demon. But this did not stop him. There is a saying that goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. This means that the stronger the corpse was when he was alive, the stronger his cultivation would be by devouring him. Zhuang Bufan was too excited to express himself. How could I be afraid? Old man, didn't you say he would die? I don't think this situation is likely. Song Yan looked at Zhuang Bufan gradually approaching the divine corpse and whispered. The Soul Clan is still a long way from being able to control the God corpse. It's impossible to resist the other party. Who in the divine world can stop the other party now? Could it be the first demon? Ah! That must be it, only the first demon has the ability to kill the other party. But the problem is that once the first demon appears, they too may perish. But the old man didn't look anxious at all. If I say he will die, he will die. Just wait and see. Shen Jitsi said calmly. In the deduction just now, he saw a palm instantly smash Zhuang Bufan into pieces, and he died on the spot. But that arm definitely didn't belong to the first demon. Instead, it looked like the palm of the corpse. So Shenjai's guessed. The control over the divine corpse by those old guys of the Soul Clan has definitely exceeded everyone's imagination. Really? Just as Shen Jitsi finished speaking, the corpse raised its hand without any warning. He slapped Zhuang Bufan. What? The latter was suddenly shocked and his face changed instantly. His first thought was to flee. Because the opponent's physical body is definitely not something he can contend with. Unfortunately, affected by the pressure emanating from the corpse of the god, he's slowed down a lot. Before I could escape, the palm came down. Set up the formation. Zhuang Bufan had no choice. We can only confront head-on. He instantly brought out his trump card, the number 1 formation in the heavens, the 33rd layer heaven formation. This is the first formation in the heavens. It is a creation-level formation born from the heavens. Possesses unparalleled lethality and defensive power. Chapter 284, The Might of the Original Ancestor. In an instant, the shadow of the formation between Zhuang Bufan's eyebrows became extremely solid, and then burst into brilliant light. A golden circular formation containing infinite power appeared under his feet. In the great formation, lines of complex array text flashed with dazzling light, as if explaining the ultimate meaning of the formation. This formation is the key to controlling the evil spirit in his body. At this moment, the power of the great formation was unleashed. It is very likely to cause the fused evil energy to become violent and backfire on oneself. But he couldn't care less. If you don't do this, that will really fall here. Kill. Zhuang Bufan growled. The entire formation burst into dazzling golden light, reflecting the vast vision of the 33rd layer sky, and then turned into a golden light rushing towards the palm that came down. Boom! There was a loud bang. That small palm collided with the golden light rising from the formation. The golden light turned into golden energy waves and spread in all directions. However, what frightened Zhuang Bufan was that the trump card he was so proud of was shattered by the opponent with overwhelming force. At this moment, the originally small palm turned into a palm that covered the sky in his eyes, and there was nowhere to escape. No, no, I won't give up. Zhuang Bufan's pupils widened and he roared. The closer the hand is, the greater the pressure he was under. He was slow to react and couldn't move his body. With a bang, under everyone's surprised gaze, Zhuang Bufan's body, which was wrapped in scarlet evil energy, suddenly exploded and was instantly annihilated under the palm. Completely dead and gone. Li Gang and other Tiangong pavilion masters were stunned. The old pavilion master died just like that? He had just come out of seclusion and hadn't yet led their Tiangong pavilion to dominate the world, but he was gone just like that? This, how could this happen? Li Gang muttered to himself. This is different from what he imagined. Shouldn't the old pavilion master come down, successfully devour the corpse of the god, then kill the primordial demon and the divine tower, and thus rise above the heavens? Just when everyone was shocked by what had just happened, something unexpected happened again. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the corpse actually stood up after staggering a little. And in the hole between his eyebrows, a small soul figure is emitting brilliant light. It is the soul of the original ancestor, which has now completely settled in and controlled the corpse. These old guys are really plotting something. They have completely taken control of the god corpse. Shen Jitsi sighed. He had felt strange before. The souls of the Soul clan are already powerful. Together with the other 8 people, they formed a formation and helped Yuan to move into the divine corpse. Logically speaking, the efficiency should be very high. What's the result? Until recently, the other party claimed that he only controlled one arm. I didn't expect it to be a trick. In fact, the other party has already taken full control of the divine corpse. Old man, your fortune-telling skills are pretty accurate. Song Yan exclaimed in praise. It turned out that Zhuang Bufan was dead and he really was dead. Hey, now you think I'm awesome. I tell you, only by following my steps can you successfully break through the creation realm in the future. You figured out a way to break through the creation realm. Song Yan said in surprise. Bang! Shen Jitsi knocked the other man's head with his pipe and whispered, "UBD, do you want everyone to know?" Old man, what is the method? Song Yan asked hurriedly. Although he is still a little far away from this realm. But that doesn't prevent him from knowing it in advance. Humph, if you have the ability to figure it out yourself, aren't you known as the Tianjaizi? How come you don't even have this ability? Shen Jitsi immediately turned his head away. At this moment, the corpse stood up. Then he opened his eyes. The divine light in his pupils was so bright that it was like 2 scorching suns, so bright that people could not open their eyes. As his eyes opened, the pressure from the corpse was even more terrifying. Some weak people near Kangshan mountain could not withstand the pressure and their bodies exploded and they died on the spot. Including some medium strength. It was as if I was carrying a wild world on my back. His eyes were bloodshot, his body was cracked like ceramic, and blood was flowing out. For a time, a pungent smell of blood rose into the sky near Kangshan mountain, screams of agony were heard everywhere, and blood gathered on the ground to form a river of blood. As for the strong ones, they were not feeling well either. One by one, they were crushed to the ground by the pressure and couldn't raise their heads. It's like surrendering to the other party. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm not very skilled in controlling the corpse just now. Please forgive me. The corpse of the god spoke. That is the voice of the original ancestor. So many people died and so many were seriously injured. But there was no apology in his voice, instead there was some teasing in it. It feels so good, this feeling is so good. Yuan Zia cried out in his heart. Just by opening his eyes, the pressure he exuded was enough to make all living things submit. The divine corpse was truly so terrifying. What is the meaning of times making heroes? This is the times making heroes. If it weren't for the appearance of the first demon, it is almost impossible for them, the Soul Clan, to monopolize the divine corpse. Shimo, as a thank you, I will personally send you into reincarnation in the future. Yuanzhu looked to the other side of Liangja Mountain. After he gains control of the divine corpse, he must kill an example to scare the monkeys, and Shimo is the best choice. Fortunately, the original demon left the heavens. Otherwise it will probably collapse again. Everyone wants to bully him, where is his face? But then he said to everyone, Zhuang Bufan colluded with the evil tribe outside the domain, and the Tiangong pavilion concealed it. He is the public enemy of the heavens and must be destroyed. He commanded everyone present in an almost imperative tone. It was naturally impossible for him to take action on a mere Tiangong pavilion. But someone from your Soul Clan has also merged with the evil energy from outside the domain. Immediately, an elder from Tiangong pavilion expressed his dissatisfaction. Yuanzhu snorted coldly. With one palm strike, the opponent was killed instantly. This decisive and domineering behavior immediately made everyone's heart tremble. How could my Soul Clan collude with the evil clan from outside the domain? What you heard is nothing but a rumor. Has anyone here seen with their own eyes a member of my Soul Clan integrating the evil energy from outside the domain? Divine Witch, Nine-Headed Lion, June family ancestor, did you see it with your own eyes? Yuanzhu asked as he looked down at the many giants of the divine world kneeling on the ground. Seeing the strong man who was once on equal footing with me now kneeling before me. This feels so good. We didn't see it. The witch clenched his fist and said. Others can only answer this way. Otherwise, death will await them. So do you think Tiangong Pavilion should be destroyed? Yuanzhu asked again. It should be destroyed. Okay, if that's the case, let a few of you take charge of this matter. Don't let any of them escape. I hope you won't disappoint me, or I'll get mad. Although the Nine-Headed Lion and the others were furious. I wish I could eat him alive. But he still had to suppress the anger in his heart and obey the other party's orders. Li Gang and other Heavenly Secrets Pavilion elders almost collapsed on the ground. The other party actually wants to wipe out their Tiangong Pavilion? Yuanzhu, you will not die a good death. One day in the future, your Soul Clan will be slaughtered without a single survivor, and your bloodline will be completely cut off. Knowing that there is no way out, Li Gang yelled at Yuanzhu with a crazy look. Chapter 285 The Battle of Hell begins. Why don't you take action? Do you want to make me mad? Yuanzhu narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Yu and others. Faced with such oppression, everyone can only take action. Everyone knows that it is better for the fellow Daoist to die than for the poor Taoist to die. But a moment. All the powerful people around Heavenly Secrets Pavilion were killed. Long Yuan, who had been watching this scene, couldn't help but applaud. Wonderful! The events in the divine world are truly wonderful. I just wonder what their expressions would be if they knew that the original demon had left the heavens. However, Long Yuan didn't want to care about the affairs of the God realm. Let them do whatever they want. We'll talk about everything after the Chu family's strength expands here. It should be soon. The strength of hell is not much different from that of demon world. For the human world, clearing out hell isn't that difficult. As for Long Yuan himself, he returned to the strange burial ground where Shen Jitsi had taken them before. His target was naturally the heavenly tomb. As for the original, as long as that guy doesn't provoke me and the Chu family, then let him live. But if he kills himself, then let's send him to the west. Anyway, the corpse alone could not pose any threat to him. The 33rd Heavenly Dao of the original ancient realm, Tomb of the Sword Master. The 33rd Heavenly Path. I heard that the heavens were originally 33 heavens. Is there any connection between them? Could it be that every celestial tomb that once existed has transformed into the first layer of heaven? Long Yuan inspected the heavenly tomb. There is no entrance or exit. This means that the sword master buried there did not come into the world. You're going to dig the hole yourself again. Should we get a coolie from the Chu family? Last time Chu Zhan dug a hole. It feels great to just rest on the side. Let's just forget it. I'll take my time so as not to waste their time. He was bored anyway. In the human world. The battle started again. It was the battle between the human world and hell. Now, nearly 100 years have passed since the war with demon world. During this period of time, many forces were resting and recuperating. At the same time, some powerful people are purifying the demon world, cleaning out the remaining magic and evil spirits in the demon world, so that the human race and monster race can enter this world in the future. Demon world is also a great world. The cultivation resources there are also extremely rich. It will definitely become a holy world for cultivation in the future. The war in hell has begun. But this time it was hell that took the lead in attacking. They took advantage of the fact that the major forces in the human world were still recuperating and wanted to take this opportunity to break out of the human world and enter the divine world. If things really don't work out, there is still the escape route of chaos. Even though it's dangerous. But it's better than dying in the future. The feud between hell and the human world has lasted too long. First, he stole the high-level heaven and earth essence of the human world, and then suppressed the human world for endless years with the gate of hell, making it impossible for them to become an emperor or a god. After that, he opened up the demon world and released all the demon race troops. It can be said that almost all of these disasters in the human world are caused by hell, so once the human world starts to take action in the future, there will definitely be no mercy. Therefore, hell decided to strike first when they were least prepared. Carve out a bloody path to the divine realm. As long as we enter the divine realm, we still have a chance of survival. All the strong ones gathered together. Led by the strongest among them, Nether Dragon, Yuxuan of the Soul Clan, and a group of people from the opening heaven realm. It was like an invincible spear that instantly broke through the passage between the two worlds guarded by the martial artists of the human world. In just a very short period of time, the war spread to half of the human world. But their purpose is not to kill people, but enter the realm of gods. The people in hell turned into a torrent and rushed towards the ladder to heaven like a swarm of locusts. Bugs from hell, do you think you can escape? Chu Jianchen, who had just come out of retreat, turned into a stream of light and rushed over. He waved his hand and slashed out a sharp black sword light that pierced through the sky and earth towards the people of hell, instantly tearing through the endless void and slashing into the crowd. Thousands of martial artists were turned into dust by the light of his sword. Just when Chu Jianchen was about to attack again, I saw an old acquaintance. The former third leader of Hell Gate Minsu. He once inherited the Holy Sword Mo Yat, and inherited the cause and effect between the previous owner of the Holy Sword and the Hell Gate. He was hunted down by Hell Gate many times. Later, Minsu, the third leader of Hell Gate, personally launched several hunts and attacks on him. Now is the time to settle this cause and effect. Minsu, hundreds of years have passed, and we meet again. Chu Jianchen instantly appeared in front of Minsu. As the only person in the Chu family whose physique and martial soul are integrated into one, and now have evolved to the divine level, although his combat power is not as good as that of the unrivaled level physique, it is not far behind. Seeing a figure suddenly appear, Minsu shuddered involuntarily. He murmured dejectedly, "Chu Jianchen? I can't escape after all. Even though he has now broken through the martial god, what does it matter? Can you block the opponent's powerful sword just now? Karma will always pay off. Death is the retribution for us suppressing the human world for millions of years." Minsu sighed. At this point he had nowhere to retreat. But he was unwilling to sit back and wait for death. As long as you enter the divine realm. From now on, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. So Minsu growled. He instantly rushed into the dense crowd, hoping to avoid being killed by the other party. Can you run away? Chu Jianchen snorted coldly. The long sword in his hand slashed out another sword light. Amid the horrified gazes and screams of thousands of people, the dark sword light swept over, drowning everyone, including Minsu. Then Chu Jianchen continued to kill the martial artists in hell. We're almost there, almost reaching the entrance to the divine realm. The dark dragon roared excitedly. He saw the ladder suspended there. But at this moment, a red figure suddenly descended like an empress and blocked the ladder. Who are you? Get out of here! The Soul Clan's opening heaven realm master Yuxuan shouted. A mini golden bell appeared between the eyebrows, then quickly enlarged and suppressed the figure. The golden bell emitted waves of terrifying spiritual fluctuations. This is Yuxuan's divine weapon. It is a heaven-level divine weapon. Boom! At this moment the golden bell rang. A terrifying wave of soul power rushed towards the figure in front of the ladder. However, facing the strongest attack of the opening heaven realm, the figure lightly stretched out his jade palm and collided with the golden bell. Obviously, it doesn't look like I'm trying hard. But as the palm fell, the energy attack emitted by the golden bell was easily annihilated by the opponent. With a loud bang that resounded through the starry sky, the golden bell exploded. Puff! My favorite divine weapon exploded. Yuxuan spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Be careful, this woman is very powerful. Yuxuan said to the people around him. No matter how terrifying it is, can it still be the creation realm? Yao Fu, one of the giants of hell, disagreed. He is an alchemist. I once frantically condensed the evil energy from outside the domain with the elixir. He wanted to refine a pill that could break through the realm of creation, but was eventually suppressed into hell by the god Pan. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 286 Yan Lingji takes action. At this moment, the only thing in his eyes was the road to the divine world. Everything else is just a roadblock. Don't underestimate her. That woman should be Yan Lingji of the Chu family. Her strength is unknown. Let's attack together. Ming Long said in a deep voice. He doesn't care about other forces in the human world at all. Only the Chu family. So he inquired about some powerful people in the Chu family, including Yan Lingji. This woman was very strange. Not only could no one hurt her, and she only strikes with one palm. No matter what kind of enemy it is, it can't stop her attack. Therefore, the Nether Dragon did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. Humph, except for the Chu family's beast god, who else can stop such a powerful force like us? Don't make such a fuss, our goal is to rush into the divine realm. Yao Fu snorted coldly. Looking at the divine world above the ladder, he was filled with excitement. I heard that there are still some evil tribes from outside the god realm left. At that time, I must use the corpses of the evil race from outside the domain to refine elixirs that can break through the realm of creation and realize my grand wish. But at this moment, Yan Lingji took action. Without using any divine ability, he slapped it down with his palm as lightly as ever. Everyone resist together. The Nether Dragon roared as if it was facing a formidable enemy. Humph, a bunch of incompetents, just wait and see how I kill her and refine her into a human pill. Seeing that the dark dragon was so afraid of him, Yao Fu cursed angrily. With a crazy look on his face, he offered up his alchemy furnace. Then, he placed the cauldron on his head. With the divine power in his body surging, he rushed towards Yan Lingji without fear. FK, has this old guy gone crazy after being locked up in hell? Why so crazy? Damn it, let's do it together. Don't let this lunatic go to his death. The dark dragon roared. Decisively manifest your true form and take action. The body turned into a huge grey dragon several hundred feet long. The huge dragon claw pierced through the void. Grab towards where Yan Lingji is. Opening heaven is the strongest fighting force among them. There can't be any losses before entering the divine realm. The others also burst out with all their strength without hesitation. One by one, powerful divine weapons burst into brilliant light, burst out with infinite power, and slammed towards the palm of the red figure in front of them. Yan Lingji's attack did not change at all. Neither stronger nor weaker. Still light and airy, as if boneless. She stood there with her red skirt swaying, her eyes calm. Red flames burned on the black hair and the elf's pointed ears. Press down with your jade palm. There was a loud bang. The powerful attacks of more than 20 opening heaven realm masters collided with Yan Lingji's palm. But the hand was not able to stop such a terrifying attack for even a moment, and was destroyed without a trace. The jade palm fell. Dozens of figures suddenly turned into blood mist, blooming in the air like blood-colored fireworks, full of a sense of poignancy and beauty. The dark dragon flew back, coughing up blood from the mouth. His dragon claw was completely blown up by the opponent. This woman is truly unfathomable. I shouldn't have rushed over with that lunatic Yao Fu. The dark dragon regretted it. I should have taken advantage of the time when they were attacking Yan Lingji to sneak around them and enter the realm of gods. It's okay now. The other person stood there. He has the momentum of one man blocking the pass and 10,000 men unable to break through. Their way into the divine realm is blocked. Also, what kind of cultivation level does that woman have? Why is she so terrifying? Could it be the half-step to the realm of creation? Thinking of this, the dark dragon was even more horrified. In addition to their beast god, another powerful person has appeared in the Chu family? Damn it! Why is this happening? Looking at the ladder leading to the divine realm behind the other party, the nether dragon roared in unwillingness. At this time, other powerful people of the Chu family and other major forces in the human world have already entered the battlefield. The war between the human world and hell is not as bloody as the war between the demon world and hell. Because Long Yuan only asked them to eliminate those culprits. As for those low-powered martial artists and ordinary people, they should try not to commit too much murder. Originally, Chu Jingyu had discussed with everyone that all martial artists above martial god in hell would be killed without mercy. As for the others, if they surrender, you can also give them a chance to live. This was the previous plan of Chu Jingyu and others. But at this moment, hell took the initiative to attack, and those who dared to enter the human world at this time were basically strong. They are all within the hunting targets of the human world. The war broke out completely. Moreover, this is a battle between the strong, the weak are not qualified to participate. Haha, this is my Chu Zhan's battlefield. Chu Zhan hurried out and strode into the battlefield. The skin on her body shines with a gilded luster, and you can tell at a glance that she is on the path of body refining. Ever since I got the half-step eternal level Kung Fu, Heavenly Dao body tempering technique. He has been practicing hard. Now his physical cultivation has reached the half-step opening heaven realm. Combined with his skills and fighting spirit, he is definitely capable of fighting against the strong men in opening heaven. You are only half a step into the opening heaven realm, how can you be so arrogant? I will kill you today. A strong figure with ferocious muscles and a dark golden color appeared in front of Chu Zhan. The other party looked cold. The killing intent is boiling. The road ahead is blocked. Now if you want to survive, maybe you have to exchange your life for another. In exchange for the lives of the Chu family members, they would have the opportunity to enter the divine realm, so these Chu family members naturally became the targets of the martial artists of hell. Hey? You're also a body refining user. Chu Zhan was a little surprised when he saw the other person's strong body, and then he became excited. There are too few body refining martial artists in this world. This time I really met my match. Chu Zhan howled excitedly and immediately rushed towards the opponent. The other party also growled. The muscles in his body burst out with endless divine power, and he swung his fist towards the opponent. In an instant, Two body refiners fought in the starry sky. The two bodies kept moving, faster than lightning. The fists collided with each other, making an ear-piercing sound, as if divine weapons were colliding, and terrifying energy shock waves echoed deep in the sky. The sound of dragons roaring and phoenixes singing rang out. A huge golden dragon and golden phoenix appeared on the battlefield. It was Chu Long who brought Shen Baiao and others to kill them. Golden thunder filled the sky. A young man wearing golden thunder armor appeared on the battlefield. Then the chaotic energy bloomed, the divine fire illuminated the sky, and then a man with the evil-eyed azure dragon floating behind him also appeared in the sky. The strong men of the Chu family appeared on the battlefield one after another. Chu Yan, what realm is your wife in? Chu Zhenyi's, who arrived at the battlefield with Chu Yan, was quite shocked when he saw the blood mist still floating in the void. In his opinion, in their Chu family, in addition to Chu Long's battle formation and Chu Ziran's self-created divine ability technique, no one should be able to do this, right? How come Yan Lingji can do it too? Well, I don't know exactly how high her cultivation is, but it's pretty deep anyway. Chu Yan also asked at the beginning. But at that time, Yan Lingji knew nothing about realms. So I never asked about it later. It's the creation realm. Chu Chu on the side explained. Chapter 287, The Chu Family's Success. Creation realm? Chu Chu, you must not be kidding me. Apart from the first demon and the beast god, how could there be other creation realms in the universe? Chu Zhenyi's didn't believe it. I'm not kidding. First of all, Yan Lingji is indeed in the creation realm. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Beast God. Secondly, Beast God's realm has surpassed the creation realm. The two are not on the same level at all. Chu Chu said seriously. Seeing this look on his face. This time, not only Chu Zhenyi's and others, but even Chu Yan was shocked. Bang! A hellish martial artist's head suddenly exploded. Behind him, the void began to fluctuate, and a man holding a golden brick emerged from the void. This guy is so arrogant. How dare you turn your back on me? Chu Mo muttered. Don't rush to kill him. Let me see if he has any potential martial spirit first. Chu Yaoguang hurried over. Your spirit can evolve any spirit into the unrivaled level, so why bother to be so picky? Just grab a few with spirits and forcibly peel them off. Chu Mo said. That won't work. What if the martial spirit abilities are repeated? Besides, some martial spirits are too ugly and their abilities are not that great. Damn, as long as it evolves to unrivaled level, how can its abilities be bad? That won't work either. Every martial soul must be considered seriously. A bagua-like pattern was floating under Chu Yaoguang's feet, but it was divided into 9 areas. That is his supreme martial soul, Zhijai Futu. There are 2 martial spirits suspended in 2 of the areas. It was a real golden dragon and a long sword that was red as if dripping blood. The Zhijai Futu martial spirit itself has no offensive power, but it can absorb 9 martial spirits and raise them all to the unrivaled level. These 2 martial souls are the martial souls he stripped off from other martial artists and evolved to the unrivaled level. Chu Yaoguang arrived at the battlefield. With a wave of his right hand, the blood-dripping sword turned into a beam of blood and shot into the group of martial artists in hell. Sizzle! Just a moment. The bodies of dozens of martial artists were pierced, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Then the blood sword turned into thousands of small swords, which continued to reap the lives of the martial artists on the battlefield. And every time a martial artist is killed, the blood-colored sword will become more crimson and seem to have grown a little in size. When enough lives are killed, the blood-colored little sword will continue to split, which can be said to be a complete killer spirit. Not long after, forces from all sides came rushing over. The earth-shaking war broke out. If it wasn't for Yan Lingji's slap. From the perspective of high-level strong men, hell is no less awesome than demon world. It was just that some of the strongest people in the demon world had retreated to those hidden small worlds in advance, so that the strongest people in the demon world were almost never deployed. Otherwise, the human world at that time would definitely suffer heavy losses. But this hell is different. All their strong men have been born. He didn't open up any small world, didn't leave any retreat route for himself, and didn't hide any powerful people. All martial artists are heading towards the latter. And they had a chance when demon world was destroyed. But they didn't do anything. Because they are not sure whether the beast god of the Chu family will take action personally. But after the battle of demon world, they were convinced. Even if someone from the Chu family died in the battle, the beast god of the Chu family would not take action. This gave hell a glimmer of hope. As long as the beast god doesn't take action. Not to mention all of them. But at least some of them can break into the divine realm. So while the human world was recuperating, hell finally launched the ultimate battle. With this idea. This battle is destined to be brutal. And judging from the situation observed by the powerful beings such as the Dark Dragon in the war between the human world and the demon world. There are still too few powerful people in the opening heaven realm in the human world, and the most important thing is that there is no powerful person who has reached the perfection of the opening heaven realm. The strongest of the dragon race, Long Kaiulye, is only at the early stage of opening heaven realm. The same is true for the Phoenix clan. The Kylan clan's first Kylan's cultivation has not recovered, and as for the ancient ancestors of the Forbidden Land, they are only half a step into opening heaven realm. Therefore, there is some gap between the two sides in the number of strong people. I have to say that the plans of the powerful men in hell are very good. Unfortunately, their plans cannot keep up with the changes. The Chu family changed too fast. 100 years is enough time for their strength to undergo a qualitative change again. Now, almost all the powerful people with supreme physique in the Chu family have grown up. Chu Yanran, Chu Hao, Chu Chu, Chu Yaoguang, and the battle formation formed by Chu Long and his concubines made it easy to kill the powerful masters of the opening heaven realm. The martial arts they practiced, the Dragon and Phoenix reversal of Yin and Yang 108, was a half-step eternal martial arts, and the battle formation they formed was extremely powerful. With their current strength, if they encounter the first demon, they can definitely kill it. In addition, there are extremely powerful beings like Chu Yan and Chu Xiuran, and there is another terrifying being that is beyond the imagination of Ming Long and others, Yan Lingji. At this moment, some powerful people in the human world are fighting with people from hell. There are figures everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Divine weapon and divine ability are colliding. Blooming with brilliant light. Some people were even beaten to pieces by the other side, with blood spilling into the sky. Hell martial artist is falling. Martial artists in the human world are also falling. The Chu family martial artist is also falling. In such a war, only the strongest strength can ensure one's safety. Yan Lingji did not attack again after the first strike. He just stood there, blocking the way for those people in hell to reach the divine realm. Since the clan leader has issued an order to kill all the strong men above the divine level in hell, then none of them can escape. When the two sides went to war, Long Yuan had also dug through the tomb passage and entered the tomb. The battlefield in this celestial tomb is more intact than those I discovered before. These corpses look like they just died. The remaining fighting aura is even more terrifying. This shows that the age here is shorter than in other places. Like a fresh burial. That is to say, the 33rd day is the most recent burial of the heavenly Dao. The celestial tombs are all arranged in order. Every time a heavenly path is buried, there are only first layer heavens among all the heavens. But it's still the same as before. There was no living being with any breath of life in it, it was completely silent. In addition to the standard equipment of all heavenly tombs, heavenly palace. And in heavenly palace, a black sword monument shaped like a long sword stood there. Various complex runes are engraved on it. Another inheritance that requires qualifications. It's a pity that I'm a monster race and can't practice these inheritances, otherwise my cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. I just hope that next time the system can reward me with a technique that is beyond my realm. Long Yuan sighed. Just like the previous inheritances. This is also a half-step eternal inheritance. It is the supreme inheritance that was born after the Sword Master merged with the way of heaven. Move out of heavenly palace. From the opening heaven tomb. Long Yuan instantly sensed the battle fluctuations coming from the human world, but he did not go back. The current Chu family is fully capable of handling those issues. And he continued to search for the heavenly tomb in the God realm. Now the news about the Soul Clan's acquisition of the Divine Corpse has spread throughout the Divine Realm. Almost all martial artists talked about this matter wherever Long Yuan went. Chapter 288 The original ancestor will also die. Although some people are not sure what happened. But everyone knows. A powerful man who is more terrifying than the former god Pan was born. This is a good thing for little people like us. At least we don't have to worry about the entire god realm being devoured by the first demon. As for status, small people never have any status. Not before. There won't be any in the future. This is the reality of this world. So no matter how the status of those powerful people changes, they are still at the bottom. Peace has returned to the area around Kangshan Mountain. In addition to the battle power list, there are many martial artists. There is no one left around the sinkhole that was created by the corpse. The original ancestor returned to the Soul Clan. Other forces also left here. Except for the Tiangong Pavilion which was wiped out. Soul Clan. Now it is the undisputed first clan in the God realm. At this time, the Soul Clan was accepting the worship of the myriad races of the God realm. Guests came one after another in the family, and the sound of congratulations was endless. All kinds of treasures that were rarely seen in the past were now handed over to the Soul Clan. Old man, do we have any relationship with the Soul Clan? Why are you here to give us gifts? Song Yan asked in confusion. Moreover, there are so many guests here. Who can remember them? Haha, now the Soul Clan is very powerful and is undoubtedly the strongest in the God realm. Now that everyone has come to congratulate us, we may not be remembered by the other party if we come, but if we don't come, they may remember us. What do you call this? This is called social etiquette. Shen Jitsi shook his head. Especially those shameless old guys from the Soul Clan. The Soul Clan is very strong, but our TNG clan is not weak either. If all else fails, we can call those ancestors over. Shut up. Shen Jitsi's expression suddenly turned stern. He glared at me and said, if you dare to mention my family again, I will immediately send you back to my clan and you will never be allowed to enter here again. Seeing the old man's face completely changed, Song Yan also quickly shut his mouth. The TNG clan has only one chance to come out of their clan land in a lifetime. If you go in again, then you will never be able to come out. However, those who gave gifts did not even have the qualifications to meet the original ancestor. After all, they were not on the same level anymore. Is there really no clue at all? Yuanzhu sat cross-legged on the futon and frowned as he asked. So many of their Soul Clan's ancestors died without leaving any trace. If the corpse had not been controlled in time, the strength of their Soul Clan will suffer a severe blow. Therefore, this matter must be thoroughly investigated, and the mastermind behind it must be chopped into pieces. The Soul Clan leader standing beside him bowed and replied, yes, ancestor, we have checked those martial artists who escaped from the upper world, and they really don't know who did it. In the universe, only the first demon and that little tower can achieve that level. If it was the first demon, his target should be the god corpse, but that little tower, we don't have any grudges against him, so there's no need for him to attack us for no reason. But the goal is ultimately between these two. Once I am completely accustomed to controlling this divine corpse, I will go and suppress them. One of Yuanzu's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. Now he is unable to completely control this divine corpse. The corpse is too strong. His mind was somewhat out of control. Moreover, controlling this body for a long time would make his soul feel very tired. Gave a gift. After leaving the Soul Clan's territory, Shen Jitsi shook his head and sighed, "What if you call our ancestors here? With their level of cultivation, what can they do? Are they going to die? You have to know that Yuanzu's current strength is probably not even a match for Pan Shen, let alone those ancestors. But I have calculated that this life seems to have infinite possibilities. If our clan can grasp it well, we may really be able to leave the heavens in the future." "Ah! Old man, you even figured this out." Song Yan was shocked. This has been the goal of their Tianji clan since ancient times. When Pan Shen left, their clan also considered whether to leave with him, but the result was always a narrow escape from death. This is inconsistent with the so-called Taoism of their ancestors of the Tianji clan. That's why they didn't leave in the first place. I didn't expect that the old man had figured it out now. Song Yan stared at his grandpa with wide eyes. Is his magic of destiny really so powerful? Normally, I only see him spitting blood every time he makes a calculation, but he can even calculate something like this at the critical moment. Humph, it's definitely not wrong. Do you think I'm like you? I passed by that senior and didn't sense anything. And you still have the nerve to call yourself Tianjizi. Don't abandon our Tianji clan. Shen Jizi snorted coldly at Song Yan. Passing by. Have I met the senior you mentioned? Impossible. I haven't seen anyone who is particularly powerful. Hiss, old man, you are not talking about the ancestor of the Soul clan, are you? Song Yan's eyes widened. Join the Yuanzu? I'm afraid this is inappropriate. You old man look like a sinister and cunning person. If the other party knew the secret of their Tianji clan, they would definitely have evil intentions. This is totally inconsistent with the livelihood of those ancestors. Bah! What the hell is Yuanzu? He occupies someone else's body. Even though he looks powerful now, he will die in the near future. What? The original ancestor will die too. Song Yan was shocked again. How could the original ancestor, who was so powerful, die? Then he said suspiciously, "Old man, we, the Tianji clan, are not bragging when we deduce the secrets of heaven. With your strength, how can you possibly calculate the origin? Normally, those who are at the same level as you are likely to be attacked back. It is estimated that such a strong man would be attacked back and die of vomiting blood. I'll beat your BD to death." Shenjiza took out his big pipe and prepared to hit the other party. But I still couldn't do it. I am calculating the original ancestor. What does his physical body have to do with it? Anyway, I saw it. One day in the future, Yuanzu will be killed by someone's finger and his soul will be annihilated. As for you, believe it or not, time will prove everything. Shen Jitsi put the pipe in his mouth and started smoking. Since you have calculated the hope, what should we do now? Returning to the tribe? Or? No, wait. I want to get closer to that senior, and then return to the tribe after confirming it again and again. Shen Jitsi said. Old man, can you take me to see that senior? Song Yan said excitedly. Get lost, you swindler. You deceived that senior in the first place. Fortunately, that senior didn't hold a grudge against you. Otherwise, even if the ancestors were born, they couldn't save you. I'm going to take you to see that senior? You're dreaming. If you, a jerk of a man, were to appear before that senior, I'm really afraid that he would glare at you to death. As he said this, Shen Jitsi pointed his pipe at Song Yan again. He remembered again how this brat had disturbed him from hugging his thighs, which made him angry. And Shen Jitsi was very suspicious. It was probably that senior who was responsible for the extermination of the Soul clan's ancestors. Chapter 289 TNG Clan. I just wonder if that senior can be a match for that divine corpse? Song Yan shuddered. Did I cheat that senior? Who is it? He thought carefully while smoking his pipe. But there are too many people who have been deceived by me. I couldn't figure out who it was for a moment. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Long Yuan came to a city. Found the intelligence agency here. He searched for a long time in the divine world. But nothing was found. If you don't see the death place like Tianmia with your own eyes, it is impossible to know where this strange place is. Want to find those scattered tombs of heaven? Only with the help of everyone's strength. The Chu family's power has not yet expanded to the God realm, so Long Yuan found the God realm's intelligence agency. Hello, sir. Please come in. Enter the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Long Yuan was led inside by the receptionist. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has been very crowded recently. But most of them buy news about the Soul Clan. After all, the other party has become the first clan in the God realm. It is still necessary to master the necessary information, such as the forces related to the Soul Clan. If you offend them in the future, it will be disastrous. What information do guests need to purchase? Long Yuan was taken to a private room and served a cup of tea. This place is isolated from other places to prevent other unrelated people from eavesdropping. I want to inquire about the Jedi, the distortion of time and space. Long Yuan said. Distorted time and space. The service staff glanced at Long Yuan, and then said, we do have several sources of information about that kind of Jedi. Because no one dares to explore that kind of place, the price of information is very cheap. Please wait a moment, sir. I will bring you the information right away. On the other side, Shen Jitsi, who was about to go to the human world to look for Long Yuan's whereabouts, took out a shining sound transmission stone. What is it? Boss, someone is trying to find out about the distorted space and time. Who? Shen Jitsi narrowed his eyes slightly. He is a handsome young man, he looks to be in his 20s, with dragon horns on his head, dressed in white and holding a folding fan. He should be a dragon race. A voice came from the other end of the sound transmission stone. Shen Jitsi was stunned. Why does this image look so much like the senior I'm going to find? Could it be that it was really that senior who was looking for him? What was he looking for that place for? Could he possibly go in? Boss, you said that if someone is deliberately looking for distorted time and space, we should be more careful. Do you still want to sell this information to him? Let the other party wait for a moment, I will come over personally. Yes. After receiving the reply from the other party, Long Yuan touched his chin. Isn't it said that Jedi information about distorted time and space is not very valuable? Why does the boss need to come in person? But soon after he saw the boss here, he suddenly realized. It turned out to be this old turtle. I really didn't expect that the boss behind this Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is actually you. Long Yuan said as he looked at Shen Jitsi, who had arrived in a dusty state. I am ashamed of myself. I was bored on weekdays, so I opened a Heavenly Secrets Pavilion for fun. I didn't expect to attract you here. I wonder why the senior is looking for that twisted time and space? It's not a good place. Even Pan Shen was very afraid of that place and didn't dare to approach it. Shen Jizhi sat on a chair nearby and advised Long Yuan not to get close to that place. But there was also a hint of temptation in his words. It may be a Jedi for you, but not necessarily for me. Long Yuan had no scruples. Is there anything in this world that is worth my concern? Well, in that case, let me personally take you there. We at Heavenly Secrets Pavilion have searched for many such places over the endless years. Okay. Long Yuan did not refuse. It would naturally be faster if someone led the way. As we approached Long Yuan, Shen Jitsi once again felt the vitality of their clan. This made him more convinced. Just follow each other. Only then can their TNG clan develop more prosperously in the future. Came to a place of distorted time and space. Long Yuan directly summoned the original Azure Lotus and entered the broken time and space. Can he really enter the heavenly tomb? Shen Juxi's eyes widened. I didn't expect that besides our clan, there are others who can freely enter and exit this distorted time and space. What kind of treasure is that Azure Lotus? How can it block the power of time and space here and the imprint of time and space fragments in it? He felt deeply surprised. Could it be that this Azure Lotus is also a treasure of the same level as their TNG clan's divine weapon? No, this matter must be reported to the tribe as soon as possible. Besides, the other party can search for the heavenly tomb, so they must know that there are other treasures in the heavenly tomb. Alas, it is all because our ancestors were too secretive, otherwise the treasures in it should all belong to our TNG clan. Shen Juxi sighed repeatedly. The purpose of the TNG clan is to save lives first and opportunities second. Other martial artists are all desperate for opportunities. Their clan is good. Before you get the chance, you should calculate for yourself. If there is any danger, it's better not to have that opportunity. And even in the face of such a supreme opportunity as the heavenly tomb. But those ancestors always said that if you take too much, you will be killed in the future. Shen Jizi felt that they were being too timid. As long as the opportunity is big enough, strong enough, why are you still worried about being killed? 100 years later, Long Yuan flew out stepping on the Azure Lotus. There was no sign of joy on his face. Shen Juxi was puzzled. This shouldn't happen. Didn't the other party get the opportunity in the heavenly tomb? Otherwise, why is there no change in expression? Over the next few hundred years, Long Yuan has been constantly entering and exiting the various celestial tombs in the God realm under the leadership of Shen Juxi. Loot all the heavenly palace, inheritance, or divine weapon. These resources will be the foundation of the Chu family in the future. But there are a few places. The treasures in the heavenly palace have disappeared. Maybe he was stranded outside. As Long Yuan traveled through the various celestial tombs, the war between the human world and hell has also ceased. All the strong men above the martial god of hell were killed, and the remaining martial artists of hell have become hell and migrated to the human world. It can be said that there are no living creatures in hell now. All that remains are the souls of those who have died. Even the essences of heaven and earth in hell were all seized and taken to the human world, so they were returned to their original owners. When the essence of heaven and earth returns to the human world, the whole world's spirit is boiling. Everyone felt that cultivation seemed to have become much easier. After pacifying hell, after a period of recuperation, the Chu family also began to prepare to enter the realm of gods. After Long Yuan explored all the known celestial tombs in the divine world under the guidance of Shen Juxi, he began to travel alone again. After all, Invincible. It's time to enjoy yourself. His gaze crossed billions of spaces and looked towards the other side of the Two Worlds mountain. There was still no trace of the original demon there. I've really left the heavens. Long Yuan sighed. It's a bit of a pity about those two half-eternal level divine weapons. Chapter 290, Domineering Soul Clan. Then he sensed his own divine dragon. Hundreds of years. He was still floating in the chaos. Nothing was found except the chaos storm. Chaos is really too big. Long Yuan sighed. A person in the creation realm has been flying in it for hundreds of years but still cannot feel where the edge of chaos is. Know that in the heavens, with the cultivation level of the creation realm, one can reach any place in an instant. It can be seen that the heavens are really too small compared to chaos. Perhaps they are just a small island in the vast ocean. Star Moon Dynasty. In Tianyi Pavilion of Tianxing City, Long Yuan was sitting in the attic sipping a glass of wine, with this small dish. It feels so pleasant to watch the graceful dance of the dancers below. It's fun to go out and have fun every now and then. Life is not only about living a life of compromise, there is also listening to music in brothels. When I came here just now, I saw a large number of powerful people from the Xingyu dynasty. What happened? Long Yuan, who was admiring the willow waist and long legs, suddenly heard a discussion coming from the table next to him. You don't know this? Something happened at Nine Swords Mountain. Nine Swords Mountain? Isn't that a dangerous place within the Xingyu dynasty? It's normal for something to happen there. Could it be that something happened to one of the princes? Someone asked doubtfully. Hey, it would be fine if something happened to the prince, but the person who died this time is much more noble than the prince of the Xingyu dynasty. Who is it? He is the descendant of an old ancestor of the Soul clan. It is said that he is a very talented strong man, whose strength has reached the early stage of the opening heaven realm. He is also a mainstay in the Soul clan. What? Soul clan? Everyone around gasped. His face suddenly changed. Soul clan? This is a taboo in the current god realm. Who dares to provoke? And now an important member of the Soul clan has died there? Tell me what happened exactly. Someone asked hurriedly. You should also know that Zhejian Mountain is a dangerous place, but it is also a place of opportunity and good fortune. It was also a battlefield in ancient times. Every few years, it would breed some precious and even rare treasures. It is said that this incident happened because the Soul clan took a fancy to a rare treasure obtained by someone else, so they tried to snatch it and were killed by the other party in the end. This has caused a huge mess. After all, the treasures of heaven and earth are obtained by those who are capable, and casualties are inevitable in the fight for treasures. The God realm is vast and boundless, and countless people die every day in the fight for various treasures of heaven and earth. It wouldn't be a big deal if people from other forces died, but it happened that the ones who died this time were members of the Soul clan. I think everyone has heard about the Soul clan's dominance over the past few hundred years, right? Let alone the backbone of the Soul clan, even ordinary Soul clan members are now unproblematic in the God realm. In order to prevent the entire dynasty from being implicated, the Xingyu dynasty took the initiative to attack and capture the other party. The others suddenly realized. This incident happened in the Xingyu dynasty. With the Soul clan's current dominance. If things go wrong, the Star Moon dynasty will be wiped out. After all, this kind of thing has happened before. Previously, two major forces with opening heaven realm masters in charge were wiped out from the God realm by the Soul clan because of this kind of connection. Therefore, all the major forces in the God realm are extremely unwilling to see the Soul clan members appear in their territory. I'm afraid that this will cause some disaster. Who on earth is this? How dare he be so courageous? Isn't he afraid of bringing disaster to his own faction? Someone asked curiously. The Soul clan's symbol should be very obvious. How could a young and inexperienced person run into a member of the Soul clan? I don't know which force he came from, but I heard that the man's name seemed to be Chu Yaoguang. Long Yuan paused for a moment. Chu Yaoguang? Is it Chu Yaoguang from the Chu family? He came to the divine realm? It's really interesting. Long Yuan smiled. It seems that someone from the Chu family has entered the divine realm. Should we run away then? Isn't it too dangerous to stay in the Xingyu dynasty at this time? That makes sense. If a powerful Soul clan member were to arrive at that time, the entire Xingyu dynasty would be devastated. After some discussion, they hurriedly left. Long Yuan drank up the wine in the jug. After eating all the food on the table. After paying the bill, he slowly flew towards Zhejian Mountain. He wanted to see to what extent Chu Yaoguang's strength had grown. At this time, Shen Jitsi appeared in a hidden little world. This little world is in ruins. There is no life. No one would even look at it twice. This small world has no fixed location and is floating aimlessly in the void of the heavens. Only their Tianji clan can find this place accurately. At this time he came to a distorted space and time. This is a celestial tomb that Long Yuan has never been to. Shen Jitsi didn't dare to bring Long Yuan here, because this is the home of their Tianji clan. I saw Shen Jitsi cut his palm. He engraved a complicated blood formation on the ground not far from the distorted space and time, and then used the turtle breathing technique to hide nearby and waited. This is the blood-attracting formation of their Tianji clan, used to communicate with the tribesmen in the heavenly tomb. Once this formation is deployed, it means that Shen Jizhi is about to return. Because among all the gods, only Shen Jitsi can set up this formation. Even Song Yan is not qualified to access such confidential matters. My calculations cannot be wrong. Only by following that senior closely can our Tianji clan travel to a more vast world in the future. Originally, he just wanted to calculate his chance of breaking through the creation realm. Unexpectedly, they finally discovered something of great importance to their entire race. After a period of confirmation, Shen Jitsi decided that he must report this matter to the family. So he needs to return to his clan. But he himself did not have the ability to enter the heavenly tomb. The power of time and space and the power of the imprint within it are too strong. He couldn't resist it at all. Only by telling the clansmen in the heavenly tomb through the blood guiding array, someone from the acquired tomb will come out to pick him up. But this will take at least several dozen or even hundreds of years. Shen Jitsi simply rested nearby. Anyway, hundreds of years is just a short rest for someone at his level. Long Yuan came to Jijian Mountain. The reason for this name is, this is because there are 9 huge mountains that rise into the sky like sharp swords, forming a huge circle. Inside the circle formed by the 9 sword mountains is an ancient battlefield. There is also a faint hint of ancient horror in it. But when Long Yuan came here, this place is empty. Neither Chu Yaoguang nor the masters of the Xingye dynasty were here anymore, leaving only a few martial artists like Long Yuan who came to watch out of curiosity. Don't look here, the person has left. A martial artist who had just emerged from Jijian Mountain shouted to the crowd. Where did you go? Someone asked. The strong man who killed the Soul clan said he wanted to look for treasure in the God realm, so he left. The people of the Star Moon dynasty couldn't stop him, so they could only follow him. Chapter 291 This is the treasure of my Soul clan. The Xingye dynasty is not a big force. The strongest one is only at the infinite realm. Naturally, he could not be Chu Yaoguang's opponent, despite being helpless. But they can't remain indifferent to this. At least we have to have an attitude, and hope that the Soul clan can show leniency when the time comes. Long Yuan looked into the distance. I did see Chu Yaoguang. It was the tribe member who obtained the 9 Polar Buddha martial spirit. We also saw a large group of Star Moon dynasty martial artists following behind him. Especially the leader, a man wearing a golden imperial robe with a bitter look on his face. He was the current emperor of the Star Moon dynasty. This matter involves a great deal. As the emperor, he had to show up in person. Only Chu Yaoguang has a good temper. If it were Chu Zhan or Long Ao, who have bad tempers, those people from the Xingye dynasty would have died long ago. Then Long Yuan looked towards Jijian Mountain. There is also a great opportunity here. His hands were clenched into claws. He grabbed the central area of Jijian Mountain with all his strength. The next moment, a colorful beam of light shot out from Jijian Mountain and fell into Long Yuan's hands. Chance and destiny. The eyes of other martial artists lit up. Many people felt the breath of treasure. But before they could make a move, before Long Yuan could examine the treasure, a voice suddenly came over. Sir, let go of the divine weapon, this is the treasure of our Soul clan. Next, a figure exuding the perfect aura of opening heaven suddenly appeared in front of Long Yuan. Soul clan. Some martial artists who wanted to seize the opportunity retreated without hesitation upon hearing these 2 words. Everyone in the God realm today knows one thing. Never get involved in any relationship with the Soul clan. Otherwise, they will take away the treasures they have set their eyes on. Anyone he disliked was killed on the spot. The Soul Clan is so domineering nowadays. I can say without hesitation. Today's divine realm has become the Soul Clan's private garden. You talking to me? Long Yuan turned his head and looked at the other person. I am Tian, the ancestor of the Soul Clan. Hand over the treasure in your hand quickly, otherwise. Zhong Tian looked cold and resolute. Because the young man in front of him not only did not offer the treasure in his hand, but also put his hands behind his back. This is simply a contempt for their Soul Clan. Another Soul Clan ancestor? Why do you Soul Clan have so many ancestors? So many people died in the secret realm last time, but haven't all died yet. Long Yuan looked at the other person in surprise. Is the Soul Clan's foundation so profound? Why are the ancestors in opening heaven never dying? Humph, how can you ignorant people imagine the depth of our Soul Clan? I'm telling you the truth, so that you can know the foundation and power of my Soul Clan. Long before the ancient war, my Soul Clan's foundation already had the momentum of the number one family in the 33 heavens. During the ancient war, other forces were fighting desperately, but they didn't know how to preserve their strength like my Soul Clan. Afterwards, only 1 in 10 strong men in the God realm survived, and Pan Shen left with a group of people. Originally, my Soul Clan had the ability to dominate the God realm, but it was only because of the appearance of Pan Shen Temple and myriad monsters' palace that we were barely able to balance us. The Pan Temple attracted many powerful independent cultivators. The myriad monsters' palace is the gathering place of monster race. Neither force can be underestimated. So if we only talk about the foundation of a certain race, no one can compare to my Soul Clan. Although they were also somewhat injured by the death of several ancestors last time. But Yuanzu's successful control of the divine corpse made that loss seem insignificant. Oh, they are a group of deserters from the battlefield. Long Yuan nodded suddenly. However, he began to despise the Soul Clan more and more in his heart. Many powerful men such as Shi Huang and Xiaolong died in the battle. There are also some people who were seriously injured and have not recovered yet, such as the first Kailan, the Moon God, the Sun God, etc. As a result, there are still so many powerful people from the Soul Clan hiding in the rear. Aren't they afraid that the heavens will really be conquered by evil tribes from outside the domain? Come to think of it, Long Yuan really sympathizes with Pan Shen. I am fighting hard in the front. Some people in the rear were thinking about how to save their lives. Zushan's victory really depends on some people's hard work. Young man, what do you know? This is called retaining strength. If you don't believe me, you can look at the dragon, phoenix, and other races. When Zilong and other powerful people died in the battle, their races have not recovered for so many years. How can we be like my Soul Clan, which has looked down upon the God realm since ancient times? You still don't understand even after I tell you so much. Hand over the treasure immediately, or you will bear the consequences. Zhong Tian put his hands behind his back. It seemed as if it was waiting for Long Yuan to present the treasure with both hands. Why should I give my treasure to you? Who are you from the Soul Clan? You don't really think you can do whatever you want just because you have a divine corpse, do you? I would like to advise you to keep a low profile, so as to avoid being bullied by others in the future. Long Yuan gave the other person a meaningful look. Turned around and walked towards Chu Yaoguang. How dare a mere junior like you point fingers at my Soul Clan? As long as there is a divine corpse, our Soul Clan will be eternal in the heavens and immortal for all eternity. Zhong Tian looked at the departing figure with murderous intent in his eyes. Over the past few hundred years, no one has ever dared to speak to the Soul Clan like this. With a whoosh, his figure turned into a rainbow of light, and his hands formed into claws, grabbing the back of the head of the figure in front of him. What the Soul Clan values, no one is qualified to refuse. Long Yuan turned back suddenly. His eyes narrowed, murderous intent burst out, and a faint wisp of chaotic energy flashed by. Boom! Zhong Tian's figure seemed to be enduring an indescribable force. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot. A roar came out of his mouth that shook the heavens and the earth. The energy in his body burst out in an instant, trying to resist the supreme force exerted on him. But in the end, I was powerless. His body exploded in an instant and turned into a pool of blood mist. The power of chaos is quite useful. Long Yuan sighed. Chaos has lasted for eternity and has the power to suppress everything. He glanced at the blood mist floating in the air. Long Yuan shook his head slightly. To destroy it, you must first make it crazy. The cause that the Soul Clan planted today. He will pay for it one day. Long Yuan is gone. But the martial artists in the distance were completely stunned. Something big has happened. Another Soul Clan ancestor has fallen. 2 Soul Clan strong men have died here in succession. This will definitely make the Soul Clan furious. Damn it, how could I see such a thing? There is a martial artist who is frightened. I dared not stay here any longer and ran away quickly. Once you are involved with the Soul Clan, whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, it is a bad thing for them. Long Yuan followed Chu Yaoguang and the others slowly. He began to look at the treasures he had obtained from Zhejian Mountain. With your palms outstretched. Among them, 9 small swords stood upright in a circle and floated in Long Yuan's palm. The 9 small swords were blood-red and looked gorgeous. As if it had been soaked in blood. A terrifying, bloodthirsty murderous aura emanated from the 9 long swords. Is this a sword formation? And it's a set of heaven-level divine weapons. Looking at the distribution pattern of the 9 long swords, Long Yuan couldn't help but recall the distribution of Zhejian Mountain. Chapter 292. Are all of you Soul Clan trash? Someone must have used the 9 Swords Mountain as a vessel to create this sword formation. I just don't know who is the scapegoat. Long Yuan didn't care about those things. Since the other party dared to breed treasures in such a place, I guess he is not afraid of others snatching it away. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Something terrible has happened, Your Majesty. A figure wearing golden armor caught up with the Emperor of the Star Moon Dynasty who was following Chu Yaoguang at lightning speed. What's the panic? Could it be that a powerful Soul Clan member has descended upon our Xingye dynasty? The Emperor of the Xingye dynasty's expression changed. He looked up to the sky and sighed. Can their dynasty still not escape this disaster? No, no, not this. The general shook his head. But his face was pale. Is that other dynasties attacking our dynasty? This is a small matter, why are you so shocked? As long as it's not the arrival of a powerful Soul Clan member, it's fine. The Star Moon Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Even if a strong Soul Clan member comes, he will be attracted here. They should let other martial artists of dynasty go. No, my lord, it's that another Soul Clan ancestor has fallen in the territory of our Xingye dynasty. The general in golden armor said with a sad face. The Star Moon Emperor was stunned. Then his face turned pale in an instant, his body staggered, and he took a few steps back before being supported by the others around him. What did you just say? Say it again. The Star Moon Emperor was supported by the others and looked at the other party with a pale face. Another Soul Clan ancestor has fallen in our dynasty. Not long ago, a powerful Soul Clan descended on 9 Swords Mountain. He happened to encounter a treasure that was unearthed. The ancestor of the Soul Clan tried to snatch it, but he died in the end. Plop! The Star Moon Emperor knelt on the ground, staring at the sky with lifeless eyes. He shouted, "Oh God! Are you going to destroy my Xingye dynasty?" 2 Soul Clan strongmen died in succession within their dynasty. Once the Soul Clan punishes, their Star Moon dynasty is bound to perish. The other people from the Xingye dynasty also looked pale. This is truly an unexpected disaster for their dynasty. Then the Star Moon Emperor suddenly shouted, "Martial artists of the Soul Clan, are you all trash? Everyone gets killed. You don't even have the strength to resist. Why don't you just bang your head against the wall and die? What supreme giants in the God realm? Bah, you are just a bunch of garbage." He looked a little crazy. It seems that some people are just throwing away their broken jars. I guess he anticipated the future outcome of the dynasty, so he let go completely. "My lord, please stop talking nonsense." Some ministers hurriedly advised against it. "What's there to be ashamed of? It's a dead end anyway, so why not let me curse to my heart's content?" The Star Moon Emperor acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. They all say how powerful the Soul Clan is. What's the result? They were all killed instantly. They weren't even given a chance to kneel down and beg for mercy. "Let's go back," Xingyu dynasty suddenly said. "My lord, I won't follow you anymore." "Follow what? Do you think it would be useful to follow now? Go back and arrange your funeral. Instead of doing these useless things, it would be better to inform the dynasty martial artist in advance and let them escape the surrounding areas where ordinary people are scattered. Fight for a way to survive for them." Looking at the people from the Xingyu dynasty leaving, Chu Yaoguang in front shook his head. "Soul Clan? This Soul Clan is too domineering in the God realm." He was wearing a white gown. The long black hair was simply held up with a white ribbon and draped behind her. Sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, handsome features. He couldn't figure it out. Every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. "I killed the Soul Clan members myself. It would be fine if the Soul Clan came to find me, but why did they want to involve other forces?" But before long, then two powerful Soul Clan members blocked his way. Seeing this scene, Long Yuan's eyes lit up. He wanted to see how strong Chu Yaoguang was now. How should he deal with the two Soul Clan ancestors who have reached the perfection of the opening heaven realm? The Soul Clan is truly domineering. No question of reason. He immediately took action to kill Chu Yaoguang. A thrilling battle that even Long Yuan watched began. Chu Yaoguang, with his cultivation in the early stage of opening heaven, faced two powerful Soul Clan masters who had reached the perfection of opening heaven. Facing such a lineup, Chu Yaoguang did not hold back. The Nine Polar Pagoda martial soul appeared, and three martial souls appeared inside the Nine Polar Pagoda. A real dragon, a blood-red sword, and a somewhat ferocious skeleton. The true dragon martial spirit increases his defense. The long sword martial spirit increases its own attack power. The skeleton martial spirit can enhance the power of the soul. The three martial spirits take three aspects into consideration. Brilliant divine light burst out from his body, and Chu Yaoguang swung his pair of divine fists to kill the two Soul Clan ancestors in front of him. He doesn't care what race the other person is. What is your status in the divine world? What should I do if the other party wants to kill me? Then the only option is to kill the other person. Watching the fierce battle, Long Yuan nodded. As expected of someone who has merged with the supreme martial spirit, Chu Yaoguang's fighting power is very strong. He also has his own ideas about the choice of Zhiji Futa martial spirit. All aspects are taken into consideration. It was precisely because of the absorption of the skeleton martial spirit that, therefore, when faced with the soul power that the Soul Clan is proud of, he can not only easily block the opponent's attack, but also suppress the two with his soul power in the early stage of opening heaven. Who is he? How come his soul power is so strong? Stronger than our Soul Clan? One of them looked horrified. The spiritual power that their Soul Clan is so proud of is actually suppressed by a human race? The power of the soul is the same as the power of the physical body. They will all improve as your realm improves. But for humans, if there is no special method of cultivation, the power of the soul will be lower than the realm of cultivation by one major realm. But what's wrong with this human in front of me? The power of the soul can actually fight across borders and suppress them? It must be the bonus brought by his martial spirit. This person actually has 3 martial spirits. 3 lives martial soul? This kind of incomparable evil has never appeared in the God realm. A deep shock rose in the hearts of the two. But at this time, Chu Yaoguang had already reached the 2 of them. Although the Soul Clan has strong spiritual power, but the physical body is one major realm lower than the power of the soul, and Chu Yaoguang also saw their weakness and directly engaged in hand-to-hand combat with them. But in a moment, blood spurted out. An ancestor of the Soul Clan was split into 2 halves by him. The battle between the powerful men in opening heaven was earth-shattering. It soon attracted the attention of many powerful people in the divine world. Everyone saw that the 2 ancestors of the Soul Clan were in a weak position, but no one came to help. Even those forces that once stood on the side of the Soul Clan were now watching coldly. Those who are righteous will have many supporters, while those who are unrighteous will have few supporters. The Soul Clan spent hundreds of years successfully making all forces hate them. In the Soul Clan's territory, the Soul Clan leaders felt the terrifying battle fluctuations. His face was gloomy and cold. How dare someone attack my Soul Clan? It seems that the dignity of my Soul Clan is still not enough. Since 2 old ancestors can't take him down, let's go with 4 more. The dignity of our Soul Clan is inviolable. The Soul Clan leader said in a deep voice. No need, let me do it. A majestic voice came from deep within the clan's territory. Chapter 293, First Fight with the Divine Corpse. Is it the original ancestor? The original ancestor is going to take action. Everyone's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the next moment Yuanzu's figure suddenly appeared above everyone. Greetings to the original ancestor. The Soul Clan members hurriedly saluted. However, everyone was keenly aware that the aura emanating from Yuanzu was not as terrifying as it was at the beginning. What does this mean? This shows that Yuanzu's control over this corpse is even more perfect. I have reached the point where I can control and release my aura freely. After such a long time of fusion, it's time to try out the effect. Yuanzu looked towards the battlefield. There, the 2 ancestors of their Soul Clan were already seriously injured. There are holes all over his body. Rays of blood light bloomed from it. How could someone in the early stage of opening heaven have such terrifying combat power? It seems we should capture him alive and study the secrets of his body. The Soul Clan's palm passed through the void and grabbed Chu Yaoguang on the battlefield. Long Yuan, who was watching the game, raised his head. Look into the distance. He felt the originator who had already taken action. He immediately said in a cold voice, haha, if you suppress others, I don't care, but if you want to suppress the Chu family, you have to ask me first. Then his palm suddenly pierced through the void. He struck towards the palm that was extended by the ancestor. Yuanzu's speed is very fast. In an instant, he appeared above Chu Yaoguang, pressing down towards him. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from that palm, Chu Yaoguang's pupils suddenly shrank. The figure retreated instantly. But that palm seemed to cover the sky and the sun, like a vast sky pressing down on him, leaving him nowhere to hide. Ha ha ha, kid, this is our ancestor taking action. Let's see how you can escape this time. The 2 Soul Clan ancestors, who were already covered in wounds, laughed loudly with lingering fear. If no one in the family takes action, they might really be about to fall. The other strong men who were watching the battlefield couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The unique and terrifying aura emanating from that palm could only come from Yuanzu. In the past, it was other ancestors of the Soul Clan who took action. And this time it was Yuanzu who did it himself. Hey, I was thinking of a way to pull that person into the Pan Temple, but now it seems there is no chance. The witch shook his head and sighed. The opponent's fighting power is so terrifying. If you can join Pan Temple, you can become a strong man in the future. But it's too late to say anything now. The original ancestor took action. No one can survive. However, when many people were shaking their heads and sighing, a slender jade-like palm suddenly appeared and collided with Yuan's palm. Just one blow. It will destroy the surrounding space and time. The laws of heaven and earth became nothingness. Just when someone was about to laugh at the other person for overestimating his own capabilities. But he found that his palm actually knocked Yuan's palm back with one strike. How is this possible? Many people cried out in horror. Yuan's palm was actually pushed back by the opponent? That is a physical body that has surpassed the realm of creation. At this moment, everyone perked up and looked towards the battlefield. That aura just now must be the Beast God. It looks like Beast God is nearby too. In that case, Chu Yaoguang's eyes burst into brilliant light. Since Beast God is nearby, there is nothing to worry about. He looked at the two nearly dazed Soul Clan ancestors with murderous intent. You seemed to be laughing wildly just now. Then the blood-red sword beside him shot out towards one of them. Grandma! Fight across borders! It turns out that the other party is so unsportsmanlike? Then I will kill you without any discussion. In the Soul Clan's territory, Yuanzu withdrew his hand with a look of disbelief in his eyes. I was actually defeated just now? How could this happen? Even the first demon and the divine tower in the universe cannot defeat me. Moreover, it is clear that I have complete control over this arm. Something must have gone wrong. Did this arm suddenly lose control again? The original distrustful. Grab the battlefield again. Hey, I just wanted to let you know that there are always better people out there, but you're here again. Long Yuan snorted coldly. In this case, then you will realize this reality. Under the expectant gazes of all the powerful beings in the God realm, the two palms collided again. I saw mysterious golden divine patterns spreading across Yuan's palm, and a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. This is the divine ability of the physical body that the divine corpse practices. The long years of cultivation. Muscle memory has been formed. At this moment, urged by the ancestor, an incredible power broke out. The so-called divine ability of the physical body only relies on the power of the physical body. So even if it's just a corpse of a god, as long as the body is intact, the power unleashed at this moment is enough to shake the earth. The moment the golden divine pattern appeared, a terrifying aura filled the heavens, and a world-destroying death crisis enveloped everyone's heart. Really? You made such a big fuss, you don't know how to be low-key at all. Long Yuan snorted coldly. But his aura suddenly changed. Now he started to get serious. Don't teach the other party a lesson. The other party will never know that there are always people better than you. All the manifestations of the heavens and myriad laws on his right hand surrendered, and the entire universe seemed to be wailing. Then all the power gathered on Long Yuan's right fist. It turned into a golden fist shadow full of magnificent power, as if it was descending from the sky. Supreme Divine Ability 10,000 Fists. The next moment, fists and palms meet. A dazzling light accompanied by vast divine power burst out from between his fists, seeming to sweep across the heavens. However, as Long Yuan's left palm fell, a supreme force erupted. The devastating divine power generated by the battle between the two sides was confined at the place where the battle took place. Long Yuan doesn't want the heavens to be destroyed. Everyone who saw this scene breathed a sigh of relief. The energy just now made everyone's heart palpitate. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted in horror, "Look, Yuan's palm exploded." At this moment, the energy and divine light at the center of the battle have dissipated. The other hand was intact. But Yuan's palm exploded completely. Bright blood flowed from the wrist. All the powerful beings in the God realm looked at this scene in shock. Beyond Panchen, the original master who was praised by everyone as invincible actually had his palm broken by someone? The invincible body of the divine corpse was actually blown up? What does this mean? This means that there are beings in the divine world that are more powerful than that divine corpse. Who is it? Which senior has such terrifying strength? The nine-headed lion and the others roared excitedly. If I could get help from this senior. Will the Soul Clan dare to be so unscrupulous in the future? And in the Soul Clan's territory? Yuan tremblingly withdrew his arm whose palm had disappeared. His eyes were full of disbelief and trembling violently as he looked at his broken arm. He never expected such an outcome. How is that possible? How could this happen? The brains of a group of Soul Clan warriors also crashed. Isn't this divine corpse invincible as it has surpassed the realm of creation? How could he still be beaten up? Even if I just stand there and let all the martial artists in the world exert their strength. It's impossible to damage even a hair of the other person, right? Impossible. Isn't this possible? Yuan looked at the broken wrist and muttered to himself. He also didn't want to believe that there was someone in this world who could cause harm to his body. Chapter 294 The Chu family enters the divine realm. This is absolutely terrifying for the Soul Clan. Doesn't this mean that there are beings in the universe that are stronger than their Soul Clan? Investigate. We must find out who the other party is. Yuan said in a deep voice. How could such a powerful person suddenly appear in the world? This made Yuan, who already claimed to be invincible, feel very uneasy. When the Soul Clan felt terrified, the other forces in the God realm were so excited that they almost screamed. Does this mean that there are strong people in the God realm who can compete with the Soul Clan? That senior took action because of that young man. He must be related to that young man. Let's quickly find out his information and make sure to bind him to us. The witch said in a deep voice. The strength of that senior clearly surpassed Pan Shen and Yuan Ziu. This is the real strongest person. And in the myriad monsters palace. The nine-headed lion also hurriedly issued an order, Nine-tailed clan leader, this matter depends on you, the nine-tailed fox clan. Don't worry, palace master. No man can resist the temptation of our nine-tailed fox clan. A beautiful and charming woman nodded. Her every frown and smile. Every move is full of charm. It makes other monster races around itchy. That's right. They are in the myriad monsters palace ready to seduce. The beauty of the nine-tailed fox women is also recognized in the God realm. If the myriad monsters palace had not been established, gave the nine-tailed fox clan a foothold, I'm afraid this tribe will become the target of hunting by other races. If I could seduce that man. Maybe you can see the strong man behind him. The nine-headed lion nodded. Even if they have to try every possible means to have a connection with the other party, only in this way can their myriad monsters palace not be afraid of the Soul Clan. During this period, the myriad monsters palace has suffered humiliation. Many powerful monsters in the monster race were captured by the Soul Clan and used as mounts. But it's very strange, why didn't the first demon appear from beginning to end? The nine-headed lion frowned. Ever since the original demon was scared away by the witch, and never appeared again. Nor did it interrupt the Soul Clan's fusion of the divine corpse. This is weird. Did the other party really give up on that divine corpse? Immediately send someone to Liangzhi Mountain to investigate the situation. The nine-headed lion gave the order. He wondered if something was going on there. So we sent someone over to investigate. Not only the Pan Temple and the Myriad Monsters Palace. Almost all the major forces in the God realm began to take action, wanting to have some connection with Long Yuan. Oh my goodness! There's actually such a big boss standing behind Chu Yaoguang. The Xingyu Emperor, who was returning to the imperial capital, was shocked when he saw the injured Soul Clan primitive. Are they so close to the boss? Let's go, hurry back and hug your thighs. The Star Moon Emperor roared. He gathered all his strength and flew towards the place where they left with everyone. But when they arrived, there were 2 corpses left on the ground. Chu Yaoguang had long disappeared, wandering in the small worlds around the divine realm. Shen Jizhi naturally also felt the terrifying energy fluctuations. The one who has such strength must be that senior. Before, he wondered whether the other party would be a match for the current Yuanzu. Now it seems that the opponent's strength is still above that of the original ancestor. Song Yan was also shocked. Is there a being in the universe that is stronger than the original ancestor? Are you sure you don't want to return to the tribe? Shen Jitsi took a puff of his pipe and asked Song Yan. No, if you go back you can't get out. I'm still thinking about the courtesan who gave me a handkerchief in Yushan Yuan. I'll beat you to death. In a restaurant in the Xingye dynasty, Long Yuan sat there drinking. And in front of him, it was Chu Yaoguang who was unharmed. I didn't expect that, beast god, you are also in the god realm. Chu Yaoguang filled Long Yuan's glass with wine. The Soul clan really has no moral principles. It's really shameless that I am fighting across borders and yet I am targeted by the ancestor of their tribe. I was so quiet that I wanted to move, so I came out for a walk. What? Is the family going to start its march into the divine realm? Yes, we have already started preparing. Some of us have already entered the divine realm. Chu Yaoguang replied. Now, many years have passed since the hell was pacified. Some of the injured members of the family have recovered, and it's time to continue expanding our influence. Long Yuan nodded. With the current strength of the family, it shouldn't be difficult, right? Other forces don't matter, but the Soul clan's ancestor. He's too strong. With our strength, we may not even be able to fill his teeth. Chu Yaoguang said worriedly. The moment the opponent attacked, that power left him powerless to resist. No problem. If he dares to hinder the development of the family, I don't mind turning him back into a corpse again. It was just a small test before. And Long Yuan felt it. Although the opponent's physical cultivation is at the same level as his own, there is a big difference in combat power. After all, I have returned to my ancestors so many times. Even the forbidden level supreme body of the original ancient world cannot compare with himself. Besides, Yuanzu only roughly controlled the corpse. It is impossible for it to be as flexible as the corpse was when it was alive. The soul is the engine. That god corpse is a machine. Today's engines are too underpowered to carry such huge machines. Unless the original ancestor's spiritual power reaches the level of that corpse when it was alive. But that is impossible. Just as the God realm began to search for Chu Yaoguang and Long Yuan, another piece of news also swept the divine world. All the evil creatures from outside the territory on the other side of Liangzhi mountain disappeared, without even a corpse left. And the original demon also disappeared. This news immediately caused a stir in the divine world. But it wasn't long before the Soul clan spoke up. The original demon fled into the chaos because he was afraid of the original ancestor. But other forces don't believe this. Because many people speculated that the original demon must have left the divine world before the original ancestor took control of the divine corpse. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yuanzi to allow the divine corpse to be controlled. And the one who could drive away the first demon during that time period. There is only that divine tower and that mysterious senior strong man. Once this speculation came out, it has aroused the recognition of the public. The Soul clan also shut up and stopped talking. After all, the mysterious strong man has not been thoroughly investigated yet. They didn't dare to say too much. Just as the God realm was in turmoil, the Chu family also began to advance into the God realm. Although we have enough strength, entering the divine realm is also a piece of cake. But the Chu family still encountered obstacles. First, it came from Jun's family. Then it's the Soul clan. That's right. The Soul clan jumped out again. Because the ancestors said, the other party is only a little bit stronger than me. As long as he could completely control the divine corpse, he could at least fight the opponent to a draw. This is also the reason why the other party did not dare to kill Yuanzu. If Long Yuan knew this, it will definitely make you laugh out loud. Didn't kill him. It's just because he hasn't hindered the development of the Chu family. The deaths of Jun Wudi and Adao, guardian elder of the Jun family, were all related to the Chu family. Even the inexplicable deaths of those ancestors may be related to the Chu family. As for the Soul clan, some people saw that Yuxuan, the ancestor of the Soul clan who returned from hell, fell into the hands of the Chu family. How could the Soul clan tolerate this? So what if the other party had bad intentions in the past? What are you planning to do to have the qualifications to suppress the people of the Soul clan? Chapter 295. The domineering trend remains unabated. If Pan dares to appear in the heavens now, Yuanzu can definitely kill the opponent. Not to mention that it is just a small family in the human world with opening heaven in charge. What would happen even if the creation realm divine tower appeared in person? They, the Soul clan, are also capable of suppressing the other party. In addition, many forces are jealous of what secret the Chu family has mastered that can make their people so powerful. At one time, many forces began to attack the Chu family. As for whether the big guy who fought with Yuanzu was related to the Chu family, they had never thought of this. After all, the opponent is so strong. How could it be related to the forces in such remote areas of the human world? Haha, it's true. How can they give orders about what my Chu family should do? And do these people regard the God realm as their own private territory? They don't even allow us to enter. Humph, Pan Shen doesn't seem to have said that, right? When Chu Jingyu learned that some powerful forces in the God realm were actually blocking them from entering the God realm, a sneer came from his mouth. Their Chu family is no longer the timid Chu family of before. Now they are capable of facing any giant force in the divine world alone. What should we do, Chief? Elder Chu Hongxiao asked in a deep voice. What to do? Haha, it just so happens that we don't have a base in the God realm yet. Since they have come to our doorstep, why not just destroy one of their major forces and occupy their territory? Chu Jingyu looked gloomy. He had not expected that his advance into the divine realm would be blocked. It seems that the name of their Chu family has not yet spread to the realm of gods. In this case, we should enter the realm of gods. But clan leader, I heard that the Soul clan in the God realm controls a very powerful divine corpse, whose realm has surpassed the creation realm. It's quite terrifying. Chu Hongxiao's face was full of worry. If it was just the creation realm, they wouldn't be afraid. After all, it has now been confirmed that Yan Lingji is also a powerful person in the creation realm. But once they surpassed the creation realm, they found themselves unable to control themselves. And they didn't know that Long Yuan could suppress the other party. You have to believe in Beast God. Chu Jingyu looked at the other party and spoke earnestly. It's not that I don't believe it, but the situation is really special. He is a powerful person who has surpassed the realm of creation. Should we go ask the Beast God for advice? At least don't get into any trouble for Beast God. Chu Hongxiao said in a deep voice. As long as the Beast God is in their Chu family, they will not be exterminated. But what if the opponent is stronger than Beast God? If they rashly provoke the Soul clan, wouldn't it be possible for them to bring disaster upon Beast God? Chu Jingyu thought about it and it seemed to be true, so he immediately entered Lei Yun's heavenly palace, but returned after a moment. How about it? Chu Hongxiao asked hurriedly. Beast God is not here, I saw the tower. The God Tower told us to just do what we want and not to worry about anything else. Then there shouldn't be any problem. Got a response from the Tower God. The Chu family no longer had any worries. The strong men in the tribe began to enter the divine realm on a large scale. Expanding power. Humph, it's fine for a mere family in the human world to bully others in a remote place like the human world, but they actually want to expand their power to the God realm? I think they are just daydreaming. You came just in time. Today we can capture a few members of the Chu family and interrogate them to see what secrets you have. A strong man from the Jun family arrived at the battlefield and took the lead in attacking the Chu family. They lost Jun Wudi, the ancestor of the Jun family, Jun Kangtian, and the protector, Jun Tianyu. He hated the Chu family in the human world to the core. It's just that a series of things happened during this period of time and they temporarily ignored it. Jun family, right? He. Our clan leader has ordered us to occupy a territory in the God realm first. Since your Jun family is one of the giants in the God realm, I guess your territory should be pretty good, right? A fat figure stood in front of an ancestor of the Jun family. The early stage of opening heaven. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Jun Shengtian looked at the little fat boy in front of him. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. How dare a person at the early stage of opening heaven stand in front of him? Are the Chu family so brainless? Deliver it to your door yourself? Boy, what did you mean by that just now? Jun Shengtian narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at each other like a poisonous snake. Do you still want to seize our Jun family's territory? Haha. Do you know what position our Jun family holds in the God realm? How dare you say such arrogant words? Chu Hao looked at the other party in confusion. What status? Isn't it just a status of being subservient to the Soul Clan? Could it be a status above the Soul Clan? I'll rip your mouth apart! Jun Shengtian roared. Like an angry tiger. Killed towards Chu Hao. Although hundreds of years have passed. However, the major giants in the God realm were still unwilling to see the Soul Clan become the dominant force. After all, it really doesn't feel good to submit to others. At this moment, the other party rubbed salt into the wound. It would be strange if Jun Shengtian wasn't angry. You get angry so easily. You're in such a bad mood. Chu Hao muttered. The supreme martial spirit, Tian Tun, appeared behind him. Like a constantly spinning dark vortex, a terrifying devouring force emanated from it, and the surrounding space and time seemed to be swallowed up. Then murderous intent burst out from his eyes, and the divine power in his body burst out like the 9 heavenly rivers, killing the opponent. Just a moment. The two of them fought each other. They used their powerful divine ability and collided with each other. A sound erupted that shook the sky. At the beginning of the fight, Jun Shengtian's pupils suddenly shrank. Because he felt an unrivaled force coming towards him, causing his entire body to tremble violently. The opponent is clearly only in the early stage of opening heaven, so why is his combat power so terrifying? And after a few moves, Jun Shengtian was even more horrified to find that his attack was actually swallowed up by the martial spirit behind the opponent. What kind of martial spirit is that? How can it be so terrifying? A martial spirit that can devour the opponent's attack. Even though he was well informed, he had never heard of this before. You ask me and I have to answer? Wouldn't that make me lose face? There really is something fishy going on with your Chu family. No normal person can have such terrifying combat power as yours. Jun Shengtian said as he made his move. Aren't you going to capture our Chu family for research? Come on. I'll give you this chance. Chu Hao sneered. Just as Jun Shengtian was burning with anger. When he didn't make a full move to kill the fat guy in front of him. A figure not far away exploded completely, turning into a ball of blood mist and dissipating with the wind. Is that an ancestor of the Soul Clan? Jun Shengtian was horrified. The Chu family is simply a bunch of lunatics. You even dare to kill people from the Soul Clan? Don't they want to live anymore? Although a strong man who could rival the original ancestor appeared in the God realm. But the other party never took action again after that, obviously not wanting to get involved in the affairs of the God realm. Therefore, in today's God realm, the Soul Clan is still the unique overlord. Anyone who dares to kill the Soul Clan will naturally have to endure the other party's tremendous wrath. Sure enough, the next moment, an angry shout was heard. Chu family, you dare to kill my Soul Clan ancestor, how bold! An old ancestor of the Soul Clan who was very majestic and came to the battlefield with the support of many martial artists happened to see that scene and immediately roared in anger. With the current status of their Soul Clan, how could anyone dare to kill their ancestor? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 296, Suanji Ancestor. Even if they are just ordinary people, other forces also had to bow and salute when they saw him. Not to mention that the ancestor was actually beheaded? Unless that mysterious strong man is present, everyone else will have no way out. And those strong men who followed the other side were also shocked. But I couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the Chu family. This family is really brave. Now, no force in the God realm dares to kill the Soul Clan members. Although some forces were eager to support the Chu family in killing a few more Soul Clan bastards. During this period of time, they were oppressed by the Soul Clan. Some younger generations of the Soul Clan actually entered their forces openly to choose concubines, and the treasures they set their eyes on were taken away by them in a domineering manner. Disagree? If you don't agree, they can only ask their ancestors for help. Some people, just because they killed an unknown member of the Soul Clan, had their entire force ruthlessly destroyed by the Soul Clan. Today's God realm. Only the Soul Clan can kill others. No member of the Soul Clan can be killed, otherwise the clan will be exterminated. The Soul Clan is also very sensible. Although I failed to find the mysterious strong man. But they asked all the tribesmen to remember Chu Yaoguang's appearance. So as not to provoke someone you shouldn't provoke. As for the rest. So what to do or what to do? Chu Zhenyi's, who had just killed the Soul Clan's ancestor, saw someone yelling at him. Appeared in front of the other party in an instant. He raised his brows coldly, waved his fists that glowed with divine light, and angrily shouted, "Do I need an old man like you to point fingers when I kill someone?" Then they fought with each other again. He didn't care about the other party's Soul Clan identity at all. Here we are. As long as the only way to stop the Chu family's progress is to push them away, no matter what force it is. Anyway, I have Beast God as my backer. They are not afraid of anyone. Chu family, I must destroy your family today. The Soul Clan's ancestor was furious, his face was ferocious. The divine power in his body was boiling and murderous intent was everywhere. Holding a bloody scimitar, he rushed towards Chu Zhenyi's. On the battlefield. When the other powerful forces saw the death of a Soul Clan ancestor, they were immediately shocked. I didn't expect the Chu family in the human world to be so reckless. I wonder if the original ancestor will take action? And at this moment, a huge golden eye suddenly appeared in the sky. Looking down at the battlefield below like God. Then a ray of light shot out from the golden pupil, instantly killing a powerful man in the opening heaven realm. It is Chu Yanran's supreme martial spirit, the Eye of Heaven. At this moment, she was holding a long sword. Fighting with a person in the opening heaven realm. But don't underestimate her because she is a woman. Every move she makes is full of murderous intent. The sword light is wanton and sweeps across the sky. She shows no mercy to the enemies who block the expansion of their family. Many powerful people from the Chu family participated in this battle. Since these people are unwilling to let their family enter the divine realm, the only way is to fight your way out. Kill them until they are terrified. Kill them until they retreat. Yan Lingji, Chu Long, Chu Ziran, and others were in charge of the overall situation. To prevent too many casualties in the family. The fighting power of these people is too strong. They all possess strength that rivals that of the creation realm, enough to sweep away everything. The reason why we don't let them act rashly is. It is also to train the younger generation of the Chu family. After all, their Chu family will enter a wider world in the near future. After searching many small worlds around the God realm, Long Yuan finally stopped. It is not an easy task to find the heavenly tomb relying on one's own strength. Let's wait until the Chu family's influence spreads throughout the God realm before we slowly search for them. Long Yuan appeared on the battlefield silently. Haven't seen you for so many years. He wanted to see how Absolute Beginning and the others were progressing. In the small world. The Shen Ji who was taking a deep breath opened his eyes. Looking at the distorted time and space not far away. Finally there was movement. After a while, a huge black boat came bumping in from the distorted space and time. After walking out of the distorted space-time area, I found that it turned out to be a huge turtle shell. Shen Jitsi, why did you contact the clan all of a sudden? Did something unpredictable happen? In the dark tortoise shell, a man with white hair and beard, dressed in white clothes. The old man carrying a huge turtle shell on his back looked at Shen Ji and asked. Shen Ji pays homage to Shen Ji Patriarch. We have indeed discovered something important that needs to be reported to the tribe. Shen Ji bowed and said to the old man on the tortoise shell. Do we need to return to our clan's land? Shen Ji stroked his beard. It seems as if endless years and time are rising and falling in that pair of calm eyes. Yes, this matter is of great importance and needs to be reported to the ancestors. You should know the rules. Once you return to the tribe, you can't leave again. Junior understands. Okay, then come up. After Shen Ji jumped onto the turtle shell. Under Shen Ji's control, the huge turtle shell swayed back into the distorted time and space. Standing on the bumpy tortoise shell, Shen Jitsi hesitated several times to speak. He was worried about disturbing the Suanji Patriarch's control of the tortoise shell. If you flip over here, then their fate will be death. After hundreds of years, the two of them passed through the distorted space-time area. Shen Ji's tense expression relaxed. I noticed that you seemed to be hesitant to speak several times. What did you want to say before? Shen Ji asked Shen Ji. Reporting to the ancestor, I met a strong man in the God realm who can also enter and leave the heavenly tomb freely. What? Shen Ji's eyes widened immediately. Can you enter and exit the heavenly tomb freely? Are you telling the truth? How can it be false? I have personally seen him enter and exit several heavenly tombs. Moreover, he is moving very fast and steadily in the distorted space and time. Although Shen Ji did not step into Azure Lotus. But Long Yuan is really fast. It is much faster than the tortoise shell controlled by the ancestor. Did he enter the heavenly tomb alone or did he use the divine weapon like us? Shen Ji asked hurriedly. The other party is standing on an Azure Lotus, which must be a divine weapon. Hiss, it seems that someone has obtained a treasure of the same level as our Tianji clan. Ancestor, if you relied on this treasure of ours to enter other heavenly tombs, perhaps those treasures would have already belonged to our Tianji clan. How could they have fallen into the hands of others? Shen Jitsi felt somewhat helpless. A treasure that can cross the distorted time and space is not as simple as a creation-level divine weapon. Treasures are good, but if you have the life to get them, you also have to have the life to use them. Shen Ji shook his head. For someone who has a divine weapon of the same level as them, he showed no jealousy. Ancestor, can we not be so cowardly? With those treasures, we can definitely vigorously develop the family and make it stronger. How could the situation you described happen? Shen Jizi seemed to be quite disappointed with his friend. If only these ancestors had acted earlier. Nor will the treasures fall into the hands of others. Think about it. How could the treasures that appeared in the heavenly tomb be ordinary treasures? Thinking of the Azure Lotus in Long Yuan, Shen Ji liked it right away. It seems that after all these years in the God realm, you still haven't fully understood the principle of the waxing and waning of the moon. Chapter 297, Martial Artist in the Divine Realm is underdeveloped. Shen Ji shook his head. Looking at the black tortoise shell floating in his hand, he sighed, do you know? Just this treasure in my hand has taken our TNG clan endless years to refine, and we still haven't been able to completely control it. The reason why it is so bumpy when passing through the distorted space-time area is that it's because they haven't been able to completely refine this divine weapon. If there are a few more, they will just sit there and collect dust. Besides, do you think we haven't entered other celestial tombs to look for treasures? No, we have looked for it, and once we even found a mysterious pillar with a dragon and a phoenix carved on it, which contained a supreme inheritance. Xuanji said in a deep voice. Although they didn't know what was contained in the stone pillar. But how could the inheritance unearthed from the heavenly palace be an ordinary thing? Moreover, even the ancestors of the TNG clan could not comprehend the inheritance at all. Ah! Why haven't I heard of it? Shenjutsi was stunned. You naturally don't know, because we felt a wave of palpitations when we got the stone pillar. Later, we calculated and found that if we took the inheritance for ourselves, there would be disaster in the future. So I decisively threw that inheritance into the heavens. From then on, that feeling of palpitations disappeared. Puff! Shenjutsi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. My body was a little staggering. Good guy. To what extent did these ancestors go to such lengths? How can you throw away the supreme inheritance you have obtained? Everything in this world has its destiny. Forcibly taking something that does not belong to you will only bring disaster in the future. Shenjutsi. You still have a lot to learn. Although Shenjutsi felt sorry. But I can only sigh. Who made these old antiques be born early and become ancestors? What can a BD like me say? Otherwise. Snort. I have to use my own pipe to leave a few bumps on their wooden heads that don't open. The two came to the front of the tombstone of Tian Mu. The tombstone was inscribed with the 20th heavenly Dao of the original ancient realm, the tomb of the great god Zhiyu. The scene inside the tomb was exactly the same as what Long Yuan had seen before. It is an ancient battlefield. Broken limbs can be seen everywhere. Some of the corpses still exuded a terrifying aura. Xuanji didn't dare to fly here at will. He could only ride in the tortoise-shell divine weapon and fly toward the heavenly palace. The TNG clan's home is located in Heavenly Palace. Because it's the safest place. The interior space is spacious enough. It can completely satisfy the survival of their people. In fact, even though the TNG clan has existed for a long time, there are not many members in the clan. After the two entered the Heavenly Palace, they only saw a few dozen people scattered everywhere. Not long after, the two entered the depths of Heavenly Palace. There are other ancestors waiting here, and there are dozens of them. Obviously everyone knew that Shenji Zi was coming back. You are the only one in our history who took the initiative to return to the tribe. Tell me, what did you discover? An old man with a Tai Chi pattern between his eyebrows spoke. Yes, Ancestor Wuji. Shenjutsi was stunned. What's the meaning? Could it be that besides himself and Song Yan, there are other members of the clan in the heavens? But he still replied, My dear ancestors, I have found an opportunity for my clan to leave this world safely. Boom boom boom. In a moment, all the ancestors raised their heads at the same time. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Shenjutsi. On the battlefield of the divine world, Long Yuan watched Chu Xiaotian and his men fighting and nodded with satisfaction. Your cultivation has improved very quickly. It seems that you have not wasted any time in the past few hundred years since you left the God realm. When I left, Chu Xiaotian and Long Ao are only at the imperishable realm. Chu Absolute Beginning is only at the domination stage. But now, hundreds of years have passed. Almost all of them have reached the opening heaven realm. After all, their physiques are extraordinary, and their cultivation talent is much stronger than those divine bodies. It's crazy, but it's worthy of their fighting power. If they break through to the perfection of the opening heaven realm, they might have power that rivals the creation realm. Long Yuan looked at Chu Xiaotian and Long Ao, who were fighting 1 against 5 but were still very relaxed. It really is a supreme level physique. The combat power of the same realm is beyond imagination. It is far from being comparable to the supreme physique. Ha ha ha, you guys are not good enough. Didn't you eat? Why are your attacks so weak? The dragon mastiff has long black and red hair. Rugged and domineering. At this moment, he was fighting 1 against 5. He looked at the 5 opening heaven realm warriors in front of him who were roaring and attacking hard with a relaxed smile. The strength of the martial artist in the divine realm is indeed not good enough. I feel like I'm stunted. Chu Xiaotian, who was not far away, also said with disdain to the opening heaven realm expert who was fighting with him. His casual feeling didn't seem like he was fighting a life and death battle with the other party. Instead, it's like a cat playing with mouse. This is too much, this is too much. The strong man who was fighting against them shouted in frustration. In the God realm, you have to be condescending to the Soul Clan. Now I finally found someone I can suppress. As a result, they were beaten by the opponent again. How can this not be frustrating? You are wrong. How can you say that we are going too far? It was you who blocked our Chu family from entering the God realm, and it was you who wanted to capture our Chu family members for research. The words going too far should be used to describe you, right? Chu Xiaotian sneered. The divine world is not theirs. Why don't these people let the Chu family in? Do you still want to study the reasons why their people are so powerful? Actually, not all the forces in the God realm came this time. Only a relatively small part. The Jun family, the Soul Clan, and some forces that follow the Soul Clan, as well as some forces that are curious about why the Chu family members have such powerful combat power and want to capture a few members of the Chu family for research. As for these forces, the Chu family will naturally not hold back. Inside the Pan Temple, the 9-headed lion frowned as he looked at the battlefield between the two sides and said, Divine Witch, why do some of the Chu family members have such terrifying combat power? Also, have you noticed that the number of members of the Chu family with divine level physique is a bit too much? Even some families with deep roots in the God realm. It's impossible to have so many divine level physiques, right? And they have quite a lot of opening heaven realm experts. But according to the intelligence they gathered, the human world didn't even have divine level heaven and earth essence veins before. Moreover, due to the suppression of hell, even the martial emperor is difficult to be born, so how could such a behemoth appear? The 9-headed lion is very curious. It's really strong. Especially the fighting power of some of them made me feel palpitating. The wizard nodded. Neither the Pan Temple nor the Myriad Monsters Palace participated in this war. They don't want to have any intersection with the Soul Clan. Wherever there are souls, they all stay away. The young man who killed the Soul Clan in the Xingye dynasty was as powerful as them, and his surname was also Chu. The wizard suddenly said. The 9-headed lion suddenly looked at him. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that person has some relationship with this Chu family? Chapter 298 The Heavenly Tomb is coming. Who knows? Maybe we can look forward to it. In short, we should not provoke the Chu family. Now that the two worlds are connected, they must know about the matter of the original ancestor. But even so, they still dared to kill the ancestor of the Soul Clan. This makes people wonder if there is some powerful backer behind them. Haha, let the Soul Clan make trouble anyway. It would be best if all the ancestors of the Soul Clan were killed and the original ancestor could be forced out. Then we will know everything. On the 20th day, in the tomb, the ancestors of the Tianji clan all looked at Chen Jizi in shock. My dear ancestors, you don't have to look at me like that. I can guarantee that this is true. Every time I get close to that senior, I try to predict the future of our Tianji clan, but the results I get are always the same. Only by following him can we leave the heavens safely. Only then can our TNG clan prosper forever in the future, instead of hiding here forever. Shen Gzi looked at the wolf-like and ferocious eyes of these ancestors and spoke hurriedly. Let me make the calculation. The Wuji Patriarch, who had a Tai Chi pattern printed on his forehead, said excitedly. The Tai Chi diagram between his eyebrows shone brightly. A huge Tai Chi diagram is reflected in front of me. Then he put his hands together. A dark light shone through the crack in the center of the palm. Open! As the Wuji Patriarch finished speaking, 2 black lights shot out from the center of the palm towards the Tai Chi diagram. They turned out to be 2 black tortoise shells. The tortoise shell falls into place. The Wuji Patriarch quickly calculated with his fingers. With every bump of his fingers, miniature Tai Chi diagrams bloomed from his fingertips like a flash in the pan. When the Wuji Patriarch began to calculate, the other TNG ancestors also quickly calculated. One of them had an 8 trigrams diagram appear under his feet. As he was working on it, the 8 trigrams diagram kept spinning. After a long time, all the ancestors wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. But there were excited smiles on their faces. They figured it out. The opportunity for their TNG clan to successfully leave the heavens has finally come. Who is the other party? Every time I make a calculation involving the other party, I always feel an inexplicable fear. Could it be that the other party's realm has surpassed ours? Patriarch Wuji said in horror. Yes, I have the same feeling. Whenever I get involved with that mysterious existence, I always have an extremely terrifying palpitation. Fortunately, I didn't deduce the other party, otherwise I would have suffered a backlash. Patriarch TNG nodded with lingering fear. The ancestors' calculations were correct. That senior's strength is indeed unfathomable. Killing a creation realm master is just a thought away. If you force your opponent to guess the answer, you will be seriously injured at best and killed at worst. Shen Jitsi said seriously. He had just calculated the other party's situation. As a result, it encountered backlash just at the beginning. It nearly cost me my life. Shen Jitsi's words shocked all the ancestors even more. It only takes a thought to kill a person in the creation realm? Is this true or false? It must be fake. After all, for the heavens, where did this person from the creation realm come from for him to kill? Not to mention killing the creation realm with just one thought. In this case, my fellow ancestors, what are you going to do? Are you taking all the tribesmen away from here? Of course we have to leave here. If we don't leave here, how can we follow the other party and leave the heavens? Ancestor Tianji said excitedly. How many years? How many reincarnations? They finally waited for this opportunity. So there is absolutely no chance of missing it. Shen Jitsi. Since you know the other party, why don't you introduce him to us? What is his background? What is his personality like? Patriarch Wuji looked at Shen Jizi and said with a smile. The other party concerns the future of their TNG clan, so they have to understand it no matter what. I only know that he is from Dragon race. I don't know his origins. He has an easygoing personality. I have been with him for a while, and he doesn't have the airs of a powerful person at all. Actually, if you want to understand him, it's better to meet him in person. However, as Shen Gzi was talking slowly, the bodies of Tianji Patriarch, Wuji Patriarch, and others trembled suddenly. It was like getting an electric shock. He froze there for a moment, his pupils trembling violently. What's wrong? What's wrong with you, ancestors? Shen Jitsi was stunned. Asked hurriedly. It's coming, this era is about to end, and a new cycle is about to begin. After a long time, Patriarch Wuji sighed and murmured. What's the meaning? What does it mean that this era is about to end? What is a new reincarnation? Shen Jitsi looked at these ancestors who only sighed after being frightened. I was very confused. The heavenly tomb is coming again. Heavenly tomb. Shen Jitsi looked at these ancestors in surprise and asked curiously, what does the coming of the heavenly tomb have to do with us? Anyway, these ancestors were so cowardly. Even if the heavenly tomb descends, they would not have any interest in the treasures inside. No, once the heaven's tomb descends, it means this era is about to end, and all spirits will wither. Ancestor Wuji shook his head. No, ancestors, could you please explain it more clearly? I still don't understand what you mean after talking for so long. Shen Jizhi looked at everyone and took a deep breath, looking very confused. If I could defeat them. He really wanted to use his pipe to leave a few bumps on the heads of these ancestors. She really thought she was the most beautiful girl in Yushanyu, and she was so hesitant and not straightforward at all. Patriarch Wuji looked at Shen Jizhi and said, you should know that the heavens were once divided into the 33rd layer, but do you know how this 33rd layer came about? What do you want to say? Isn't it related to the heavenly tomb? Shen Jitsi narrowed his eyes slightly, a little stunned. That's right. In fact, our TNG clan is not a creature born in this era. When our first TNG clan member was born, there was only the 20th layer. After that, every endless years, the first layer of heaven will be added, and every time the first layer of heaven is added, all living things in the world will be suppressed and killed by the newly appeared heaven, and no living thing in the heavens will be able to survive. You mean to say that this so-called heaven was born because of the heavenly tomb? Now that the heavenly tomb is about to come, a new first layer heaven is about to appear, so all the spirits in the heavens will be annihilated again. Every time the tomb descends, the strong men of their TNG clan all have this sense of crisis. This is the feeling that only occurs when there is a racial crisis. And this time it appeared again. That's right. This. Shen Jitsi was stunned. Is there such a thing? He has no idea at all. Where do you think all these ancestors of the creation realm of our TNG clan came from? It's all accumulated little by little over the years. Patriarch Wuji shook his head and sighed. Although they sat in the heavenly tomb and watched the opportunities change. But there is nothing we can do. The tomb of heaven is coming. They didn't dare to come out into the world, even if they were in the creation realm, because going out would only lead to death. Chapter 299. You are a bunch of cowards. Then doesn't that mean our clan has no chance to leave the heavens? Shen Jitsi stood there blankly. It's so hard to come across such a golden opportunity. But then the heavenly tomb comes? Alas, time is really not on my side. Are we, the TNG clan, forced to hide here? Ancestor TNG sighed in surprise. The excitement on his face had completely faded. The tomb of heaven descended, and all spirits were annihilated. Everything will dissipate by then. How many more people will descend from the heavenly tomb? Shen Jitsi asked with a frown. It won't take long, a few hundred years at most. Patriarch Wuji said in a deep voice. Shen Jitsi paced back and forth. Could it be because the heavenly tomb has come? Was that senior forced to leave the heavens? He glanced at these ancestors. There was no excitement on their faces at all, and all that could be heard was a series of sighs. What does this mean? This shows that these old-fashioned people don't want to take the risk and just want to stay safe. This made Shen Jitsi's teeth itch. These old folks have no sense of adventure at all. How could they not be tempted at all by such a great opportunity? Then he began to calculate. There was a mysterious aura lingering around his body. It was the aura of destiny. Shen Jizhi was activating the great art of destiny. Many members of the TNG clan have special deduction abilities. The art of great destiny is the ability of Shen Jizhi. This technique has unique attainments in calculating destiny. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the group of Go-Deo ancestors in doubt. Are you sure that the heavenly tomb is about to descend? Of course we are sure. We won't talk nonsense about such things. Ancestor TNG frowned. That's really weird. Why is it that when I calculated the fate of Song Yan, I found that his future is bright and there is no crisis at all? Shen Jizhi looked at these old antiques in confusion. Who is Song Yan? That's my grandson. Tianji Patriarch and others were stunned. That kid is still in the heavens and has not returned. Then all the ancestors started to make their own calculations, and after a while, they all looked strange. What's going on? That kid is not in any danger. How could this happen? Isn't it the scene of the heavens tomb descending and all souls falling? How could he be safe and sound? This made everyone confused. The heavenly tomb will descend in a few hundred years. According to his calculations, Song Yan may not face any crisis in the next few thousand years. Can he escape the crisis of the heavenly tomb? Ancestor Wuji frowned. Little God! Where has Song Yan been hiding recently? How could he escape the crisis of the heavenly tomb? No. He is in the God realm. Shen Jitsi said seriously. That kid is not as cowardly as these ancestors. But he is a guy who likes to wander around and cheat people. Where else can I hide? Then Shen Jitsi began to deduce those people who were familiar with him. For example, the courtesan in Yuhong Yuan. As a result, those people were just scared but not in any danger. Will this heavenly tomb not pose any danger to all living things? That's why those people were able to escape unharmed. My dear ancestors, please get out. There won't be any danger. Shen Jitsi hurriedly persuaded Wuji Lazu and others. Want them to go out. Only when I go out. Only then will it be possible to leave the heavens and go to a more vast world. No, no, it's too dangerous. Ancestor Wuji shook his head into a wave shape. After all, Shen Jitsi is still too young. In case of miscalculation, that would affect the fate of their entire Tianji clan. You are such a coward. What if the heavenly tomb comes? You still have that tortoise-shell divine weapon to protect you? What are you afraid of? Shen Jitsi yelled at everyone. No, what if something unexpected happens to the turtle shell? No, no, absolutely not. And if that divine weapon can't withstand the power of the heavenly tomb, then our entire Tianji clan might be wiped out. A group of ancestors shook their heads. FKU, you're a bunch of cowards. You are safe hiding here. If that senior really wants to leave the heavens, what will you do? Shen Jitsi growled in a low voice with his face flushed. Then we can only wait for the opportunity in the future. You are really a hopeless case. He didn't care whether these people were ancestors or not. Just start cursing. Okay, if you don't go out, I will. When I leave the heavens one day, I will follow that senior and you will just stay here for the rest of your lives. Obviously, I have already calculated that those people are just narrowly escaping danger. These old guys actually doubted their own ability to calculate? Shen Jitsi was furious. I really want to smash the heads of these ancestors with my pipe. See what's inside them? In the divine world, the Chu family overwhelmed those forces that blocked the family's development with an unstoppable momentum. He even destroyed several major forces that had powerful opening heaven masters in charge, and only then did those people in the god realm calm down. Ah! Chu family, when the ancestor comes out of seclusion, your Chu family will be destroyed. The Soul Clan leader roared to the sky. The sound of anger shook the earth. If you ask who in the God realm suffered the heaviest losses, it must be the Soul Clan. The ancestors of their Soul Clan were almost all killed or injured this time, and the foundation accumulated since ancient times was almost completely consumed in this battle. This was something they had never expected. I didn't expect someone would dare to attack their Soul Clan. What they didn't expect was that the Chu family would kill all of their Soul Clan members, and even attacked their clan's territory at one point, almost wiping out their Soul Clan. If it weren't for the fact that a trace of Yuanzu's aura leaked out at the critical moment, scared away those crazy and invincible Chu family members. This time, they, the Soul Clan, might really be destroyed. Looking at the few remaining ancestors who were seriously injured, the Soul Clan leader said in a deep voice, "All Soul Clan members must not leave the clan land recently and wait for the original ancestor to come out of seclusion, otherwise all consequences will be borne by themselves." It's so frustrating. It's really too frustrating. My Soul Clan has never felt so frustrating since ancient times. An old ancestor of the Soul Clan gnashed his teeth and roared in a low voice, like a wounded beast. Especially in the last few hundred years, their Soul Clan is rampant in the divine world. Who dares to say no? But now, just a few hundred years have passed. How could their Soul Clan end up in such a state? How sad! When the original ancestor is born, I will make the Chu family pay for their blood debt with blood. At this moment in the divine world, all the forces that had blocked the Chu family left the center of the divine realm and headed for the borderlands because they were worried about being liquidated. However, at this moment, many forces are waiting for the Soul Clan to explode. Because they firmly believe that this is the eve of the storm. There are also forces waiting for the backer behind the Chu family to appear. In short, the divine world fell into silence. Only the Chu family cheered. Not only did they destroy the Jun family, they also seized their territory and all the resources of several other forces. This wave directly made the Chu family's foundation even stronger. But no matter how rich they are, they cannot compare to the treasure that Long Yuan gave them, the origin of the world. A treasure that can break through the realm of creation. Chu Tianyang widened his eyes. Is Beast God really omnipotent and can even get such a treasure? Chapter 300 Dream Mirage. Yes, these are 10 portions of the origin of the world, which can create 10 powerful creators. This is the system reward after the Chu family becomes a creation realm family. Long Yuan gave 2 of them to Chu Jingyu and Chu Tianyang. The rest were placed in the heart refining tower. Whoever has the ability to reach the perfection of the opening heaven realm first will be qualified to possess the origin of the world and break through to the creation realm. Then Long Yuan went to the place where the primordial divine weapon Fantasy Mirage was placed. This place is now also an important place for the Chu family. For some people who are warlike and eager to constantly break through themselves, this is the best place to train. The dreamlike mirage is a strange space. As long as you enter it, another self will emerge. Only by defeating your own illusions to come out of it. Otherwise, you will most likely be trapped in it forever. So no one would come to such a place without the courage to burn their boats. I've never met a decent opponent before. Let me see how strong I am this time, okay? Long Yuan stepped into the dreamlike mirage without hesitation. There are so many colors here. It is a colorful world, like a dream. The moment Long Yuan stepped into the mirage, a figure that looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. Dressed in white, with dragon horns on his head. His eyes sparkled like torches, emitting a majestic divine light. Come on, let me see how strong I am. Long Yuan roared excitedly. The left hand holds the Wandao fist, the right hand holds the Mishi fist. Infinite divine light bloomed on his body, and thousands of paths flowed. The terrifying aura of destruction was flowing, and the surrounding time and space collapsed. The laws no longer existed. At this moment, Long Yuan released all his strength without reservation. If he was not inside this Hungmen-level divine weapon, the heavens would have been crushed by his aura. He just growled. His body turned into a ray of white light and rushed towards the figure. However, the opponent used the same supreme divine ability. The aura on his body was not weaker than Long Yuan himself. Also waving his fists that radiate this divine light. Killed towards Long Yuan. Fists collide. An earth-shaking sound rang out, as if it was going to tear the world apart. Where fists collide, a mighty divine light swept across the world of 4 extremities. Its power was unstoppable. Even a creation realm being standing nearby would be instantly reduced to ashes. The place where he was standing was completely transformed into a dark void. Boom! The two figures kept moving, and their shadows flashed through the space. They used various powerful supreme divine abilities. Explodes with astonishing power. So strong! Even Long Yuan exclaimed. This illusion of mine is so powerful that it is terrifying. But he was excited. Because there has never been an opponent who could make me fight as fully as I did today. Then his hands turned into a pair of black dragon claws and attacked the opponent again. But even so, it still doesn't help. Because his illusion actually turned into a pair of black dragon claws. In an instant, the two pairs of dragon claws kept colliding. It was like two divine weapons colliding, with a clanging sound that could tear the sky apart, and brilliant flames burst out. The terrifying law of chaos permeated and they attacked each other. Not long after, the two figures completely transformed into two huge black dragons. 9 transformations of the beginning dragon. Zalong fist. Chaos yin yang hand. A world in the palm of your hand. They unleashed terrifying and boundless divine abilities one after another. But they couldn't do anything to each other. A moment later, scales fell off the two giant dragons, deep scars appeared on their bodies, and bright dragon blood was spilled in the space. But the injuries healed in an instant. When you reach the realm of Long Yuan, the vitality is already very strong. When the combat power is the same, it is not so easy to fall. This battle lasted a long time. Until a few days later, Long Yuan began to suppress the opponent with his own fighting skills. This is his only flaw. He has too little combat experience. But this only serves to suppress the opponent. It is not easy to completely defeat the opponent. Until a few months later, Long Yuan just came out of the fantasy mirage with serious injuries. He was staggering as he walked. Their cultivation is too high. Combat experience does not add much to strength. So in the end, Long Yuan could only exhaust the opponent to death. Master, you. Chu Absolute Beginning, who had just arrived at the dreamlike mirage and was about to enter, was shocked when he saw his master coming out covered in wounds. He quickly went over to help. It's okay, I'm not going to die yet. Long Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and said. This divine weapon is really terrifying. You can't get out of it unless you defeat yourself. But I have to admit, it is really effective in improving personal overall combat effectiveness. Why? You want to go in? Long Yuan asked. Yes, now the family's power has expanded to the God realm, so the disciple came back to prepare to enter the dream mirage to hone his combat power. Chu Absolute Beginning nodded. I can no longer find anyone strong enough to fight against me in the God realm. And people of the same clan could not let go and fight without restraint. Therefore, among all the people in the universe, perhaps only those here can hone their fighting power. That's good. This is indeed a good choice for breaking through myself. You go in, I'll just go back to Heavenly Palace to recuperate for a while. Yes. Return to Heavenly Palace. Long Yuan began to recover from his injuries. His injuries were serious. It can even threaten life. After all, it was me who was at the same level as him who was making the move. It will take a lot of time to fully recover. Long Yuan thought about it. Directly entered the Tower of Time. The time acceleration effect allows him to fully recover in a shorter time in the outside world. However, before his injuries were fully recovered, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the divine realm. It is like a godless one descending into the heavens. Chu family! How dare you kill so many of my people? You really deserve to be killed. The roar swept across the heavens and the universe. The original ancestor has come out. For a moment, many forces are both nervous and excited. Especially the 9-headed lion and the divine witch. The Chu family is so confident. Perhaps through the hands of the original ancestor, we can see the support that the Chu family relies on. Those forces that were frightened by the Chu family and fled to the edge of the universe knelt on the ground, shouting excitedly. I hope that Yuanzu will destroy the Chu family, to restore peace to the divine world. Otherwise, they might have to stay in a remote and desolate place for the rest of their lives. Then, they excitedly flew back to the divine world from the borderland. Congratulations to the original ancestor for coming out of seclusion. Original ancestor, please seek justice for my soul clan. The soul clan leader and the remaining ancestors wept. His face was full of grief and anger. After waiting for so long, the Yuanzu finally came out. The day of revenge for their soul clan has finally come. A bunch of rubbish. The strongest person on the other side is only at the opening heaven level. And yet you guys are in such a state. It's a disgrace to our soul clan. Yuanzu looked at the few strong men left in their soul clan and became furious. If the other party sends out a strong person who is beyond the opening heaven realm. But the key is that it doesn't. A human force. How many strong people can there be in the opening heaven realm? They actually killed the soul clan and made them flee in disarray? Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.